Well, finally we get a Living Legend event to bring to all of you, and I could not be more ready to see just what Flesh and Blood's past brings for us today in the present. My name is Sam Brand. This is DM Armada. How you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling well.
Yep.
I am ready to watch some Living Legend format games today. We're going to see some really exciting ones, I think, for this first round. We've just been told that there's an Iyslander mirror to start things off.
Come on.
Which, I mean, there's a lot of Iyslander fans, and there a lot of Iyslander fans really enjoyed the mirror. Some of them didn't, but a lot of them that I've talked to in the past really enjoyed the mirror. So
we're going to enjoyed Iyslander. You enjoyed the mirror. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, it's really intricate, really back and forth. And then I think it was Levia Prism.
Yep.
Is the backup match as well.
Yep.
So
we know Levia gets access to the incredible card in Living Legend, Art of War. I actually started that making a joke, like I didn't know what she gets in Living Legend. I was like, we know, but I realized, oh yeah, no, Art of War was banned. No, she'll get Art of War back.
Yeah. So you can definitely play that. And Prism. And I believe the assumption would be that it's the OG Prism, now we get to play with some of these new cards, some of the old cards as well, get to do some crazy stuff. So I'm really looking forward to this. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, legitimately, I have not had the opportunity to truly explore much of the Living Legend format in my own personal life, and so getting a chance to watch some of these games streamed at such a high level, thanks to our friends at both Savage Feats and MinMaxGames, I think will be a nice opportunity ahead of not only the Team Cup, coming up in Osaka, which will be a highly, I think, anticipated event, as truly some of the best players in the world representing their countries face down in Team Living Legend before the tournament, but also, of course, the calling in Chicago, the very first Living Legend calling that this game has ever seen, a true landmark event that aims to cement this format as one of the kind of two pillars that the community can always rely on.
I mean, it's been gaining ground for the past year, the past calendar year. We've seen so much in this space for the Living Legend format starting to grow as battle hardens are being held at these larger events, and now its own event here as well. And then it's going to culminate at the end of the year, like you mentioned, with the calling in Chicago. So if you are looking to pick up these heroes of yesteryear, dust them off, grab their weapons, and suit up for some brand new games of Flesh and Blood with them, make sure that you look at the calling this December and head on out to Chicago to be able to play in that format. A lot of people really excited for that.
Definitely. I mean, one I think, I'm sure it wasn't intended, and I think they maybe even stated it in the Ban and Restricted article, but one of the main talking points I have seen in the community is that how the banning those cards out of Classic Constructed, but leaving them mostly legal in Living Legend, has really led to two distinct formats that you really feel like I get to play with all these powerful cards that are just not accessible in Classic Constructed. So now the formats do begin to kind of each take on their own identity, not just the heroes that have reached Living Legend, also the cards that are no longer available in the Classic Constructed format.
It does create its own unique feeling to be able to play with those powerful cards. And when all of these heroes are more powerful, everyone gets to experience that really, spiky, this is me at my strongest experience. That's what's the most fun. Now, what I heard is that it's time to jump down into the arena.
I heard the
same.
That
we can see some Iyslander versus Iyslander action.
Ah, man, I do feel, actually, just looking at these heroes, I'm like, wow, I missed you. How are things up in the halls of Asgard? Where do they go when they reach Living Legend?
That's a great question. We got to figure
the halls of story.
We got to figure out a name for that.
Into the into the very fabric.
How cool would it be if they created some sort of a lore space for that to actually take place? Nevertheless, Iyslander, it's funny, while Iyslander and ice in general as a talent was around, players were, under the effects of all of these powerful ice cards and looking at the disruption that it created and feeling one way about it. And now that the ice has lifted and summer has fallen, now we have players just wanting it back, wanting to enter the icy abyss yet again, and this is your place for it. If you want to play Iyslander, powered up now as well, because you have access to some of these Amulet of Ice. You can play Amulet of Ice again, which is a really, really powerful card in the Living Legend format. Now you can do that, and we're going to see these players engage in this mirror on a new axis.
Shout out Sage's Muir Woods jacket there. Northern California.
Oh, yeah?
Full national park. Also, shout out to Sage, top 8 of the battle-hardened Milwaukee on new.
That's correct.
Ran through that tournament on new. Fell out in the quarterfinals against the eventual victor, Nick Gabler, which, of course, I always feel like if I'm going to lose a tournament, I hope to lose to the eventual winner because it shows that, at least it was against the person who did the best all day.
100% agree. Pile shuffling to get things sorted up. And then, of course, shuffles after that. Had the whole conversation yesterday on what is pile shuffling even.
A form of shuffling.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
It's in the name.
Okay.
And that's that. And that's all I'll say on the matter.
There you go. We can run a poll in chat for those that believe in pile
There's
shuffling.
no need.
You? Kayo.
The poll is currently being occupied, we're being told, by who is going to win, which I think is a far better use of the polling system provided by YouTube.
Tough. Round one, we know nothing about these players or their decks. Feels like it's kind of just like a popularity contest at that point. Like, what are people voting on? Like, I choose right. I choose right side of the screen.
It's left Twix, right Twix. It's a classic conundrum. An enigma, if you will. Nevertheless, these players are going to shuffle up, present their decks. Yeah, I mean, revisiting the world that we live in of yesteryear with Ice and Disruption, this was a very back and forth, intricate matchup. Yes, thank you for zooming in on those sleeves. Yes, they have become a Midwestern meme.
I have one of those. I have one of those sleeves. Yeah, I think I got it calling Indy a couple years ago. Actually.
Yes, it became a bit of a thing for a good while. Some people love it, some people hate it. But you know what? I love it.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to make you wait a little longer to hear that. Presenting the equipment, and spoiler alert, it's exactly the same. Exactly what you would think. You get a bit more psychic damage for having your Waning Moon signed on the side of Sage.
I have my Waning Moon signed.
Well, there you go. But as you would expect, we're looking at Coronet Peak. We're looking at Metacarpus Node so that you have that extra reach at the end game if you're trying to, assemble the major combo, or if this game goes a different way. Obviously, if we're playing both Bulllander style lists and we manage to get to these lower life totals in some crazy way, you can just Emeritus Scolding with that Metacarpus Node, with that Storm Striders as well. But starting off on turn 0 with the Channel Lake Frigid, a card that players, I think, for a time were wishing was still in the CC meta, but here it is in Living Legend.
Move to the end step.
Moving to the end step is Brian. Any effects from Sage? No amulets? No anything in the instant speed realm? Let's talk a little bit about what we can expect moving into this game. The Iyslander Mirror is a game about the Alluvian Constellas. It's a game about getting your Waning Moon in as much as possible, often utilizing the Alluvian Constellas. And if you can't just tempo out your opponent, often it is that great Ice Eternal combo. So many Frostbites off the back of these fuse cards like Insidious Chill that we see Sage develop here.
I think that is a key in this matchup as well. Insidious Chill is one of those cards that just became the most, like the pivot point of the matchup. And especially now that we're in Living Legend format, same thing with Amulet of Ice, because being able to lock your opponent out by using the Insidious Chill triggers at the right time, not as early as you would think, but at the correct time, means that you can set up some massive damage combos in the mid to late game. And these players managing their Insidious Chills, managing their fuse effects, and this one is the best one in the deck, arguably, probably not even arguably, in Aether Ice Vein, is a huge point. And oh, look at this. Insidious Chill pitched, Insidious Chill in the hand. You don't necessarily love to see them stacked up like that, but we might see that make its way to the arsenal on this turn.
And I think you can see Brian had access to go again, but the Channel Lake Frigid, a card that not only is going to be able to stick around if 2 ice cards are pitched, thanks to pitching into the Waning Moon here because it is an instant speed ability. So 2 Insidious Chills on the bottom of the deck, not exactly where you want to be in your second cycle, but keeping that Channel Lake Frigid important given that Iyslander is an ironic deck in that it hates dealing with Frostbite. So many of its abilities, especially when it's doing even like Scar for a Scar into a Wounded Bull, right? Or, even if it's just one Aether Ice Vein, they are perfectly on rate. They're perfectly on curve, I suppose. So any Frostbites, any CLF type effects, Iyslander hates them.
Yep.
So Channel Lake Frigid here, if you look even on this Aether Veil, is going to make it so that with one floating, there cannot even be a Waning Moon activation.
I'm very glad he chose to pitch the second Insidious Chill instead of arsenaling it. I mean, there's a temptation if you're looking at a blue ice card, you can play it. It gives a Frostbite, but Insidious Chill too early in this matchup really does sometimes feel detrimental to the overall game plan of the deck. And instead, he chose to arsenal the Enlightened Strike and just play that out. In this matchup, it definitely feels a little bit more intricate on where you choose to arsenal it, when you choose to put a blue card in. being able to put double Insidious Chill on the bottom of the deck alongside of, I believe it was, what did he just, the blue he just pitched.
Ice Eternal,
Ice
Eternal.
Yes, Ice Eternal. Putting those on the bottom, if you are playing for this long game of just the, like, trying to set up a pitch stack and play out these, disruptive pieces at the end of the game is quite good.
Now 7 damage here. Sage probably happy to get to utilize one of these cards for blocking if he cannot use them all with multiple action points. Looks like it's going to be a little frosting. Just a blue 3-block ice card, often utilized for things like the Channel Lake Frigidor, just like this, getting the 3-block value while also being an ice card. Every now and then you get it out of your arsenal at instant speed, turn on the Waning Moon. It can be 4 damage on the opponent's turn. But let's see how Sage utilizes their action point here. It's going to be a red Aether Ice Vein, but this one comes off the back of an Insidious Chill as well. So 2 things are happening. First, the Insidious Chill is going to trigger, asking Brian to either pitch 2 or discard a card. And then the Aether Ice Vein comes across for 5 arcane damage. And of course, with AB4, Brian can stop a lot of it, but after already having to lose a card to the Insidious Chill, the Aether Ice Vein, if it hits, will ask the same uncomfortable question. So Sage is demanding 2 cards here no matter what. In response, however, we have our first Iyslander use of the game. This is a blue Aether Ice Vein coming out of the arsenal, and thus, as a result, because it is blue, Iyslander allows for instant speed play here. 3 damage coming across, and now let's see if Brian wants to utilize anything for the Waning Moon.
So you're taking all 5?
Yeah, so we had the activation there at instant speed response. He's going to have to respond to the chill trigger here, or activate on the chill trigger, resolving it, and going to choose to tuck that Sink Below into the graveyard. The very snap response of the pitch of the Aether Hail, AB1, so you get the Illuvian Constellus counter. Very good. You mentioned it earlier. Managing your counters in this game is a huge paramount importance, and this still leaves Sage with an arsenal to continue to play, and it puts a little bit of pressure on Brian. Now, this is a very long, back-and-forth, intricate matchup, so you are going to expect some big plays, but this is not by any means like the biggest thing in the world. There's the activation. Illuvian Constellus comes off those counters, and Waning Moon fires across for 2.
Now, it looks as though Brian elected to take all 5 and lose the frosting. An option you can do on these Aether Ice Veins, you pitch 1, AB1, you have then 2 floating afterwards. You pitch you just, utilize those 2 for the Aether Ice Vein trigger. So you still block 1 damage while also losing the card. I suppose Brian there wanted to get that frosting out of the deck, didn't want it next to that Ice Eternal that's right there on the bottom after the 2 Insidious Chills, because again, the Ice Eternal with energy potions, with Insidious Chill, threatens to take a lot of cards out of the hand, deal a lot of arcane damage, and then after on the opponent's turn, once the Ice Eternal has stripped all the cards thanks to those Insidious Chills and created a bunch of Frost Bites that even some Frost Hexes can utilize to deal damage, then the Storm Striders finish the game from there. So I guess Brian didn't want that frosting, didn't want to save 1 life, rather just put it into the graveyard.
Yeah, and that's the exact play in response when he played out his own Aether Ice Vein that Sage made to AB1 and then pay the extra 2, which is why she had no floating. And Blizzard here is the Fuse with the Aether Ice Vein. Aether Ice Vein number 2 for Sage. Considering on the choices here, the Aether Ice Vein is such an impactful card. In fact, at a time in the Classic Constructed meta, it was even run in yellow, and players were just running 9 copies. Such a powerful, disruptive tool to be able to throw out there, and both players finding them at key points throughout the matchup can really swing one in your favor.
For Sage, however, throwing out the second means there's only one. It is your best arcane spell with your action point because of the disruption that it also allows in conjunction, especially with a card like the Insidious Chill.
2 for Insidious Chill.
AB2, keep the 1 float here. Now,
For 5, right? Yeah.
for the Insidious Chill, excuse me, now the Aether Ice Vein comes across for 5 points of arcane, so pitched into the 2 that you needed for the Insidious Chill. Now the Aether Ice Vein comes across.
AB2, take 3.
AB2, take 3, leave the 2 floating. 2 counters on the Constellus for Brian.
And this is what I was discussing earlier about Insidious Chill. When you find one really early, it almost feels like it doesn't have as much of an impact, especially in this matchup. Now, you are taking blues out of the hand, and if we do bounce over to Brian's hand, I believe, oh, and he still has a blue in hand, and he's got a red attack, probably a wounded bull. But sometimes you can, use Insidious Chill to make their turn that much more difficult. But taxing their turn just on innocuous hands doesn't have the same impact as doing it setting up the combo that you're going to then play out on their turn. And so finding an early Insidious Chill doesn't really take you towards that game plan unless you really play into it.
Findall's Fighting Spirit going to be the play for Brian Hoffman.
22.
Getting 1 life, and Sage is going to take all 7 of that. Wonder if they have anything like a Scar for a Scar, something that can have go again. No, it's just going to be a Frost Hex on the end phase, give a Frostbite, and of course, deal a damage thanks to what the Frostbite represents, Frost Hex represents. All Frostbites, when they pop on the end phase, if they are still there, 1 damage that the Frostbite will present. So multiple Frost Hexes, Ice Eternals, these are the cards utilized in conjunction to finish a game in these mirrors some of the time.
Yeah, we talked yesterday about the Wizard Mirror, and sometimes you can kind of gauge where the Wizard Mirror sits based on the number of potions on the board for each player. This is the same sort of thing with the number of permanents like Frost Hex and Insidious Chill that you see in the Iyslander Mirror. So finding Frost Hexes sets you up for one of those just mega damage combos that you can play out if you can line up your Insidious Chills, your Frost Hexes, even your Amulet of Ices in this format. And so having your first act, or your first resolution, I should say, of the Frost Hex onto the board feels pretty good to be able to find that and play that out there on a turn where it's just 7 damage. I can take a little bit of damage, and then I can play out the first Frost Hex and feel okay about it. Brian most likely looking for his Frost Hexes if he's playing towards that combo end game.
Now, this is one of the first times we've seen Sage only 1 card in hand, not easily able to Arcane Barrier. This is where Brian looks to almost take back some of the tempo. Findall's Fighting Spirits, of course, gained Sage a life, but 1 AB is going to be preserved by Sage. So taking 2, we'll see if there's any Waning Moon that wants to follow up. No cards in hand, nothing floating. Alluvian Constellas can make this Waning Moon come in for 3 without any pitch. So the Waning Moon will. Now, both players have gotten a free use of the Waning Moon. Sage will have taken 3 more damage from here.
The other important thing to note in this matchup is when you can get your opponent off of an arsenal, and if you can maintain tempo, forcing them off the arsenal, they have to almost take even more damage just to get back onto an arsenal to sort of play this back and forth game that you're encouraged to do as Iyslander, who can, because she's a wizard, play at instant speed, but only from the arsenal and only if it's a blue. So if you're trying to play that back and forth game plan and trying to set up these Frost Hexes and these other permanents on the board, you almost have to take even more than you would think. There is the yellow Aether Ice Vein showing up. We talked about it earlier. Players playing this card is just so powerful. The effect on it is so disruptive.
No Insidious Chill for Brian, so this only demands 1 card. Sage, of course, can AV 1, go down to 14, keep 2, 1 card left in hand for Brian. But because Sage only had that red Findall's Fighting Spirit, no card in the arsenal here that can respond to this Aether Wildfire and pressure the other Iyslander back. So this is looking, these games can go one of 2 ways, like we're seeing now, or the kind of, end game Frost Hex, more combo-oriented end state. But this game is really just a back and forth tempo, right? Who's losing cards? Who has cards in arsenal? Who's able to establish the pressure? And here, Brian has gotten Sage now down. It looks like A being 1, taking 3, so should be at 15, up 9 life. Sage has got 3 cards to fire back with, but the difference is Brian has now established an arsenal and is hoping to leverage that value over the next couple turns to be in a position where that Storm Striders can just finish this game out. But 2 Frost Hexes now for Sage, looking to slow things down just a little bit. But again, just the 1 card in hand. Brian has that Polar Blast, which means a single blue pitch replaces the Polar Blast and allows for 3 damage to be threatened with that Waning Moon. Asking Sage once again, do you want to go off an arsenal?
Yeah, it's a fun back and forth matchup because you're really asking the question of, will this game go long? Do I need a pitch stack? And sometimes the answer is yes, and the game is going to go long. Both players are playing very defensively. Sometimes the players are just either based on the way the hands draw up or what they're choosing to favor. Sometimes it's very quick, first cycle-esque type of a game, and both players starting to get to that half-life total. Sage under half-life, Brian sitting at 24 with some strong tempo options, but staring down, like you said, 2 Frost Hexes means he does have to start favoring. Oh, and this is a fantastic card to play out. Both players really trying to find their permanents on the board. It turns out he found all of them at the same time, did Brian.
That must have been from the last turn. That's CLF. So this is an Amulet of Ice. No response from Sage, who I believe is at 15 after that Waning Moon. Now let's see if Sage wants to respond, because now Brian's just got that 1 card in hand. It's going to be a Cold Snap. This represents a lot of damage all of a sudden, thanks to both of those Frost Hexes. This is going to be now a similar style effect that we just saw with the Polar Blast. So this is now 3 Arcane that can be threatened with the Waning Moon, but that Frost Bite, if it is not popped, means 2 more Arcane damage. So all of a sudden, Brian would be down to 19. Sage getting to replace the card in the hand there, thanks to the Cold Snap's effect.
12 from the moon. Yeah. Sorry. You're good. I'm taking 3 here, down to 14. 14?
We've gotten word that the life totals, as far as the devices and the internet itself, is taking a little bit of time to respond. But we'll go ahead and try to, at certain intervals, turn our volume down personally so that you can maybe hear on life update moments, so that we can kind of get an accurate readout of where these players are sitting. But both players sub 20 life at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard from the players. Sounds like Sage is around 12. Brian should be on 19 here.
Yep.
Choosing if he wants to play out the last Insidious Chill, because the other 2 are at the bottom of the deck. Instead, he's pitching it for the Cold Snap.
Yep. Draw off a Cold Snap. Cool.
Cold Snap here in response to the Energy Potion. However, there is an easy outlet for Sage to pitch into and break that Frostbite, meaning the Frost Hex won't do any damage. It is, of course, the Waning Moon. If you wanted to get the damage in, you would have to wait until the Waning Moon actually is utilized. Then you'd utilize the card from Arsenal, which would create a Frostbite. But Sage had a very clear and easy path there to make this Frostbite go away.
Mm-hmm.
Little bit of an issue for Brian, looking to get the most damage out of the cards he's already created.
Sorry. Yeah.
Here we have the updated life totals, 12 to 12. Now both players approaching the point where they really need to start worrying about the Storm Striders for lethal. If they completely go hands up, they open themselves up to Emeritus Scolding. We did see an Emeritus Scolding blue pitched earlier. I believe it was blue by Sage. So we know it's in circulation. Of course, you have to expect Emeritus Scolding red, because it sets you up so nicely for that 9 range in there.
Emeritus Scolding blue, most likely, from the Arsenal, right? And then
Yes, but you can also play the Storm Striders Emeritus Scolding red if you need it.
Sure.
But yeah, for sure, you can definitely go Emeritus Scolding blue, Storm Striders in a second spell, have Metacarpus Note available to you as well.
Absolutely.
Waning Moon plus that as well.
This is where most of the damage does lie in this final combo once the Storm Striders is here. The Coronet Peak threatening to ask Sage to, well, demanding Sage discard a card. Interestingly for Brian, has a choice to Arsenal Sink Below, or I'm assuming a blue non-attack action. The Sink Below, however, we saw Viet Fam, Worlds 2022. I believe it was Viet Fam versus Michael Hamilton. Viet Fam Arsenal to Sink Below that Hamilton had seen for some reason, revealed to some effect. And Michael Hamilton, for the rest of the game, did not use a single attack action, keeping Viet Fam's Arsenal stuck on that Sink Below. And it was those type of decisions that propelled Mr. Hamilton forward to the first World Championship title. So Sink Below here, powerful card to get that 4 value, but if Sage doesn't present attack actions, can be challenging to get the value, and I think that's why we see Brian going to keep it in the hand.
One of the most gutsy plays of perhaps all time,
so sick.
recognizing the Sink Below and just playing.
I was in
around
line to meet James White at the time, but I heard the casters talking about it, and I was like, wait, I was telling anyone who would listen, like, this is so cool. He's got a Sink Below stuck in Arsenal. Flesh and Blood is the best.
Aetherized Fane fused with the Insidious Chill trigger on the stack first. This is the last trigger on Insidious Chill. Opponent sitting at 12. Sage putting things together here. Have an E-Pot on the board. You've established 2 Frost Hexes. 1 for yourself, but Amulet of Ice over there on Brian's side.
Discard a Chill. Okay.
Discard the Sink Below to chill, but now this is where the problems start to lie. Sage threatening 5 points of arcane damage. Card still in hand for the Waning Moon, demanding, again, a card from hand, but threatening a number of points of damage. And if Brian just goes full hog, either takes too much damage or isn't able to present enough threats and takes the cards out of hand on Brian's turn, then Sage, depending on that arsenal, blue Emeritus Scolding, blue Ice Bolt, you have the 2 counters for the Waning Moon, and of course the Storm Striders, you can get 12 easily, and Brian is going to be at lower than 12 at the end of this turn regardless, because AB4 means at least 1 point of this Aether Ice Vein is coming across.
Yeah, I can't quite make out what the arsenal is for Brian. He's favoring that card, maybe considering trying to play it. Players in the hall playing this format, as well as some players are going to be gearing up for some side events as well. MinMax hosting the event, running side events alongside of both of these days. So players able to play in the Battle Hardened and just play some fun side events as well. Dropping down to 8, and there is a blue Emeritus Scolding that he's pitching for it.
Dangerous here. Looks like it's going to be the Cold Snap. Asking if that card wants to be frozen or 1 can be paid.
You're going to think I might paying if I'm going to freeze it. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, it's like, oh shit.
I'm just giving you
He said, freeze it. Sage was like, well, let me think for a second.
I've blown it. 3.
It's fun to hear these players banter back and forth. It's fun to just revisit these old heroes and to see them in perhaps a new light after watching them make their run to the Living Legend leaderboard and then return with perhaps some new tools at their disposal.
Yes. Okay.
Now, once again, Brian committing the Frostbite and Sage able to break it with the Waning Moon. Let's see if Brian wants to fall to 6 here. And if he just throws that Wounded Bull at the end of the turn on 6, that could be very dangerous, given that there is a Waning Moon ready on Sage's side with that Storm Striders and whatever that final card is, looking to maybe just close this thing out. It is just going to be the Wounded Bull coming in for 8. Sage said, I'm sorry, no cards in hand. We're going to start things off. There's the Emeritus Scolding with the Metacarpus node. Can pay into it. That's going to be 5 points of arcane damage, 3 points of arcane damage. There's 8 right off the bat. Didn't even need the Storm Striders there. Sage takes the win in the mirror over Brian.
Yeah, the moment you drop into those single-digit life totals, you're just open to so many different lethal pathways, and all you have to do is draw into one of those, and especially when your hand is, face up like that, you just draw into one of those, and you just have no recourse. So you look at that from the other side, and you go, oh, well, do I just not do anything? And then lethal is presented again next turn.
Yep.
It just puts you in that just unwinnable scenario.
Bit of a blender.
Yeah, exactly.
Bit of a blender.
We are going to jump into a new game. We're going to take a short break. Well, a little bit of a long break. A little bit of a longer break, but I mean, long is relative. Let's be honest. Compared to other events and things like that, this is going to be no time at all. So, don't go too far. We're going to get our next game set up and ready to go. We might talk to some players as well. We'll be right back. Goodbye. Sorry.
Hello everybody. Quick update from the floor. This is a pretty new event for everybody, right? Haven't seen LL in Rosetta yet, so kind of just taking a vibe check during round one, talking to a lot of the players, seeing what's up with the event today. It's a pretty small turnout. There are only 20 people, which means literally 100 of the people that showed up yesterday for the Battle Hardened did not show up today. Yesterday was 120. Today is 20. So what does that speak to? We don't know. We're gonna, Sam and Steven are out there on the floor talking to people, assessing the situation. So far, it's a lot of smiles. People seem to be having a lot of fun. There are some cool decks in the room that we do want to feature for stream today. But it just means we're going to kick back. This is just like a for fun event, just to give people a taste of Rosetta Living Legend format. So there's a Berserk Kayo. There's, of course, Starvo. There's new Briar. There's Kraken's Aether Vein Verdance, of course. There's some Prisms. So in the 5 rounds we feature into the top 8, we'll definitely just try to pick variety. Maybe a little record agnostic even, just to make sure that every hero we can is represented. And we'll just let that be the vibe for today. Just have some fun and let things play out as they do. Also in that vein, for the caster's sake, especially since we didn't really prep all that much in catching up to these card names and the intricacies of LL and all that for just a day 2 event, we're just not going to do backup matches for the Swiss rounds. We'll get back to that for the top 8. But just in the vein of keeping it casual, relieving some of the pressure on the 2-man cast team, because an entire weekend of nonstop 2 games per round is pretty intense. So there will not be backup matches today. At least live. I'm recording them, and maybe I'll release them on Savage Feats or something. I'll talk to MinMax about it. But just expect one solid game. Then we'll go talk to the people, see what they're feeling, come back, have some stories from the floor, one solid game, yada yada. So reel it back. 2 games per round was ambitious, but by God, we did it yesterday beautifully. Yesterday was an incredible broadcast. So if anyone was here for that, thank you. We had a lot of fun. There are still some giveaways that carried over from yesterday in today as well. There are some fun segments we'll still do. I prepared some accent challenges for Sam, so I'm looking forward to that. So if you're not all excited about LL, doesn't matter. We got accent challenges coming for Steven and Sam, and Sam is really good at them, so you'll want to stick around. With that, the tournament structure is as such where if a round ends, we're just immediately going to pair the next one. So we're not necessarily working in 55-minute blocks either. So hopefully that means we'll watch a game, very minimal downtime into that next game. Kind of hence the reason we don't want to do the backup match either, because we're normally watching that as the 55-minute round has concluded and can use that timing to know, do we need to watch it at 1 time speed, 1.5, 2 times speed, whatever. Since the round times are going to be more fluid, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. So anyway, that's what we learned on the ground. Thank you all for hanging out. And in the other part of the world, Calling Leon is like having their finals right now. So probably go check that out, and then come back and hang. So we'll see you then. It'll be another little bit of a break as round 2 kicks off. See ya in a sec.
Big Brother is in the building. We have got the man behind the brand here. It's Mr. Sam Dando.
What's up, Sam?
How we doing, Sam?
Oh, I'm ecstatic to be here, bro.
Oh yeah?
I get to be here for the Living Legend event, and I get to be with you.
Oh,
most importantly.
Stop. I'm gonna bat my eyelashes at you. Talk to me about what you're so excited about. Talk to me about Living Legend. This has been a format that we've heard you expound about in various capacities for some time now. So what is it about this format that gets your juices flowing?
Well, at this point, I think I'm kind of like a fab boomer in a way. Not like the OG boomer, but I started playing during Monarch era, which I think is really like the pinnacle of Living Legend. You know, that's like where all the people who loved Prism and Chain and then Tales of Aria following really have an interest in playing in Living Legend because you kind of just want to play your favorite deck that you don't get to play anymore.
Yep.
So now we got Rosetta, which is, I like to look at it as Tales 2.0 for Living Legend format, which presents so many new options that I don't even know where to start, to be honest. I'm kind of overwhelmed. So I'm excited to watch this event because I don't have to figure it out.
No.
I can see what the wonderful players have decided to figure out. That makes it good.
So you say you're a fab boomer. I can brag for you a little bit. You've got a calling top 8 to your name with the hero Briar, Warden of Thorns. So that was a hero you were associated with for a while before you ended up taking your talents to the booth, taking your talents behind the counter. But back in the day when you were kind of the for lack of a better word shit talking assassin up there, right?
Yep.
What is it about Briar that really spoke to you, and what is it about this format that you think unlocks her true power to potential?
So Briar was one of the few heroes I think at that time outside of Chain that really had just insane explosive power. Like out of nowhere, you could just do these 40, 50 damage turns. And at that period in Flesh and Blood, that wasn't like a regular thing nowadays with Zen, where you just kind of out of nowhere did that. Briar still required some setup, but really what I loved about her was just the massive fridge and the flexibility of your cards. So following that, the deck has changed, I would think, quite a bit.
Yeah. You got the new Regrowth Shock, right?
Regrowth Shock and a massive slew of new options. And so I think that's going to transition us well into this next match where we get to see what has changed.
Very nicely indeed. We do have a Briar, Warden of Thorns versus Iyslander. Now this is, it's about as classic as matchup as they come. And immediately a sigh of consternation to my right. So tell me, why are you shaking your head, brother?
So that was one of the reasons I quit the game, actually, for a brief period of time, was because at the time, Briar versus Iyslander was quite a difficult matchup for Briar. This was before Didactic Carapace. This was before a lot of the extended, this was beginning Runic Reclamation. Like, you had some options.
Amulet of Ice was around.
Amulet of Ice was around.
Hypothermia was 3 copies,
dude,
right?
You're bringing back, like, war flashbacks, man. Yeah, Hypothermia. Fortunately, in Living Legend, we only have to worry about 1 Hypothermia. But now, Briar has so many new options. She has so many new tools, and she can be built in so many different ways. I can't even begin to think of what this build could be. It could be a Chanamon Heroic combo list. It could be a Cheerio Briar list. It could be, we have, Ball Lightning. We have the Fatigue Earth build that it could be still. Like, there could be so many different options. And going in against Iyslander, who knows what the right approach could be at this point, So I'm very interested to see what they decide to sideboard with and what the game plan is going to be going into this.
Oh, is that all?
John McGovern, I believe, was our Acilio player from stream yesterday. So clearly a wizard dude through and through. The only Acilio in the room. Definitely took at least a couple wins under his belt before we lost track of him, from the feature match table. You, of course, top-8'd our event yesterday on Aurora.
Yeah, reliving my wonderful life of Briar Light.
Yeah. The glory days of the Elemental Rune Blade. So we're going to, have to kind of wait and see exactly how these decks are constructed. But do you think I guess two-part question. Do you think the new tools for Briar potentially up the percentage points? And then do you think, the Hypothermia only being 1 copy, which is, the major loss that Iyslander has seen. Do you think that's going to be enough to take this from what often felt like 20, 30% for Briar to slightly more towards that 50-50 matchup?
Yeah, so I got to tell you, when we first started playing Living Legend a few months ago, Levi obviously went back to Iyslander, and he was actually the one that terrorized me all the time on Iyslander. It was a miserable experience. Yep. So we said, let's try it again. Let's see. Obviously it's got to be better for Briar. I have so many more options. And I got to tell you, it still wasn't the best experience. You definitely have much more play into the deck. You have more flexibility now. But Iyslander is still very, very mean. And if you get that 1 card, Channel Lake Frigid up, or a Blizzard is still a very real card. So I am curious to see how much Rosetta helped Briar into this game plan, because you do have quite a bit of new aggression tools with the lightning cards.
Yep. Little correction on your screen there. Got the name switched correctly for you. It was Bradley who was our player stage on McGovern. Our new face here on Briar, the Warden of Thorns. It does look as though the equipment has been presented.
Oh,
Crown
my
of
goodness.
Dominion with Shock Charmer, Snapdragon Scalers, and the Dyadic Carapace. But with all that being said, it is time for this second round of our Living Legend Pro Quest Plus. We got the double Sam squared. That'd be 4 of us bringing you the action today.
So I got to tell you, when this started, I was not expecting to see that Crown of Dominion. That was the last headpiece that I probably would have suspected to be put on the board here. But, you know, it does make sense. If we're trying to make this fast, we're trying to make it super aggressive, who knows? Maybe he's playing cash-in. Maybe he's really trying to go crazy on these big pop-off turns. And do you see that card that he has in his hand right now? What did he open up with there?
Is that a Force of Nature or a Channel Mount Heroic or a Revel in Roomblood that you're the most excited about?
Why not all 3, Sam? Why not all 3? I think that hand, the only thing that would make it a little bit better would be a Blue Earth card, which I'm sure John is looking at his hand going, dang, I wish I had a Blue Earth card right now.
Can it just fuse this Force of Nature with the Channel Mount Heroic? Bradley saying, dude, it's been a minute. Let me reread. Wait, you draw every time? No, yeah, you draw every time a card with power greater than its base hits for the turn.
Yeah, if I'm Bradley right now, seeing a Channel Mount Heroic getting fused turn 0, I'm probably thinking, man, he already found it? That is really annoying right now. But only sending out an E-Strike, which is not the most threatening thing that could be happening to you right now. So if I was Bradley, I'd be thinking, okay, this could be a little bit worse.
Let's see what the call is here from John.
8.
Just going to be doing the +2. So this does threaten the card draw, but Snapdragon Scalers would have to be committed to make the draw more threatening, given that there is no current go again or action point generation represented.
So it looks like he's kept the Channel Mount Heroic in his hand, I believe.
I have to imagine.
He's kind of just looking, which is an interesting choice, threatening the 8, which could get the on-hit draw, which is not going to be super impactful at the end of this turn, but it might help him insulate so that he can get a better option choosing, because what I have had happen in this matchup quite a few times is you see that early Channel Mount Heroic, you think you're sitting pretty, you sit it in Arsenal, and then you proceed to draw red hands for the next 3 to 4 turns and not find that Blue Earth card, and then you are stuck with this massive rock, literally, in your arsenal that does nothing. Especially against, but look at that. Never mind, we got the Plunder Run.
Draw nice here for the Plunder Run, though the Plunder Run would be a little better with a card in the arsenal to get that +3 from it. Instead, it itself will be played from arsenal on whatever turn it is played in. Looks like he drew some nice cards there. It's going to be a Channel the Bleak Expanse pitched into the Coronet Peak. Channel the Bleak Expanse is honestly one of my favorite cards. I think the card is sick.
Yeah,
Never really found a home in Classic Constructed.
That card is a terror in Living Legend format, and this hand is very close to being amazing. And it ends up not being amazing.
Well, tell me why. Tell me why, Sam.
Swing and a miss. So we are going into a beautiful setup turn here, where we're going to play the Channel Mount Heroic. This will trigger Briar since it's the second non-attack action played. We're going to create that embodiment of lightning. If you're Bradley, you're probably shaking in your boots right now going, oh no, what's going to happen? And there is going to be a very nice gentle pass after this is done. But we're going to swing the Rosetta just to follow up for 2 damage. Very respectable.
Still utilizing the card in hand to actually threaten some damage. And of course, what's nice about the embodiment of lightning, it's not a quicken, it's not, or I guess quicken also works on attack actions, but it only works on attack actions is what I'm getting at. The Rosetta Thorn does still preserve, so Channel Mount Heroic going to be giving +3 to all attacks on the next turn. Tunic up to 3 for Bradley, 3 cards in hand. What's he going to start with? Often the 3-card hands can be the most scary. It's going to be an Encase.
Ugh.
We're going to fuse this one.
Annoying, because he has that Plunder Run in Arsenal, which would have been insane on that opener for his next turn.
Encase, of course, going to be 3 arcane damage to any target, but because it was fused, if it deals the damage, the hero and equipment are going to be frozen until the start of the next turn, so that might leave the arsenal open. It's really just affecting Snapdragon Scalers.
Use Shock Charmers or Snaps.
And the shocks, yeah, I think because the Briar ability is a passive thing.
Yes.
So I think his arsenal is safe, no?
No, yeah, the arsenal will be totally fine. In case, just in case. You should probably read that card again. It's been a while.
Yeah. No, they're definitely, I think, Cold Snap's the one that can mess with the arsenal. Waning Moon here is going to be the follow-up, coming in for 237, most likely down to 35, because, there's that Burn Up Shock, a card that we saw in Rosetta. There's one of those new pieces we're seeing in this Briar list. Ball Lightning as well. Scar for a Scar. Wasn't able to go lower, but maybe that embodiment of Earth will have something to say. It's going to be a Plunder run.
My next attack +3, and if it hits, I'll draw a card.
Yep.
As nicely stated by John, there's going to be a next +3 on his attack, and if that any attack hits for the first time this turn, it'll net him a draw.
Oh, dude, it's been so long since Plunder Run. Plunder Run wants to be played from Arsenal. I thought it was like Premeditate, but no, Premeditate is the balanced version of Plunder Run.
Exactly. No, he's living large right now with a Snatch for 10 with Go Again. On hit, draw 2 cards. That's pretty good, right?
Oh, that's pretty good.
And even though the rest of his equipment is frozen, that equipment doesn't really do a ton other than Snapdragons. But based on the rest of the cards in his hand, he's pretty happy just playing that Ball Lightning for if it's either 5 or 6, depending on the color. And there it is.
The one of Hypothermia, only going to happen once, but maybe at this point once will be enough. This is going to, of course, remove Go Again from any attacks that are currently on the chain. And thus, the only time that this card will be able to come forward. But that means even though it says they can't gain Go Again, that means that because this card did not naturally have Go Again in the resolution step when Go Again would resolve, there will be no Go Again.
Dude, I am crying. This is just making me feel so sad. 3 cards in hand, going to do absolutely nothing. He's just going to have to pass his turn in Arsenal. Even though he gets these wonderful 2 cards to draw, he cannot do anything with them because his equipment won't let him interact with it, and the Briar will not have any further effects for this turn. So he won't even get the Embodiment of Earth follow-up on his hit, which is actually a good thing. With Embodiment of Earth is a very unique interaction with Iyslander because at the beginning of your turn, when it pops, it allows Iyslander a free window to interact and do whatever she wants to on that turn. So she could start her turn with a channel like Frigid. So actually not getting the Embodiment of Earth here is quite beneficial for John. But we're looking at 5 cards in hand that can literally do nothing, which is absolutely
God.
But we got the shock. 1 extra Arcane, baby. We're coming in.
He's throwing 1 Arcane forward, still wants to use the cards, pitch, get rid of the Frostbite by pitching away the Scar for Scar. So a little bit of hand filtering, but this turn would have been disgusting. You see why the card is restricted, because just how devastating it can be. But man, I just feel like Runeblade fans everywhere are shedding a slight tear imagining what could have been.
Yeah, I really saw the potential on that turn, and it's very heartbreaking. I mean, full circle from what we were studying at the beginning of this game, right? That Hypothermia is just the backbreaker for this matchup. The nice thing is, once this is over, that Hypothermia will thaw. He will be free yet again to go crazy, but this does net Bradley the opportunity to find a channel Lake Frigid if possible.
Interesting decision there. Yeah, can't actually play that action part of Burn Up Shock because he did not have an action point. The Snatch didn't have Go Again, so can't look to trigger Briar with the Burn Up there. Hypothermia, luckily for Briar fans, going to destroy. And again, that is the only copy we will see. It is restricted in the format so that aggressive decks like Briar have a little more say. Ball Lightning now. This is a card that was banned mostly due to its complexity. Talk to me about this one.
So, Ball Lightning, this is a card that terrorized the game when it first came out, when the Cheerio Briar list that just destroyed National Season in 2021 across the world. It was promptly banned shortly after, primarily because of just how much it interacted with other cards in the game, created really strange interactions, and just ramped so hard among all the other cards in the game. It would be crazy if there's a whole bunch of new Lightning cards that interacted with it quite well too, right?
Yes, Lightning or Elemental cards, if they would deal damage, they deal that much damage +1 on this combat chain. 3 damage is the offer of the Waning Moon after the Polar Blast presented a Frostbite to John. So next thing is going to cost 1 more. So 29 plays 29, but now if this card hits, it'll come in for 4, 3, and then an additional 1 thanks to the text of the Ball Lightning.
So his hand is going to be really nice to just kind of play out and deal some additional damage. The one thing that's going to be a little tough is, like I had mentioned before with the Channel Mod Heroic, he did draw another Channel Mod Heroic in his past turn, which is sitting in Arsenal, but we are staring at a generic hand of no Earth cards, and he will not be able to Arsenal that Plunder Run due to the rock sitting in his Arsenal. So a little disappointing there. We're just kind of dealing with the volatility of Briar a little bit. But, you know, we can still hope. We see the CNC on top for next turn, which is some good information for Bradley to know. Not like it would be insanely impactful if he just had a card he could play out at instant speed.
Snatch for 4 here. Again, this is about as could not be less threatening, right? It's a CNC on top that can get no use, no value, even if the Snapdragon scalers are committed. It's not a lightning card, nor is it elemental, so the ball lightning isn't impacting it either. So this is just pretty much 4 vanilla damage. Bradley accepted the 4 of the Ravenous Rabble, but it's the first embodiment of Earth creation for Bradley, thanks to the attack hitting here.
Yeah, one thing to note about Embodiment of Earth is it is a required effect. You have to do it. You cannot optionally choose to not create the Embodiment of Earth. So if an attack does hit at some point and either player recognizes that it hits, you do have to create that card. So even though he had kind of missed his trigger on the Ravenous Rabble, it being noted, it does need to be created, which, as I mentioned before, is actually more detrimental to the Briar than it really is beneficial. And oh man, we got another kind of bricky hand from the Briar here.
John probably hoping there's physical damage presented because those cards are way better blocking than they are pitching to Arcane. But unfortunately, the Aether Ice Vein going to do some damage and demand a card here. Arctic Incarceration will be the card left in the arsenal. And of course, that means John now knows, dude, if I do develop my Channel Mount Heroic, I'm going to be staring down potentially 4 Frostbites on the turn that I want to utilize my Channel Mount Heroic on. He's stuck potentially between a rock and a hard place. Looks like going to AB2, take 3, go down to 26, and now that means he has to lose a card here. Just going to lose the Snatch, which means, unfortunately, kind of feels like maybe he's walking right into this Arctic Incarceration.
Yeah, so on the plus side, we can create, or we can play out the Channel Mount Heroic from Arsenal. On the bad side, you're basically playing it out to almost lose that turn with Channel with the Arctic Incarceration being threatened, but still opting to play it out due to the fact that it is just kind of sitting that Arsenal and brick, and if he doesn't get it out, he's not going to be able to really progress his hand and set up for these big turns. Immediately almost getting punished by drawing the Tome of Harvest without any arsenal.
Yeah, gotta wonder if maybe just preserving one of those CNCs, losing a little bit more life, threatening the Arctic Incarceration, you know is going to be in the arsenal with that blue card, saving the Channel Mount Heroic to a turn that it won't just get bricked by these Arctic Incarceration Frostbites. Because now it's going to be a challenging turn to break through, though 3 Frostbites does just take an additional blue pitch, and maybe he drew a couple blues in this hand.
An interesting thing with Briar is that as you go through the game and draw your hands, you can really end up in these back-to-back brick hands depending on how the cards lay out. As we saw in the earlier part of the game, John was drawing a lot of his generic attacks, his go-again attacks, not really seeing many, and then at the beginning he drew that all non-attack action hand. Now we're seeing the other end of the brick where he's drawing all of his blue earth cards that he wasn't able to see in the early part of the game, which are kind of overlapping now with his ability to play out the Channel Mount Heroics.
Force of Nature fusing with Sotomaro, asking if there are any responses. One silver lining about these 3 Frostbites, and maybe what John was thinking about, is if he draws a couple Earth cards in the next hand, he is now able to find a pitch outlet into the Frostbites, maybe even into the Arcane Barrier of the Dyadic Carapace, to keep the Channel Mount Heroic around for a turn that he is not nearly as disrupted. The response to the Force of Nature here, Frostbite with an Aether Hail on the back end, meaning this is most likely 5 arcane damage total with the Waning Moon as well. 2 of it is going to be accepted. Bradley here now thinking, when or how do I want to commit these 2 final resources into the Waning Moon? Let's see a little bit more about what John McGovern does.
Don't hit the blue. Don't hit the blue. Don't hit the blue. Don't hit the blue. I believe. Hey, we hit the red.
Run, which will trigger nicely if we can get it into Arsenal somehow. This Ravenous Rabble does come in for 8, thanks to all of the different effects, the Force of Nature, the Channel Mount Heroic. So that Plunder Run would be a juicy draw here right into the arsenal. And thanks to both of those Earth cards, Channel Mount Heroic sticking around for another turn. So John, I was so nervous about him walking into those 3 Frostbites, but perhaps he was thinking even a turn cycle ahead, hoping he drew 2 Earth cards to be able to keep the pressure on rather than just throw the CNC and allow for Bradley to just block with a couple cards. And then he had, John doesn't have the CMH to pressure. Now this is an attack for 8, threatening to draw a card that could set him up for another 5-card Channel Mount Heroic hand. It all depends on the disruption Bradley would be able to present.
Yeah, and the nice thing is, too, we still have the 2 floating. So the Thorn is coming in at the end of this. Bradley still has 2 floating that he can use for Arcane Barrier, but he's got to look at that hand and assess, if I full block this, I will not have an arsenal set up to help disrupt on the next turn that's going to follow, which can be a very brutal situation for the Iyslander. That's the situation you want to be in as the Briar, so that you can really capitalize on those off turns.
Bradley here, though, not many disruptive pieces. That Frost Hex probably wouldn't do it. Just one Frostbite would be something that could be fought through. So here, Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2, something that has not been said into a microphone that I've been around in quite some time, but it's just as powerful this many months after the rotation from Classic Constructed to Physical to Arcane, and Bradley's making a choice here. Do I want to utilize any Arcane Barrier, or do I want to come in for 3 Arcane damage when all is said and done?
So this game is actually very, very close right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
With the life totals being even, that is a very scary position to be in as the Briar, especially once we start getting into that 15 life range, because Iyslander can really extend with the Storm Striders. So John has to be very careful as we move forward, and this turn has got to be big. We have to not draw the Rune Blade.
Oh, the Cashin, though. The Cashin helps with the Crown of Dominion here. Now Bradley can drop. Does he find a Blizzard? That would be the best option for Bradley to find some disruption. I think he might have. But the Cashin going to draw 2 cards. Swarming Gloomveil helps quite a bit.
Oh, no. With the Revel, this is going to be insane. Oh, my gosh.
And plenty of blues to fight through anything like a Blizzard on the other side of the table, because without an Arsenal, that is the only way Bradley is going to be able to interact without the use of those premium Storm Striders. So we see now why Crown of Dominion is the choice. Briar may be the Warden of the Thorns, but she's looking to challenge Florian for the queendom of Candlehold. She has the crown on. She's cracked her gold. Plunder Run now threatening a card draw on any attack from here, and the Embodiment of Lightning means anything gets the go again.
It's not the +3, just the draw card.
And critically, an aura has now been created.
We'll play Swarming Gloomveil.
So this will get go again 2 different ways here. Only 1 aura on the turn, so won't be coming in for the additional +1, but will get the +3 from the Channel Mount Heroic. 6 damage, draw a card on hit.
There's the Blizzard, but look at that nice, healthy hand of blues right now to help us just play through this Blizzard. I wasn't able to catch what other cards Bradley had in hand, but I'm assuming we got a decent amount of 3 blocks, hopefully, because this hand could really spiral if he's not able to block this swarming. Oh, look at that. We got 2 3 blocks. What a surprise.
What a surprise. That seems to be a large part of what the Iyslander deck is wanting to do, but nicely here for John. He's keeping that So Tomorrow to stick into the arsenal, because that is a non-attack that draws a card and kind of replaces itself. Can help to turn on the Rosetta Thorn on a following turn.
So even though we're not going to be able to hit with the attacks here, we're still going to be able to get in with some massive damage with the Revel that's going to follow up here on the Thorn. So this turn is definitely not a loss. We are definitely going to get some great value off of Thorn damage here.
Unfortunately, though, the Frostbite going to mean that So Tomorrow has to be pitched into the Rosetta Thorn. Not just going to be able to utilize a perfect 1 resource into the Rosetta. The Rebel does cost 1 thanks to the Frostbite. So this is now 2, 2, and 4. A lot of damage coming in. Bradley's only got the 1 card left in hand.
Casual 8 damage here. I think Bradley is probably going to opt to want to keep that card in Arsenal. Oh, I guess we're just going to pitch to AD to preserve some life. They're going to have another off turn, so this is definitely a big win for John here. Even though we weren't able to extend with the attack, getting the additional draw, we're still going to be able to maintain tempo going into this next turn. Let's just hope that the Briar can not get one of those classic Runeblade hands that we're used to seeing here. And there's the Tome again.
Ooh, there's the
Regrowth?
Regrowth Shock.
Ooh.
That's one of those new cards from Rosetta. Could do a lot to unlock this turn, but I have to imagine Bradley's going to be happy to pitch into any Arcane Barrier.
I apologize. You can pass. Okay.
So let's see how we're able to open the turn here. Regrowth, it does allow him to recover an attack action card from Grave, which is really good with Briar's ability here to kind of be able to, 1, swing with the Thorn, 2, be able to determine what would be best for your hand, and then 3, you can even follow up to create an Embodiment of Lightning following that.
Everybody needs to read this one. It's new and can only be played in Briar, meant for the Living Legend format. So, of course, deals the 1 Arcane, and then if there is an attack, which there are plenty in this graveyard that cost 1 or less, can be brought back with the Regrowth half of the effect. But Bradley here, sensing the writing on the wall, going to quickly throw some Arcane Barrier into that.
Okay.
Rosetta Thorn here just for 2. Found an awkward hand for John McGovern. Now he's got a choice, probably going to be placing that Plunder Run in the arsenal, keeping the blue in the hand, but both of those cards want to work with the arsenal. A little bit of a non-bow there. You want to play the Tome of Harvest to draw 3 cards, but you want to play the Plunder Run from the arsenal to get the +3.
It's been blocked.
I'll pass. Cool.
And here, John, it's been blocked. He will pass the turn there. Let's see what Bradley wants to do with just 2 cards.
Okay, so Toma Harvest is always a really great card for Briar for opening up hands. It's always something that I used to try to play towards. We've seen both times that John has drawn has not been able to utilize the Tome. We're kind of in a scary situation, though, because Bradley is about to put Channel the Bleak Expanse in Arsenal, which is going to absolutely destroy this Tome of Harvest that John is going to play. That is going to be a heartbreaker.
This is gonna, yeah, this could be brutal. If the Tome of Harvest is the play from John, he will be walking straight into the Bleak Expanse. And all the cards in his hand really want to be drawing cards. You can see Tome of Harvest respond, Channel the Bleak Expanse. Heroes cannot draw cards, reveal cards, or search decks from effects. You can see John, all he can do is laugh. An absolutely brutal sequence here for our Briar player. I mean, not sure it really could have gotten any worse.
Nope, that's kind of like well, can't really do much there. Just the only silver lining is that there's a cash-in going into Arsenal, which I guess could next turn. Well, not really, right? Because the Channel of the Bleak Expanse may stay up, so opting to just pitch it away, preserve some life, and just kind of have a complete wash on that turn.
And unfortunately, it's an additional cost to play Tome of Harvest, so that nice Splendor run that was sitting in the Arsenal, that's also just on the bottom of the deck. Because you still had to pay that cost to play Tome of Harvest, a blowout from our Iyslander player here. That card may have never found quite the home that I thought it deserved in Classic Constructed, but showing its merit here. Ice card is hitting the pitch. Oh, so this is actually important because this Aether Icebane cannot be fused. Channel the Bleak Expanse is a symmetrical effect, so heroes cannot reveal cards. This is not a fusible target. Thanks to the Channel the Bleak Expanse's effect, we'll see if the players realize this quick enough, because Channel the Bleak Expanse says no revealing. So no discard should be happening here.
Great catch here. The good thing about it is that the Channel the Bleak Expanse will still stay on the board, even though this Ice Vein is not able to be fused. Looking at John's hand, it is a really bad Runeblade hand still with all non-attack actions, so he'll probably be more than happy to just AB, pitch away, kind of wash that hand while we wait for the Channel of the Bleak Expanse to pass. But going into Living Legend format, like you had mentioned, Channel of the Bleak Expanse never really saw much play in Classic Constructed. I remember reading that card and thinking, that is so unfair and so mean, especially being a Brute player. I played my Blood Rush Bellow and just got absolutely destroyed by that card. But now with Living Legend kind of being the format of Let's Draw, it really can shut down so many decks, especially seeing the most recent separation between Classic Constructed and Living Legend, seeing a lot of those iconic draw cards now moving and finding their home in Living Legend.
Yeah.
I think that Channel is an amazing card that can exist in this game and really help balance out maybe some of those oppressive plays that we would in CC be kind of like, this is really a hard thing to deal with, right?
No, 100%. It is exactly the type of card when you see all the card draw that was just taken out of Classic Constructed and has found a home in Living Legend. I mean, we just saw how effective it was there. Plenty of cards and plenty of strategies. There's a Berserk Kayo running around, a card. That card didn't just not find quite a home in Classic Constructed. Before it could find a home, it was banned out of that format.
Yeah. They said, we're not going to deal with this. We're just going to get it out the door before it even is a problem.
I don't even want to see this stuff. So plenty of different aspects of the game that are, of course, present in the Living Legend format. And I do think, honestly, for the long-term, success and health of this game, the Living Legend format, while I don't think it should ever truly rival Classic Constructed in terms of like what, is the premier Pro Tour Worlds format, there should always be the alternative for all the cards that you can't play anymore, all the heroes that you fell in love with that are eventually going to all reach Living Legend. You need to have that secondary format and tournaments to support it. I think that's why people are so excited about the calling in Chicago, but I do think it's going to be a kind of a marquee event and something that should be the benchmark and the first flag bearing event that we can look towards. Is like, man, what an amazing event that was, and it really set the stage for what Living Legend can be moving forward.
Yeah, and I think that Iyslander is a hero, that I have had a very disgruntled past with. But in now looking at the context of Living Legend, she really is the neutralizer. She brings a lot of decks that otherwise could be really rampant and causing a lot of powerful plays. She kind of brings that down. She controls it. She freezes them. She allows you to have that ability to kind of not be too worried about these insane draw cards, these insane extended plays. But Living Legend format is really going to grow and expand. And right now, we have a lot of Iyslander players today. I think I went out and counted there's like
There's a lot.
5.
Yeah, there's a lot.
That's because people love this deck. You know, you were an Iyslander player, right?
Oh, you remember?
Oh, I remember. I remember. And we were just talking about it this weekend of how much you missed that deck.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
A lot of the same people out there today are just playing the decks that they love, that they missed playing. And, you know, and the best part about it is there's a lot of people who are playing the deck in CC that they love to play.
Yeah.
And it's still, we had 2 Levias out there.
2 Levias out there, I know.
2 Levias. And
They're like, oh, I miss Art of War. Yeah, let me get in there.
Yeah. And I mean, for me personally, I'm also super excited to explore the Rosetta heroes. You know, I was playing Aurora yesterday. I haven't had any time to dig into Living Legend because I was so busy preparing for Classic Constructed. But I got to tell you, in my head, Aurora seems pretty broken in Living Legend.
Yeah, Ball Lightning's probably good in that deck with a lot of lightning and elemental attacks, right?
I would think so. And also that card, Art of War, that got banned recently. I think that card would be pretty good in Aurora considering it's an instant. Lightning Greaves makes it kind of good. Gone in a Flash makes it kind of good. So I am very excited to explore Aurora. And also just watching this game now thinking, man, if only he could pitch those 2 to create an embodiment of lightning.
Yeah.
You know?
So, I mean, so shoot your shot. What's better, Briar or Aurora in Living Legend?
I don't know. I
No,
mean,
you have to say.
I have to pick.
right
I'm going to
now.
say Aurora.
Wow.
I'm going to say Aurora.
From the mouth of Dando.
I just think that the malleability that you have with the deck, and I just now being able to play at instant speed, you know, I've always been a Wizard hater because I've always gotten destroyed by Wizard. But now I can be like Wizard, you know. I can have the fun. I can play on your turn. This is the first time I've ever gotten to say, wait, I have a response to that.
You like it?
It feels great.
Powerful feeling,
It
is
feels
it not?
powerful,
It's a powerful
man.
feeling,
I
is it
gotta
not?
say,
Yeah.
when your opponent thinks that they're gonna kill you, and then you go, 1 sec, shock for 1.
No, you've told me you got a couple games in the Battle Hardened yesterday. They were just at 1,
Yep.
do all their things. Like, all right, chalk.
Shock.
So that is my turn.
All right, that's the turn. No fuse can happen. We all saw that the card was. That card's just going to go to
Glad I can do something about it.
I can do this.
the arsenal there. So, yes, can put the channel counter. It looks like, as I imagine would be the case, the card just isn't discarded. No major penalties. It was just a mistake. So, that Captain's Call still in the hand with, it looks like maybe an Enlightened Strike. No, not an Enlightened Strike. Just Captain Call, Plunder Run, and the Sotomaro. So, yeah, an uncomfortable hand here for John. Just going to play the Sotomaro, filter a couple cards. Let's put an Earth or Elemental action. It's going to be the Tome of Harvest. Listen, you can't do me like that again, huh? No, it actually is going to be the Channel Mount Heroic. That one can't be shut down by Channel the Bleak Expanse.
And a notable thing, too, playing the Shock Charmers in this matchup is a very interesting choice. I always ended up going Grasp, or even, I guess, back in the day, Vexing Quillhand was an option that I would play into Iyslander. Shock Charmers is really wanting to make sure that when you get into that lower life range, you're not going to get just killed by the Stormstriders or Emeritus Scolding. But what it does do is it does prevent you from filtering with Grasp, which can help those Bricky Runeblade hands, which we've seen. There's very limited options that he has to kind of clear out his hands when they're kind of not really working with him.
And also in response,
Importantly, though, for John, he is not having to face down a Channel of Bleak Expanse with 2 counters because rather than play a card from hand and then pitch to the Waning Moon to keep 2 ice cards around, Bradley's just playing the Arctic Incarceration, presenting 3 Frostbites, but I think maybe arsenaling a Channel Lake Frigid. That will make this next turn nearly impossible for John to get most of the value out of. Let's see what the arsenal is. Yeah, it's going to be the Channel there from Bradley, which means even though that blue is going to allow for the first action to be played, either the Plunder Run or the Shock Vaporize, it's going to be the Plunder Run. Now that the Bleak Expanse is gone, that's going to pay for the Frostbites, and I had no idea Regrowth Shock was a freaking blue, man.
Yeah, it's pretty good, right?
Wait, what?
And I think it also is a 3-block, which means it's a 4-block, if I'm not
It's
mistaken.
a blue?
Yeah.
Oh, so never. I mean, it's still going to be bad, but not nearly as bad because there is a second blue card in the hand.
Yeah, it's a 3-block. Wow, look at that. So
Dog, it's a blue?
yeah, dude, it's really good.
Yo, it's really good.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So yeah, I mean, this Channel the Bleak Expanse, while it is tough, there is still going to be the potential for card draw on the turn.
Still got to be respected, because the thing is, with this threat, Bradley has to now choose, do I want to hold cards so that I can keep my Channel Lake Frigid versus now having to give up life? And I think that's kind of the rock in the hard place he's going to have to make that decision. But I think that the Channel Lake Frigid is really going to help suppress and get Bradley closer to the finish line, because we are getting very close to the point where the Iyslander is going to kind of try to reach over the top and kill John when he's getting to that sub-10 life total. The biggest thing that I think that John is going to have to worry about right now is trying to stay alive, keep his health total high, while making sure he doesn't overextend through this Channel Lake Frigid, because this is the first one that we've seen, right? So that might mean that as we go through the next 2-3 turns, most likely we're going to see another Channel Lake Frigid.
Yep.
And this is kind of the blender now. This is where Iyslander is really feeling powerful, and you're going to start to see that game slowly creep back into Icelander's favor after we've just seen turn after turn of Briar power back and back and back.
And importantly, because that blue had to be pitched into the Swarming Gloom Veil, it was the non-attack action that John was hoping to make the embodiment of lightning with to give that Swarming Gloom Veil go again. So that Gloom Veil actually didn't even have go again there, and the Snaptracking Scalers would have cost 1 to utilize. Of course, that Winter's Grasp, not good in the arsenal, but it is an ice card that can pitch into Coronet Peak, which means a card must be given to pitch here or discarded, and the Channel Lake Frigid is going to see that ice card. So as you described, this is where the disruption starts to string together and make these turns so backbreakingly difficult for the opponent on the other side of the table. And I think maybe immediately we see another Channel Lake Frigid drawn,
like I
just
said.
as you said.
And the nice thing, too, is there have not been many Aether Ice Veins played this game. I think we're really going to start to see the tide turn because Bradley also has an Aether Ice Vein in hand, another Channel Lake Frigid, and we're going to be able to just keep going and slowly withering John down. And that second half of his deck here is going to be stacked because we also have 2 Blizzards left, I believe, which is going to really help stunt any kind of push that John is going to be able to really push out beyond the Channel Lake Frigid, which is already an uphill battle as it stands.
7 damage is the ask on the combat chain. Channel Lake Frigid is going to be presented as a blocking card, perhaps not something that we were expecting here. 4 damage now going to come over the top, so Bradley down to 11. 3 cards left in hand. Is it an Aether Ice Vein? It is. That was the choice for Bradley, wanting to present the Aether Ice Vein instead of a Channel Lake Frigid in the arsenal. So this is going to be an Aether Ice Vein fused.
This is going to be a really powerful turn here because we're going to have the Aether Ice Vein fused, which is going to pull at least 1 card out of hand. And then we're also going to be able to arsenal the Cold Snap, which is just so powerful to open up your turn with. We also notably have Tunic at 2. If he was at 3, that Cold Snap would have been really good. But it is still notable that as we're coming around to the Tunic counter and we are approaching 17 life, remember that Tunic counter can always convert into a Waning Moon, which is essentially 3 more damage. And John just taking 3 more Arcane now. Every 3 damage is just getting closer and closer and closer to death. So we're kind of getting to see the power of Iyslander here, where even though that life total is at 10, the board state is definitely representing a different story right now.
Yeah, John, aware of the potential for this Iyslander deck to just throw damage out of nowhere. The arsenal being empty means that Bradley is not going to have the highest ceiling. Arsenal and pass for John. Iyslander player 4-card hand. Tunic is going to go to 3. What can you do with the action point here if you are Iyslander?
So notably, Bradley decided not to arsenal the Cold Snap and just pitch it away for the Waning Moon to keep the Channel Lake Frigid around a second turn. Definitely a good play. Again, like I was mentioning with the Tunic staying up, we can kind of move into an arsenal next turn, which you could see the Polar Blast in hand, which is going to be the perfect target, again, to capitalize off the Tunic trigger. Now we can hopefully cash in some of that armor block from the Didactic Carapace to maybe preserve some extra life here for the CNC.
Maybe some of the only physical damage we've seen really presented. This is going to be two blocks and the Didactic Carapace to cover up the Command and Conquer. Amulet Device there, sticking around in the pitch zone.
We are now free from the Channel Lake Frigid, and John has a channel of his own in Arsenal with the blue in hand. So we are definitely going to see that Channel Mod Heroic established, most likely. It is getting a little scary, though.
It's starting to get dangerous. Also, just a casual Marvel CNC for the Steez Lord here. It's going to come down on the combat chain. 6 damage, of course, threatening to destroy the arsenal. Not wanting to deploy the Channel Mount Heroic just yet.
Bradley smiling and shaking his head in respect to the Marvel CNC.
He's like, wait, yo, what? I didn't know you got it like that.
Now looking and going, man, that's a wonderful CNC. It would be a shame if I just kind of played my Arsenal out there for free.
Yeah, that's the danger of playing CNC against an Iyslander. Sometimes they have an attack action in the arsenal, and that does change things.
Asking if he wants to pay 1 to prevent the Dominate, which is always a very viable play in this kind of game scenario. As we had noted, the Tunic, like I was mentioning, really coming up clutch here because not only did he get a card for free, he's got a 5-card hand looking at is it no resources? There should be one floating, right?
I think he maybe paid for the Polar Blast. And maybe
Oh, he did pay for
I
that.
think
Like
maybe-
I was saying,
no, yeah, I kind of think he paid for the Polar Blast, and I think maybe kind of memeing about
like
it.
I said, he fell into the trap. And so now we're looking at a waning moon, which is not coming down. So I guess Bradley is just kind of let him gently go into the next turn with a nice 3-card hand to kind of set up for that kill, where he's just slowly trying to find his opportunity.
Bradley may be saying, "Do not go gently into this dark night, but go coldly into this blizzard." It's not my best work. It's not my best work.
It's okay, you
This
tried.
is going to be Aether Hail coming in for 4 arcane damage and 2 arcane damage with the Waning Moon on the follow-up. That's 6 again with the action point. So if there's anything in the arsenal, Bradley will be able to, of course, utilize that. Means that the Spell Void might be coming across here on the Shock Charmers.
We're cashing it
Shields
in.
are kind of down other than the Arcane Barrier.
So after this, if he pitches with the Carapace, we're going to see him go to 10, which is that's that scary number, I guess, for the Iyslander, because with that Chanamon Heroic, which has kind of been the storyline of this entire game, we got the Rock and Arsenal,
Yep.
and like I said, it can get really tough sometimes to find your window to play it out safely.
You're saying it's hard to play the Rock.
It's hard to play the Rock,
Yep.
man. Sometimes Briar, I always describe Briar as a brick, you know? You can use a brick effectively. You just got to be way more particular with how you utilize it. And it's controlling that power. And as we see here, the channel is coming out. There is no arsenal, so we're feeling pretty safe. This
And-
might be one of the last turns he gets to really go in.
And John should be at 8 here, I believe. Unless I'm just super wrong about the life totals, because they're not representing Go Again on the Scar for Scar. So maybe I am wrong. It is 12 to 10 on our screens. I thought that 4 arcane damage had gone across.
Oh, there we
And
go.
there it is. Yeah, 8 to 10. So
Look
this
at you.
should
You're
have.
so observant, bro. You're like a professional at
This-
this thing.
Hey, I'm trying my very best. If I'm going to be honest, I think about it a lot. This is going to be 7, and I believe with Go Again, if Bradley is also at 10. Revel in Runeblood, though, did have to be pitched because of the Frostbite. That's going to buy 6 block here. 1 damage would leak over the top. Bradley heading down to 9. Bradley, that Ice Bolt, a nice potential arsenal to throw damage in, but instead keeping the Aether Ice Vein and the Cold Snap here.
And the Ball Lightning, ooh, that card is nice right now. 6 with an on-hit additional damage. This is very threatening right now, actually, with Bradley getting very close. Not only is this going to set him up at a very low life total, but the Chanamon Heroic will be staying around for next turn. And hopefully, if there won't be a brick hand from the Briar, the only other issue that I foresee here going to the next turn is that Embodiment of Earth is created, which means if Bradley wants to put that Cold Snap in Arsenal, he is going to have a free window to do whatever he wants at the beginning of that Briar's turn, which could open the floodgates to really punish.
Let's see, I think it was maybe a Cold Snap in the hand. I'm trying to remember what the hand
I think it was an Ice Bind.
Ice Bind. Yeah, see, if there's another 3 block in the hand, I have to imagine Brad.
No,
oh,
it's
yeah.
Aether Ice
Aether,
Vein.
plenty to work with there.
Yeah.
You could have saved one of those 3 blocks, because 2 3 blocks on this Ball Lightning looks pretty nice right about now. And that Ice Bolt is a prime arsenal target to extend
Yeah.
the turn and just finish this thing in, on John's turn with Ice Bolt plus the Waning Moon plus the Storm Striders. We're just going to be blocking for 4, so that means 2 plus 1 over the top. So
Interesting.
3 damage taken. Bradley going down to 6. He's keeping that Ice Bind.
No responses.
You're good.
Okay.
See if there are any responses here.
Then we will.
No response to the Bramble Spark.
Okay, so we made it through the Embodiment of Earth trigger. We're starting with the Bramble Spark. Bradley just may be waiting for his opportunity to let him play out more cards so that he can really punish him with the Aether Ice Vein. Notably, that play is a little scary because if you're going to invest your Storm Striders into that disruption, you are kind of throwing away your opportunity to just close the game out. So we're staring down quite a bit of damage here.
Quite a bit of damage. The hit means a draw. This is 1 arcane plus 10. Now the question is, so for John, he is holding a blue back, but only has AB2. So there is 10 prevention, not 10, 2 prevention total, and that's all he can do. He can't pitch 1 into AB2. So from this point forward, he is trying to use that blue to stay alive. How much damage can Bradley do here? Drew a red Aether Hail in the hand. that might be enough.
Ooh, it's a blue, so he can just play it out without the Storm Striders. This is going to be quite good. If it was done a little bit earlier, we could have really hurt this turn of the damage threatening, but here we are. We're just going to pop off. We might actually just be looking for a kill here, to be honest.
This is most likely going to be the game. The Amulet of Ice upon the Ice Fusion means that there can't even be a card left in hand, so that blue isn't going to do it here. 3 damage immediately taken. The Waning Moon can come in for 3, and as long as we have the pitch, the Storm Striders will finish this thing out.
Yeah, I think this is it here. And, you know, as we saw, we got to below 10, and we're going to finish it out here with the Storm Striders into the final arcane damage. Very slog of a game. I mean, really grindy, a lot of back and forth decisions being made here. But Iyslander showing yet again, even with the Rosetta support, she is very, very good at shutting down Briar.
Storm Striders pitching into with the final red in hand for arcane damage. That is the game. Little look to the ceiling from Bradley. Yeah, good game played by both of our players. It was a grindy one, but slowly and surely, just like the ice cold night, Bradley moves forward on Iyslander to 2-0.
Man, what an awesome game to see with the Crown of Dominion in particular.
I know,
the
dude, that
Cashin
turn.
pop-off,
That
and,
turn, the hypothermia stuff.
Just some, yeah, the Icelanders had some brutal ankle-breaking turns between the Channel, the Bleak Expanse, and the Toma Harvest, and then the hypothermia on the perfect 5-card hand pop-off, just really saving from just getting destroyed.
And congratulations to Pablo Pintor taking down the Calling in Leon. I mean, that is another win on an already quite impressive belt of victories. He is, I mean, he's already in the consideration, many say, for just like true best player in the world.
Yeah.
He's taken down at 3 callings now, yeah? 3 callings.
And a Pro
I think
Tour.
he's a 3-time champ. I think he's a 3-time calling champ, which puts him on the same level as Michael Hamilton. They both won 3 callings.
Yep.
Pablo's won a Pro Tour. Michael's won Worlds.
Yep.
Those 2 players are neck and neck.
Speaking of LL format, it'd be pretty cool if we got to see Pablo Pintor and Michael Hamilton playing in Living Legend format. And, you know, Pablo being the first Pro Tour champion on chain.
Yeah,
Notably, we have no chains today at this event, which is pretty crazy.
Yep. Calling Antwerp, the team calling in Madrid, and of course now the calling Leon are the 3 victories for Mr. Pablo Pintor. And you know what's great? He can use the winnings
To come to Chicago.
come to Chicago. Living Legend format.
Yep.
Just an unbelievable resume from that fine gentleman who is, I mean, I say this about many people because we're lucky our game is great, but one of my favorite dudes in the game. He's just so great. He's so nice.
That's
And
what I say about you, man.
stop it.
No, okay,
wait.
I'll stop.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's unprofessional. We have a job to do.
Yeah. I mean, anyway, back to the business. So, yeah, Living Legend format, Chicago, that was a great display. Got to see some of the new Rosetta cards in Briar, which I think was pretty interesting. I mean, you just found out it's a blue.
No, yeah, that's actually crazy. No, that is legitimately crazy. And I do think the difference in that game, based on the life totals at the end, there was 1 hypothermia in that deck, and it was in the arsenal at the perfect time. And I think he maybe had just arsenaled it that turn. If that hypothermia is not there on that turn, that's probably the difference maker, because that was set up to be a ridiculous friggin' turn.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm the Iyslander player and I'm seeing that across from me and I know I have the hypo, I honestly would feel a little bad. You know, I'd be like,
I don't think you feel bad.
No, I would.
I
feel
don't.
bad.
I don't think you feel bad. I think that's nice of you to say here in front of the camera, but I know you. You'd probably put it down and say, in complete sincerity, looking across at your opponent, you say, "Yeah, get wrecked." That's what I think you'd say.
If it was you, for sure.
Yeah,
definitely,
okay,
yeah.
okay,
But
okay.
against a nice person, I wouldn't want to
Against
hurt
a nice
their feelings.
person?
You know,
No,
I'd
that's
be
fair.
respectable.
I'm done with this. We're going to break. Thanks to Daniel. You'll hang out. You'll do some more rounds
of
with us,
course,
right?
yeah. I would be more than happy to be on your side, bro.
Then we will continue from here in just a little bit. Ask us, or please tell us in chat, what are the matchups you want to see? There's a fair amount of interesting heroes out there. It's not, the entire hero spread. I can't get you Olympia. I'm sorry. But
you know what I want to see?
what do you want to see?
I want to see this terrifying Verdance deck, this draw 20 Verdance deck or something. I hear about the legends, but I've actually never seen it in person, so I'd be
turns
quite
out-
interested to see that.
Turns out amping on Kraken's Aether Vein is maybe too strong. We might have to wait and see, because
Channel the Bleak Expanse. It's fine.
oh, that's true. Hey, that
Yeah,
is
it's fine.
true.
It's fine.
That is
It's
true.
balanced. We're
Maybe,
good.
maybe we'll see it in round 3. So it will answer all of these questions. Will be answered at round 3. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec.
Welcome back, everybody. It's me, it's Sam, a different Sam, but you saw him last round, and we are going to be playing some Verdance on stream. This is going to be fun.
Myth, the legend, the absolute, like, boogeyman, I guess, of the Living Legend format at this point, right?
Yeah, it is the deck that has really come up the strongest in this new Rosetta meta, with Rosetta releasing and the ability to amp up your weapon. Now, as a wizard, Kraken's Aether Vein has really stormed to the top of the meta. It's a deck we haven't seen on stream yet, but this is the moment that we could perhaps see what all the talk is about. So I don't know what the Verdance is up against yet.
It's going to be against an Iyslander.
Oh,
really funny, because Kraken's Aether Vein is Icelander's signature weapon.
it is.
Never played an Iyslander in the CC meta, and still not being played in the Living Legend meta, but it will be used against her in this matchup, which is going to be, I'm sure, an insane wizard matchup.
Right. Yeah, this is going to be actually pretty interesting because, of course, if you don't know how Kraken's Aether Vein works, it deals damage at instant speed, and for each damage that it deals, you draw that many cards. So up until this point, it has always only ever dealt 1 damage and allowed you to, if it deals damage, draw a card, which means someone only ever has to stop it via AB1. But now that you can amp your weapons with all of these new cards from the new Rosetta set, it can deal a lot more than 1 damage. So with Verdance being able to play that, it's going to be really interesting to see how many cards we actually see drawn.
Yeah.
But, and this is a big kind of pause here, Iyslander can disrupt in very real ways, right?
As we saw in the last game, there's a little card called Channel the Bleak Expanse that says you cannot draw cards. So if you tuck that in Arsenal on the big pop-off turn, you're going to be drawing not 20 cards, you're going to draw nothing.
Yes.
So I think that actually is a really interesting interaction that we're going to see here. And it's kind of like your classic like wizard battle where you're always trying to be not the first person to make the move, right?
Yes.
And you would know that better than anyone. I mean, you've played your fair share of Wizard games, I'm sure.
I have indeed. Wizard is, I'm a fan of Wizard. We'll put it that way. I'm a big fan. So Iyslander here and Sage back on stream again. Mentioned previously, Sage was in the top 8 of yesterday's Battle Hardened at Milwaukee here at the Pro Quest Plus, trying to make that same charge forward into the top 8 here on Iyslander and having to stare down Logan, which, you know, presenting perhaps the best deck in the format, and it's what a lot of players are saying, a lot of people are saying, and repping the Verdance shirt that was available at Tampa Bay for the world premiere.
Yeah, interesting to note that Sage was playing new yesterday in Classic Constructed, which I actually kind of find to be kind of the similar reflection of Iyslander in the current Classic Constructed meta, also featuring heavily in Disruption and in a lot of hand targeting. So a lot of those skills transfer back and forth between new and Iyslander, but we're in a very different world right now. The patterns and the plays that are going to be happening here have never been seen or done in the history of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, you mentioned it on the top. We haven't seen this on stream. I think you mentioned that you hadn't seen the combo fully play out yet.
Not in person.
So this is the moment. Now, understanding at least a little bit of how this is going to go, if you are sitting in Sage's chair, what do you think you're doing for the sideboard? If it's me, I'm looking at like, okay, I need to find Disruption early.
Yeah.
I need to park it in the arsenal or have it maybe at instant speed. Whatever I need to do to either stymie or slow down, you know, a pop-off turn from Verdance. That's what I'm thinking. Is there anything that you're thinking?
Yeah, I really think that the channel, both of the channels, Channel Like Frigid and Channel the Bleak Expanse, will really help aid in slowing down the ability that Logan has in popping off, healing, and presenting any kind of long-term value. I believe that the big pop-off turn centers around Rampant Growth, which is an insane card, even in Classic Constructed, as we saw yesterday with Count Your Blessings Verdance and even with Levi's mid-range Verdance. Rampant Growth is a very powerful card, and I think that this deck is going to leverage it better than any of the things that we could see in Classic Constructed because largely of Kraken's Aether Vein.
Yes, indeed. Now, the volatility of this combo from Verdance is there. I mean, the deck itself is really built around, it depends, because this is still early days of tinkering with this deck, but it's really built around trying to get this to go as big as possible and hit this combo. As you can see, these are not the equipment that you would normally see Verdance run. You've got Mage Master Boots. You can pop that Mage Master Boots and gain an action point, essentially is how it functions. Hold Focus, a card, a literal common from this new set that allows you to just amp 1. And then you have Plume of Evergrowth for the combo, as well as Blossom of Spring. Over on the other side, keep in mind, it's a large suite of AB, so perhaps uniquely suited is Iyslander to try and stem the tide of growth that might happen from Logan.
Yeah, I think of a lot of the decks and a lot of the heroes currently in the format. Iyslander might have one of the better tool sets to try to handle or navigate this matchup between the Arcane Barrier and the Disruption. And also, as you noted, there's a significant lack of Arcane Barrier on the Verdance side. That might not matter if you're healing 100 life, but we're going to have to see, because the thing that I'm most curious about, too, is what do you do with 20 cards after you draw them? Do you just heal a bunch? Do you, like, place a bunch of snapbacks? Like, what are we going to follow up with?
Usually you kill your opponent, but it depends on the deck building on how you actually go about doing that. Nevertheless, this is a fine turn 0 play. Channel the Millennium Tree coming down, moving into the arsenal, over-pitching for that Channel Millennium Tree so that you can, get that flow counter. And this is the moment that we really see the deck start. And Sage starts things off with an Energy Potion, considering the pass.
Now, Logan's staring already at the first Rampant Growth, which is really huge to get this into the cycle, because Plume of Evergrowth is once considered more so a draft chaff card from Tales of Aria, now an insanely powerful card in the Earth Heroes, because it says you can pay 3 and add an Earth card back to your hand. That combo is largely going to be revolving around getting a Rampant Growth into the graveyard and then being able to cycle it back up to your hand to play 2, maybe even 3 in one turn when you really want to pop off.
Taking the 2 from the Waning Moon after the play of the Energy Potion, there are cards still in Sage's hand available to Arsenal, sliding the playmats over to better center things so that we can all have, better viewing privileges. Stormstriders on the side of Sage, not Stormstriders on the side of Logan. Of course, Mage Master boots, not something you would normally expect. I have seen players play this deck with Kraken's Aether Vein and still play out Stormstrider so that you can follow up, but basically a second action point is what Mage Master boots is acting as anyway.
Yeah, and it looks like this next turn coming up here, we have a lot of life gain in hand too already. So just already trying to kind of load up the grave, because notably you do want the Verdance trigger, I imagine? Or does this deck not even want Verdance to be online? Does it need it to pop off?
No, it does not.
Yeah.
You can kill your opponent on turn 2. You can kill your opponent with the right combination of cards. You can just send massive damage, even as early as just the right draw.
Hence the Blossom of Spring.
Exactly, right. So we do see that Channel the Millennium Tree is going to activate. I believe it is a start of turn trigger, so it is going to amp 4/3. And then the consideration already feathering that Rampant Growth life, got a Sigil in the hand as well. Truce available, but most likely to be pitched this turn. We already have some capacity to draw insane amounts of cards if the line is taken.
Yeah, I'm just putting it together now. Between the Sigil and the Fruits in hand and the Rampant Growth, not only are we amp 3, we're going to be amped 6 more on top of that.
Yes.
So that Kraken's Aether Vein is coming in for, what is that? What? What's
So we
my
have-
math here?
We have the amp 3 on the Channel the Millennium Tree. This is a Sigil. It's going to gain 3 life. There's the Fruits of the Forest discard. It's going to gain 2 extra life. So we're up to 5 life gained on the turn. Logan feeling healthy, far healthier than he did beginning the game already at this point. Considering the play, there's the Rampant Growth life, going to gain another life, up to 6 life gained on the turn. That would mean that Rampant Growth is amping 6, plus the 3 amped from Channel the Millennium Tree, meaning that we have a total amp of 9. That's before you consider on hold focus popping there to amp for 10. That would mean Kraken's Aether Vein would push through for 11, pitching the Truce left in hand. In doing so, if it goes over, let's just say all damage is taken, which would be terrifying, you would draw 11 cards.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, my brain thought 9, but I just couldn't even fathom the idea that this is going to be threatening already about 10 cards that you could draw from here, which is very scary when you're sitting on Sage's side. What do you even do in this scenario? I mean, how much Arcane Barrier do we have sitting over on Sage's side here, Steven?
The benefit here is that we do have Stormstriders for AB2. We have Eluvian Constellus and Metacarpus Node for a total of AB4. So, like we mentioned, that perhaps uniquely suited is Iyslander for stopping and stymieing some of this damage. But even if you look at what we have on the board, AB4 on top of this, which is available, and maybe even some disruption from the arsenal, you're still looking at card draw central on this turn, and that's simply because we found our first copy of Rampant Growth Life, along with some great life gain cards.
Yeah, I mean, already the math here is going so far beyond my head as, a aggro player. But the proposition of AB4, and this player is still going to be able to draw 6 cards is insane to me. I have just never seen anything like this in my years in the Flesh and Blood space. I am just so excited to see where this turn goes after we're drawing potentially 10 cards here.
So here's Kraken coming across. No hold focus, so it's just for 10 Arcane. There's the pitch for the AB4. Now, Sage was considering options, possibly looking to do some disruption from the arsenal. Going to pop the energy potion that they found on turn 1.
Interesting.
Played it on turn 1 so that you have extra resources floating.
Also, notably, it looks like Sage is playing the Iyslander variant, which I believe in our last game that we watched, that Iyslander was more arcane focused with just kind of playing Command and Conquers. So here, I'm actually wondering if those wounded bulls and those attacks are going to become beneficial or maybe detrimental based on the hand compositions here.
So 6 damage coming across, drawing 6 cards. Let's take a look at the draw. You have some Sift, you have some Rampant Growth Life. Yes, and again, this is what you can do. You can combo that Rampant Growth Life. You can, of course, because this is at instant speed, we haven't used the action point yet. Kraken's Aether Vein, an instant speed card. You can draw more cards off of Tome of Fiendal here. You can pop with the boots to draw more cards past that. If you can gain more life, amp more with another copy of Rampant Growth Life, and then find a spell, you can just send that for massive amounts of damage. And think of it like an OTK, maybe even like a Kano-style list where you're trying to put this combo together, except that you have all of this dig now that we're in the Living Legend format. You can play all the tomes, you can play all the books.
Always are allowed to pass.
Sage always offering, just pass here. You already did 6 damage, you drew 6 cards, you can just pass your turn here.
Well, the crazy part is you could pass and have higher intellect, higher cards in hand than your intellect if you did.
Yeah, and Logan might opt to say, yeah, that's not a bad idea. I have the second Rampant Growth already in hand with the one engrave.
And keep in mind as well, Plume of Evergrowth in play available, so you can pull that Rampant Growth from the graveyard if you wanted to play another copy of Rampant Growth, maybe the other copy of Rampant Growth from the hand.
And so we have even more life gain. And now we're seeing those Mage Masters come in hand with the Tome of Fiendal, recently banned from Class Constructed, showing its stuff here. Not only does it offer the draw 2, but if it was played from Arsenal, it's another source of life gain. And oh man, if you have 20 cards in hand, that's going to heal you a minor 22.
All right, so we need to keep a running count. I believe 6 was the amount that was amped off of the first copy because we've gained 6 health, but now we are up to 9 health gained on the turn. Now we are up to 12 health gained on the turn with the Sigil play here. There is another copy of Rampant Growth. I believe there's 2 copies of Rampant Growth. All 3 copies have been found here. It's turn 1. Technically, it's, I believe, turn 2. Turn 0, 1, 2, so this should be turn 2. But Plume of Evergrowth. I see. It's turn 1 and turn 1 respectively. So this is the second turn of Logan's play here, going first. Plume allows, if we pitch a blue, to grab that Rampant Growth. So we can actually go 4 Rampant Growths on a singular turn.
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm Sage here, sitting here, hand in or head on hand, I am feeling the same way right now, just absolutely flabbergasted by what is going on right now and the potential. This could just end here.
There is, it very likely could. There is a spell in hand that is important to note. The amp here as well going to come across. So we have 14 life gained, but this will amp by 1 thanks to the hold focus play. We've already used Krakens. So the draw has already taken place. Keep that in mind. But the pitch here for the Plume of Evergrowth is going to allow us to grab another copy of Rampant Growth Life.
Return Rampant Growth Life to my hand.
All right, and we're seeing it already. We have double Rampant Growth in hand, so that's going to be insane amounts of amp here.
Both halves of
so again, help me out with the math here.
Gain the life. This gains up to 15 life gained on the turn.
And then hold priority on Rampant Growth.
And he's going to wait on the first part, which is the Rampant Growth, because you can play the second Rampant Growth Life in response, melding it, allowing you to gain another point of life. And yep, there it is, going to resolve both halves of this version of Rampant Growth. Remember, both halves are, in this case, an instant. So you're going to start with the right side first, thanks to the meld card rules. Going to gain a life there. So we're up to 16 life gained.
Ooh, the Storm Striders are coming out. We're going to try to put an end to this so we can prevent some of this insane amount of damage. This is actually crazy good because this timing is really going to mess up the potential to capitalize on these rampant growths. This might have just saved Sage the game, to be honest.
So Aether Ice Vein here, dealing 5 points of arcane damage. It is being fused, so it's going to force the card out of the hand unless they pay 2. Now, if that's the only spell, this could have been literally just the silver bullet. After everything is expended, you no longer have Plume. All 3 copies of Rampant Growth on the board in some way, shape, or form.
2. It's the same Rampant Growth that we've played. He's still got 1 more in deck, but we have all the equipment is gone. Plume is gone.
Yeah.
We literally have just been Uno reversed by the Iyslander.
Exactly.
And like we said, it's always dangerous as the wizard to strike first. And now we are seeing that punish coming through massively. And although we're breaking the Storm Striders here, which is a huge win, Logan has lost almost everything in regards to equipment, in regards to the combo turn. But, you know, we still have Kraken's Aether Vein.
And look at this. You've gained all your life. You've done the combo, but the option to pass is there. Now, this was all sort of face up in the sense of if I don't have another spell in Arsenal, this is the moment to strike. And that right there was perhaps a game-winning play.
Now, I am just super excited to see where this game goes. Yeah, because now we're just going to have to play. Okay, despite what happened, Logan is sitting at 51 life.
Yes.
There is still an insane amount of life gain in this deck. And Sage, even though used and expertly stopped that insane combo, we're still just sending a Wounded Bull for 8, which at 51 life is nothing.
Keep in mind, this deck is very volatile. When you've popped all of these tools, now you have to kind of build everything back from scratch. If you've burned through 2 of your Rampant Growth life, the combo doesn't function very well. So now you have to cobble together all of these pieces, like these sifts that don't really do much, except maybe on that combo turn, you know, send things up. If you're playing Arcane Twining, that can help you amp the staff. This second copy of Channel the Millennium Tree, which we're going to pitch to here, allows you to Kraken's Aether Vein for value. You still have the capacity to go wide, and that's another fantastic card there. If we jump down to Aetherize, that's a way to stop the counterplay that you might be facing down.
That's going to present some very interesting interactions as the game goes on, because now we're going to have the double wizard of Sage trying to disrupt, and that disruption being disrupted by the Aetherize. And this is just going to be crazy as we continue on to the second cycle. Because
So as the pitch is maybe, oh no, a Whisper of the Oracle, allowing for an opt here. Again, these generic cards that are really sort of like these glue cards where you're trying to like sift or whisper, find the pieces of the combo that you need, now are really not functioning on the same axis without most of the combo pieces there. An interesting consideration, looking back at that previous turn, if you know, kind of pinned your opponent on having a massive disruption, sort of Uno reverse, as you said, maybe you choose not to play the Heartbeat of Candlehold and you just amp the Heartbeat of Candlehold, or try to play around the possible disruption and keep the single spell in hand, but choosing to play it out there. Going from 16 to 13 life gained might have still won you the game.
You're right. Yeah, just to hold back cards so that you can make sure you can still play through that classic disruption. And now we're seeing again Sage back-to-back throwing another Wounded Bull. Good thing about Wounded Bull is Sage's life is definitely going to be lower as this game continues to go on. So Wounded Bull promises to most likely always be live as this game goes on. So looking at the silver lining here, Wounded Bull still being a classic, wonderful 2-for-8 kind of card here.
Third copy of the Channel the Millennium Tree is in the hand. We have an Arcane Twining Blue, which is a source of discard amp 1 as well onto the Kraken's Aether Vein. And you can still draw a lot of cards and deal a lot of damage over the top of what is now only AB2, as you see here. Losing Storm Striders means you lose half of your Arcane Barrier. You don't have that counterplay. So you can still just get there from this point, even though your combo has sort of been mangled, stuffed in one moment by the unique ability of Iyslander and a Wizard. You still have the ability to push over the top with Arcane consistently.
Now, an interesting thing, we have the Toma Harvest in hand, which is perfect for filtering out that arsenal, filling up your hand, and the second Channel the Millennium Tree, which is going to be huge with the Kraken's Aether Vein here, which is going to present, at minimum, again, another 7 damage on the Kraken's Aether Vein. So, Toma Harvest coming out, we're going to filter some cards. We see the Tome and 2 Fruits of the Forest, which not currently in this state are going to do too much outside of the life gain, but it will still allow more Earth cards, which... Another thing, that Channel the Millennium Tree probably is going to stay on the board for some time, granted all the Earth cards, if you can find ways to pitch them out of your hand.
I think that is the biggest point right now, looking at your hand and trying to, weigh the options of maybe pitching 2 Earth cards over pitching for Kraken's Aether Vein here so that you can keep the Millennium Tree around. I feel like finding ways to either stack up like this or maintain a consistent pressure of Channel the Millennium Tree and consistent value is the real key. But here, this amp 3 from the first tree and the amp from the entering the arena on the second tree means that at base level, this Kraken's Aether Vein is already presenting 7 arcane to the 2 arcane barrier of Sage. Sitting on an arsenal, could have another counterplay scenario here, but when your opponent's holding that many cards, what are they going to do?
I mean, as Sage here, you got to really consider your options of how am I going to win this game? What is the win condition? And now with AB2, you're always going to be on a clock with these trees on board. You can only block 2 arcane as each turn cycle continues to pass further and further down. Now, with this deck, there's Channel the Millennium Tree, and then there's also Rampant Growth. Is there any other further amp cards, or are those really the only options you have to push beyond your base text of arcane damage?
You might play Exploding Aether. Depending on how you build the deck, you might play something like an Exploding Aether, but here, drawing those cards, 7 damage was presented, 2 AB was thrown out in front of it. Got another set of card draw. That is the final copy of Rampant Growth Life. Looking at the board, looking at the scenario with the cards in hand, you've got Healing Potion as well.
Autumn's Touch, notably, which is great, so you can pitch another blue so you can keep those channels up, because we are sitting with 2 Earth cards in pitch right now, so we just need 1 more so we can keep both trees on the board, which would be huge value as we continue on in this game.
This Verdance deck is the, like you mentioned, perhaps the boogeyman of the format. A lot of players are looking at this, trying to figure out if this just breaks the format wide open.
Now, looking at the health totals, I do believe did Sage take the health down already from the 5 damage that was dealt? I believe it was 29 prior, but I could be mistaken by that.
It's a good question. We might have to see if those life totals need to be updated. Nevertheless, opting here with Whisper of the Oracle. Flicking through, there we go.
Okay,
flicking through the cards, trying to decide how best to play this out. I mean, you're playing a volatile combo deck. You have to understand at some point, in some way, shape, or fashion, that your combo may get stuffed. So you have to have a secondary game plan. From Logan's perspective and mind state, where do you think he's sitting right now?
If I'm Logan, I'm thinking I need to find that last Rampant Growth, which is it in hand at this point? So now I'm looking, I need to put this in Arsenal, and I need to set up for one last massive turn. You still have a ton of life gain in the deck as we're staring at, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4 Fruits of the Forest currently represented right now. That is a lot of fruit, and that is a lot of life gain as well as we move in these hands. So next turn, we're going to get Amp 6 from the tree already. And then if we have the Rampant Growth, that is going to promise to potentially close out the game. So if I'm Logan, I'm thinking next turn is the turn. That is where I want this game to end if I can make it happen.
Taking a look down here at the pitch zone, I mean, it looks like a true wizard pitch zone.
It sure does.
On the turn of Logan.
With some very odd options compared to what you'd usually see for a wizard.
You are very correct. Toma Fiendal, a welcome return now that we're in the Living Legend format. But look at the overall cards in deck. It already looks relatively thin, and this is only turn number 3 at this point.
I mean, the amount of cycle that this deck has is just beyond anything I can even think about in this game. I mean, Kayo, you've seen many games where they end up with 10, 15 cards in pitch almost in those massive pop-off turns, and they can see their deck very quickly. But the amount of cards that have already been drawn just to hand and already been filtered with opting and other choices between, the Whispers, I mean, we've already seen, I would imagine we've already seen the whole deck at this point, or close to it.
Yeah, you're not wrong. At this point, the amount of cards that have been drawn over the course of these 3 turns is mind-boggling. It really is. There's never been a deck that's been able to do this in Flesh and Blood.
But Sage also doing their best Verdance impression by blocking with the Fandle's Fighting Spirit, healing a modest 1 to help us get out of this predicament. That could maybe that 1 health can save you to get out of this next turn of the rampant growth. But Sage just opting to put their card in Arsenal and just hope that next turn is not going to present too much of an issue. But as we know, this is probably going to be an insane turn, barring no life gain, which it looks like this hand does not do too much with the rampant growth in Arsenal.
Yeah, rampant growth in Arsenal, and key point here, we did draw into a blue earth card in the form of Tome of Harvest, which would send it to the bottom. So if Logan is looking to try and kind of reset, recoup everything, maybe you decide to send that down. That would be difficult to keep around these Channel the Millennium trees, though.
If only there was a way we could draw more cards, you know? It's like, but look at that. We have some more. We are about to potentially draw 7 more cards. Thank goodness for that, you know? So here we go. We're going to be able to pitch into this. AB2, only drawing a modest 5 cards after this, hoping to find some additional life gains so we can really capitalize on the rampant growth in Arsenal and hopefully close this game out either this turn or get very close to it.
The AB2 here, going to be drawing 5 cards. Go ahead and take a look at the draws. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 new cards. It's better than a normal hand of Flesh and Blood.
No life gain, but another card that I have not seen in a
my goodness.
long time.
This is a great way. Look at this fire breathing. A fantastic way to leverage massive amounts of cards in hand.
Now, for those of you that don't know what fire breathing is, because, you know, when have you last seen this card played? It is a 2-cost, 3 attack that has an instant that you pay 1 resource and it will gain 1 attack per the amount pitched. And oh my gosh, we also have the first strike card.
Thrive is coming across.
That is going to double all of the damage that is gained from this as well, I believe.
So if you're looking for a way to put physical damage on the board without burning through cards, I mean, you're really giving up 2 cards here. You're playing Fire Breathing, you're playing Thrive, and Thrive is just going to do massive, massive damage right here. So let's see how much is pitched into, and he's just going to pitch 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14, and Thrive is going to buff every time. Can you believe it?
Oh my gosh, this is one of the most insane things I've ever seen in Flesh and Blood, because those are all single instances. So it gains an additional plus, for 33 damage. You know, as we saw at the beginning of that game, we thought, man, stuffed the combo, there's a chance. Never did I think that this game was going to end in the fire-breathing finisher. That is the first I've ever seen that in a game.
You know, it's really interesting because when Iyslander first debuted in Everfest, before she actually showed up in Uprising, the prevailing combo deck that she had was kind of like that.
Yeah.
It was a fire-breathing combo, and I'm flabbergasted watching that play out because we had literally the perfect Uno reverse, and still building into the deck. I mean, credit to the winner. Building into the deck the side combo that you could play into as well to push a different axis, physical damage instead of that massive arcane. But, I mean, that was something else.
This is Flesh and Blood, people. This is the Living Legend format. This is Rosetta. We've been waiting years for this to evolve to this point. You know, I've always wanted to see Fire Breathing played. I've always wanted to see these other cards like Channel the Bleak Expanse, which keeps coming up, to really see it shine. Unfortunate that we didn't see a Channel the Bleak Expanse in this game, because I think that would have actually been a really strong counter to what we were seeing throughout that game. But when you draw 30-ish, 20 cards,
we should go back and double check how many cards were actually drawn through that game. And those were, I believe, it was like 3 to 4 turns.
Yeah, and the tree was up almost the entire game. I think the tree was up the entire game. So, I mean, that was just on the Kraken's Aether Vein, just nonstop. Could not do anything about it. So I'm glad I saw it, and I can confirm to anyone out there who had doubts, deck is pretty good.
Deck is real, and I believe now, I think it's 3-0, right? I believe that was 3-0.
Yeah, that is 3-0.
Yeah.
That was table 1, and I think that we will probably see the deck continue to thrive and prosper as it goes into the following rounds here.
Yes, so we're going to take a quick break, get reset for the next one. We'll be right back with more Living Legend action. If you enjoyed that, don't go too far, because there's more coming your way.
All right, hey everyone. Just a quick update. Now that viewership has skyrocketed, not bad. Well, in the beginning of the day, we checked in with everybody just to give the lay of the land for how this event is going. Some people in chat have been talking about it as well. So we're not running backup streams today because it is a pretty small event. It is just 20 people. And so we're going to stick with that one main feature. And then that means the break is a little bit hard to manage in between the games. But because it is a small event, it's actually pretty easy to start the next round immediately when all the games end instead of always having a 55-minute round. So because of how variable the round times have been, we're not going to do backup matches today just because normally we can always plan, oh, this will end in 40 minutes. Let's watch the backup game at 1 time speed. Oh, this will end in 10 minutes. Let's watch it at 2 times speed, blah, blah, blah. Because we're working with variable round times today, no backup match. So these in-between moments, we just don't really know how long they will take. I believe there's like one more game finishing. It is a Prism game, but there is still a lot of variety for us to show on the main feature as we approach, 5 Swiss rounds into the top 8. So there is a Lexi at 3-0, pretty exciting. There's a Starvo, I think at 2-1, and we haven't really seen Starvo in a while on camera, so that'd be kind of hype. There's no Chain, which I really wanted to see Chain. I've heard some dirty things with Deadwood Dirge RuneGate Chain. I think that would sound awesome to show off, but there's no Chain here today, unfortunately. There's a Berserk Kayo that's 2-1. So we're going to try to just pick variety, but like I said, we don't know the turnaround times on these rounds, so it's just going to be a bit variable. With that, the music's kind of pumping. You know, this is MinMax. They like some freaky beats here. So back onto a little bit of a break, and we'll just be back when we're back. Enjoy your Sunday, people.
Welcome back, everybody, to round 4 of the Milwaukee ProQuest Plus event. He's Sam Dando. I'm Steven. And we are going to be watching a Lexi versus Prism matchup here in the penultimate round of this 5-round tournament. If you had to just randomly, not looking at deck lists or anything, had to pick one of these two heroes to represent you all the way through the tournament, who would you prefer? Would you prefer OG Prism with all the new tools, or Lexi that did so many things in the meta?
Yeah, it's a really great question because it's been some time since we've had OG Prism, and some of us haven't played against it in quite some time. And like myself, I hadn't for quite some time until I played a Living Legend event and played against it again and thought, oh yeah, this deck is pretty good. And I forgot how great Spectra is, how annoying it is when a bunch of auras are on the board and you're just going 1, 1, 1, 1. Oh, I'm sorry. Ode's on the board. 2, 2, 2.
Sure.
2. And as Lexi, you shoot a lot of arrows, you do a lot of damage output, but how are you going to handle those Spectra? That is really the question, and I think that is going to be one of the better outcomes that we're going to have to see how the matchup plays out, because if there are a lot of auras get established, that Prism can just start blocking out. So we're going to have to see what the Lexi player has in store to deal with that.
Let's go ahead and jump down into the arena. It is Summer sitting at 3-0 on Lexi Livewire versus Daniel on Prism, also at 3-0. Now, this is a 5-round tournament, meaning that these players really want to pick up a win here, and they will feel essentially locked for that top 8. It's going to be a little close,
Yeah.
but they'll feel more comfortable. Losing here creates a lot of problems. So this doesn't feel like it's not necessarily a win and end, but it sometimes feels kind of like that in a smaller player representation tournament, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I think if you're the Lexi, you're going to want this to end fast. You do not want this game to go long. You're going to want to try to present as much damage as possible to just burst the Prism down. Now, Prism, if there are some new cards. Obviously, Dusk Till Dawn has come out since that set has come out. There has been a lot of support for new Prism that we have seen grow drastically as the game has continued to develop. But OG Prism still primarily plays a lot of the same stuff that it used to play back in the day. We're going to expect to see Soul Shields, obviously. We're going to expect to see all the auras. And our favorite card, everyone's favorite card, Arclight Sentinel.
Yes, I'm sure everyone loves Arclight Sentinel, a card that still lurks around the periphery of the meta as we speak, but new Prism, not able to do as much with it with those recent bans. No Arclight Loop is a little bit further and farther between now here in Living Legend. That could be something that's on the table, but something I want to know and I want to see play out is how Lexi changes, because Lexi actually does receive lightning cards if you choose to play into that. Some of these lightning cards might not be exactly what you're looking for in a Lexi deck, but with lightning making its way into the format, even more so with Rosetta, you could, theoretically try to squeeze some of these cards in. Nevertheless, you could also be playing, we're just gonna go right to it. All right, there it is. Yep, we do have a cat right behind us.
Yeah, look at that. This is Spoons. Some of you may know, some of you may not, but this is one of MinMaxGames patrons, one of our well-supported members within our business and our community. So if you would all like to pay respects to Spoons, he's just going to be spectating with us as well as we go throughout this game. But another, like you had mentioned, the lightning support is deep. What is also interesting is I don't know what Lexi this is.
Right.
It could be Death Dealer Lightning Lexi, which many people may have not even seen in their lifetime. But I have to tell you, this deck can be insane. You're just playing snapshots, and you're just gaining a bunch of actions, and you are just ball lightning like crazy, and you are just presenting 30, 40 damage in one turn.
Yeah.
And if it happens to be that, it's going to be crazy.
It could also be Ice Lexi as well. It could be a variant of the Ice. Now, Fuseless is the most popular, but we did see earlier Living Legend events where someone like a Brody Spurlock took an Ice variant of Lexi and did particularly well into that meta with chains rolling around and things like that. Nevertheless, starting off with a bread and butter attack in Remorseless with Go Again.
Yeah, and something to note because of this, as we were kind of just theorizing, this does look like it would be more of a vanilla fuseless Lexi list. Something to note, though, for Prism, there are two pieces of equipment on the board that never existed in the time of Prism. That is Balance of Justice and Stonewall Gauntlet. Now, Balance of Justice impacted the CC meta greatly when it came out in heavy hitters and really helped to neutralize the matchups against Brutes and other aggro decks. Something of note is that card is a huge, huge game changer in Living Legend because there are a lot of decks that draw cards. And notably, Lexi was a hero that was out when Balance of Justice did not exist, and it is a really, really powerful card against those three-of-a-kind turns.
Exactly. For those that are new to the game of Flesh and Blood, maybe new to CC, Living Legend format allows you to play these, yesteryear heroes, these older combos, and a lot of these card draw cards that made their way out of the format, and three-of-a-kind, specifically with Lexi, is one of those powerful interactions where you draw those cards, and because of Voltaire Strike Twice, you're able to load the bow multiple times and really get around the problematic text of three-of-a-kind saying you can only play them from Arsenal.
Yeah, and as we see also notably, the Prism is playing Tunic, not Vestige of Soul, which would allow me to think that there probably is not going to be a Tome of Divinity, another draw card. But on the other side of Lexi, we are actually starting to see some of those elements. There are two Ice cards peeking out of that hand right now, which is going to allude, I think we are going to see a little bit of Ice splashed into this deck.
Fortune Herald, the offering here for 7 with Go Again, thanks to Luminaris. This is the original Luminaris. As long as a yellow pitch is in the pitch zone, your attacks are getting Go Again, which is quite good.
Yeah, and it turns out that when all of your cards have Go Again, you can really go wide and be very efficient with your hand. And Lexi, notably, does not play a lot of poppers typically in the deck. I mean, back in the day, you had some down and dirties, you had some CNCs, but typically decks that proposed poppers, and at that time, most notably, it was Dromai, were a little bit difficult to deal with. So now a deck like Prism, which is seeming to go pretty aggressive into the Heralds, could provide some issues for the Lexi moving forward here.
7 into 7 with the Wartune Herald Red, and that one cannot be stopped. That will make its way into the Soul. Prism now with 2 Soul available at any time, pitching a yellow. And getting rid of Soul lets you make a Spectral Shield, which, of course, if you have a yellow floating, gives you the go again off of Luminaris. Pitching 2 resources for a 1 point of damage go again feels pretty good. Like you mentioned, could be 2 as well.
Very efficient. And immediately arsenaling and passing back. So it's Daniel's turn yet again. And look at that. Arclight Sentinel, like we had mentioned, peeking out there in the hand. May not be their best hand to establish it at this time, but we also have Merciful Retribution, which is a fantastic card that is going to provide an immediate problem that Summer is going to have to decide, do I want to deal with this now, or is this going to stay on the board and accrue a ton of value as this game continues to move on and progress?
You mentioned it at the top of this round. The more Spectra auras that make their way to this board, the more dangerous it becomes. And so we will find out very quickly how Summer plans to deal with this. Is she going to try and remove this on her turn? Is she going to send damage first, then remove it? Let's see how this turn progresses. Sending the Merciful Retribution for a measly 1 point of damage.
Daniel doing his best Katsu impression here, and we are probably going to see a lot more instances of 1 as we continue on in this game. Prism also having 2 cards in Soul, like you noted. This hero is a little different than the new Prism, though. You can convert 2 resources and a card from Soul into a Spectral Shield. Notably, that is also going to be a source of 1 damage, and if Summer is not going to be able to puncture through, it is going to remain on the board. But rather, we're just going to go for Herald of Erudition.
Yes, Herald of Erudition here is one of the most powerful heralds in the deck, as it is going to try and force over damage, and in doing so, will draw 2 extra cards. Remember, it does have Go Again, Tar Pit Trap to answer, and this is a fantastic answer because this has Go Again. It stops the on-hit effect.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
The next time.
As Summer expresses, yeah, it's pretty good.
It is indeed pretty good. A value play here, not having to worry about trying to pop, not having to worry about the extra extension this hand might have. Instead, we're just going to take a couple points here. Going to use those 2 resources floating to make a Spectral Shield. Beautiful Spectral Shield.
Notably as well, it's the Tar Pit Trap is going to be an ongoing threat throughout this game, and it's going to also help prevent Heralds from going into Soul after they hit, which can become quite impactful as the game continues to go on, and you won't get this swarm of Spectral Shields that you're going to have to try to break through each turn, while also trying to fend off the onslaught of Heralds that are going to be coming at you every turn.
Taking a look at the hand of Summer as it becomes her turn, taking up the tunic to 3. She's got a blue Searing Shot. She has a Rain Razors, which could be a fantastic response to correct blocking. Second Rain Razors as well. Keep in mind, New Horizon, giving 2 arsenal slots. So oftentimes, if you're new to Lexi or new to the Living Legend format, Voltaire in concert with New Horizon gives you that extra arsenal slot that you can continually load into.
Opting to pitch the Rain Razors here, just save it for another day. If we end up getting around a second cycle, that can definitely help close out the game, but I feel like this game might be a little bit quicker than that. The hand is a little awkward, but, it'll definitely do, and we're going to, most importantly, get that Ice card in Arsenal so that for next turn, we'll be able to establish the Frostbite on Daniel's turn as well, or for his next turn after that.
You're 100% correct. A little bit of a clunky hand, but a perfect hand if you wanted to keep the board clean. So removing the Spectra Aura there, you only had the 1 arrow in the hand, so it's totally fine to just play out the turn by removing the aura off the board. And Merciful, one of the better auras that you could possibly stick. So taking that off feels quite nice on a clunky hand.
Now, interesting, Daniel has a new card that we never have seen in Prism, which is Restless Coalescence, which is known as an Enigma card, and another brand new card that usually was not played, and I think this card came out in Dynasty, if I'm not mistaken, right? Phantasmal Symbiosis.
Indeed, it did. So this is definitely a slightly more aggressive-leaning card. It does allow you to play around poppers as well. It's going to come for 6 damage with the Go Again. You mentioned pitching the Restless Coalescence. Say 1 for 6, notably, as well.
Yeah.
So playing above rate, that is the calling card, if you will, of Illusionist. Playing above rate with a very important drawback that your cards could be taken off the board immediately if presented with a 6 power attack.
Now, slightly interesting interaction that I don't think Summer would want to take, but I believe if you were to play Rain Razors, you could buff your arrows and they do become poppers. Not really the ideal way to utilize that Rain Razors, but in a pinch, if things are getting a little tight, it is an option that you have.
Looking at the remainder of the hand, 1 resource floating, Tunic resource up. Could take that Tunic resource and send the other attack in hand. I believe it was a 2-cost Phantasm attack. Also have a Soul Shield, which is a perfect arsenal target.
Yeah, definitely a very strong card that simultaneously will allow to build soul, but also be able to block out some of these huge arrows, especially if you're trying to keep that one mighty spectral shield on the board, as you want to continue to build your Kodachi army to continually threat Summer every turn.
So it looks like a Herald of Protection there in the hand. There's the Tunic, taking it up to 2, spending the 2 resources. No, he's going to choose to just make another another Spectral Shield, which is going to send another point of damage.
Like we said, there's another little guy coming onto the board, causing another point of damage, but most importantly, also another blocking value. Even so much so, let's just pitch that Soul Shield away. Let's just keep laying on the pressure, because if this hits, we're going to get another little guy. We're going to add to our army of Spectral Shields if this hits.
Yeah, I mentioned it at the start of this turn, and this makes perfect sense. Playing a more aggressively slanted version of the list that plays around having more poppers, this Phantasmal Symbiosis started us off, sent 2 more, and then instead of trying to play more defensive, more measured, just getting rid of it and going Hair on Fire, 7 damage, make a Spectral, 1 more after that, put your opponent at low life totals. We said that maybe Summer wants to, end this game quickly, but it's looking like Daniel wants to punch through for pay dirt at the end of it all.
And this is what I was saying, Prism has always been just so dominant when she has existed in the game for reasons like this. The flexibility of the deck to swap between Spectral Shields and Auras and Heralds that are just sending massive damage allows the deck on a dime to just adapt its playstyle and say, okay, this game, I'm going to be the one who's going to be pacing. I'm going to be doing the damage. And as we're seeing here, Summer is sitting at 16 life to Daniel's 40 with 3 shields on the board and full armor. This is definitely an uphill battle from this position.
16 life, a 5-card hand to play with, and starting off revealing the Winter's Bite, a fantastic card to just play out there. It's going to give that Frostbite thanks to the Lexi reveal. She is a ranger of both lightning and ice. She's going to ask the question of how do you want to pay or discard to stop this or to meet this Winter's Bite effect. Now, Prism, when she came onto the scene in Monarch, and right before Tails hit store shelves, the very first calling, we're looking all the way back, that was, conducted, if you will, in Las Vegas. Prism came out on top over Chain. A fantastic first showing for the hero, playing a more measured, more defensive, more outlasting game plan.
And if I'm not mistaken, that was Tyler Horsepool that won that event, correct?
Was indeed.
He was still one of the premier members of the community and still plays to this day. One of a fantastic person and a fantastic player, and also just cemented themselves as a significant Prism player in the metagame. And as we're seeing here, this deck might not be leaning as defensive, but still utilizing the same tools that back in the day, War-Torn Herald was pretty good back then. Would you believe it, that it's still just as good today?
That's the beauty of the Living Legend format to me personally, looking back at these heroes and where they began their journey towards that Living Legend status and seeing the journey that they took and the points that they earned and the stories that were told throughout. I mean, you just mentioned it, Tyler Horsepool, well known because of that very first calling win and continued success after the fact. And now here we are, Prism dusted back off the old Luminaris, picked back up the Spectra Auras, and in this case, a lot more defensive or more offensive tools, and showing back up on the scene. It's a fantastic format to get to revisit your old favorite heroes. And here, the block of the Bolton shot with the Balance of Justice and a card from hand.
Daniel's, having to get rid of a card from hand because of that Winter's Bite. But, again, Prism being flexible, 2 floating, I just see that and I go 1 damage prevention, because Prism at any point can pay to remove a card from Soul to create another Spectral Shield, which is just going to help cover up those break points for any on hits. And as we see, Drill Shot being loaded in here, going to be coming in for a rather large 7, which is
Yeah.
quite respectable when Daniel only has 2 cards in hand, one of which being a Genesis that does not block.
Important to note, this is popping the Arcane Barrier on the Bullseye Bracers, loading the Bullseye Bracers instead of pitching for the load on Voltaire, favoring having another Arsenal and just trying to push even more damage on this break point. You've already mangled the hand of the Prism. If they're stuck with Spectra auras that don't block, then you may push even more damage over the top, make it even more difficult to stop things, get value out of stopping equipment from blocking, like on Spring Tunic, for example.
Yeah, and Daniel hovering over the Stonewall Gauntlet there, because I do think this could be an opportune time to make sure you get that value while also simultaneously not losing it, because you're going to get hit by the drill shot and losing that block. So he does end up pushing it forward. We're going to have drill shot go down to 6 damage, and now we're going to have a little bit more of a reasonable time covering this up. It's just a question of, do I want to invest? Do I want to establish this Genesis with my 2 that I have floating, which conveniently works pretty well with that blue in the hand to get through the Frostbite?
Yeah, unfortunate for Summer that she sits at 16, but this is the first salvo of damage that she's able to send Daniel's way. He's kept everything in front of him up to this point, and he's managed to put Herald after Herald onto the board, but Summer here in a bit of desperate measures, trying to level the life totals, only managing to get down to 36 on the side of Daniel, and they're paying through the Frostbite, playing at instant speed. Like you said, that Genesis comes down. Won't have any targets from the hand this turn, as your hand is face up. You have no cards left, but if it's not removed immediately via the hand over here, it could get massive value, sending just the 1 point of damage thanks to Genesis's ability to attack via Luminaris. Don't have to pitch for it.
How convenient.
Pretty good.
Back in the day, you know, you think it's not a problem, and nope, I'm still just going to ping you for 1. And again, most importantly, now just asking the question to Summer, do you want to take your turn to remove this or give up any value of damage to take out this Genesis? Because if not, this thing can get out of control if you continue to leave it on the board. And that, I think, is a priority. I think that Summer's going to have to figure out a way to deal with that Genesis this turn.
Premeditate, threatening the Ponder, giving the value onto that already Go Again Falcon Wing. Go Again printed on the card, meaning that this is 6 with Go Again. You've still got the ability to load Voltaire. Just extends the turn, right? An aggressive slanted Lexi list. This is a way for you to kind of send more damage before actually removing the Genesis.
Yeah, and this is quite an interesting hand because we have the other Falcon Wing and an Endless Arrow with the Rain Razors. We've already had to load once with the Voltaire, so now you're only going to be able to load 1 more arrow. So we have the Ponder, which is great, but the Ponder is not going to allow to have the double arsenal because you can only pick 1 card, and if you shoot this Endless Arrow and it hits, you get it back into hand. But now we still need to find a way to remove this Genesis, and I don't know if there's going to be a way to do so at this time.
So the Endless Arrow is going to be threatened here for 4 with Go Again, thanks to the load on Voltaire. Go Again was the mode selected. 1 resource left, 1 ability to activate Voltaire, 2 Go Again, or sorry, 4 attack arrows in the hand.
So was the Falcon Wing played from Arsenal this turn?
It was.
Oh, so we do have 1 more arrow. So we are going to be okay here. So we're going to be able to load up and kill the Genesis anyway.
Now, crucially, and this is important, if it bounced back to hand, Endless Arrow would have been able to send for that, and she would have been able to Arsenal the Falcon Wing, because that's a fantastic Arsenal that she played out this turn. Instead, she's just going to use the Falcon Wing to send and just get a random Arsenal, of which there's a lot of great choices, a lot of great options for your Arsenal targets here.
Yeah, and it looks like the Arsenal was another arrow, and it's going to be Blood Rot arrow, I believe. And that is quite a good arsenal to have, because that is going to be some threatening damage on the next turn. But we're going to have to see. Oh, Daniel's just going to drop yet another Spectra Aura, this one being Shimmers. And this is definitely another priority target. It's just after turn, asking the question of, can you present damage and also clear my aura? So Infecting Shot getting flipped up here with a hand full of arrows. But I don't know if we got a lot of pitch in there. It looks rather red to me.
No, yeah, there's a
blue.
single blue, which is very helpful. Of course, you need to pay 1 to load with Voltaire. The Infecting Shot itself that will not be able to gain go again unless you use Snapdragon Scalers on this turn for the added value of trying to send a 3-arrow turn or a 3-arrow hand. We've already popped the Bullseye Bracers, so it makes it a little bit more uncomfortable to actually perform a 3-arrow turn unless you've already got one sitting there, which we do. Shimmers is an interesting target because, and I'd be curious to know Summer's, overall thoughts on the play of Shimmers over something perhaps a little bit more scary that could have come down. Shimmers is one of those that is going to get value over several turns.
Yeah.
But you don't perhaps have to remove it right away, and she is going to send the Infecting Shot first.
So I'm thinking this is probably going to be the Snapdragon turn. And with how the game is progressing, you do have to kind of pick your spot to go, what is going to be my best opportunity? Because the last thing you want to do is die with Snapdragon still on the board. You want to make sure that you get that value and can really go in when you have the opportunity. And this seems to be a good time because Daniel's hand does not block very well.
Yeah, crucially, we have 2 Spectra auras in the hand, 2 of non-blocking auras. Now, I do believe I caught a glimpse of the arsenal on Daniel's side, and I think it is a second copy of Herald of Erudition, which means he might choose this moment to be sort of a pivot turn as well and try to send some damage back, because he does have Summer at 15, but you're going to be staring down 3 arrows, and you don't have perfect information as to what those on-hits are going to represent.
Yeah, I mean, critically, Bolden Shot is quite a decent on-hit in this point, too, because the 2 cards in hand are further arrows. We only have 1 resource left, though, so, and I do believe it's a Heat Seeker and a Bolton Shot. So even if we are able to load, we wouldn't be able to shoot both arrows. But the threat to Daniel can appear as if you could.
Yeah, Searing Shot there as the possible follow-up play here. A fantastic arrow all the way back from Arcane Rising, being played in Lexi, who didn't show up until a few sets later. But the very first Ranger, Azalea, made some use of Searing Shot. Still does to this day. But it's fun to see it here played again in Lexi, in the Living Legend format, considering the blocks on the side of Daniel. It's got 2 cards sort of earmarked. 1 card now set down on the table.
Yeah.
Perhaps considering maybe flashing something in.
Yeah, I mean, the Parable is an interesting card to try to flash out here because if you wanted to hold it, but it's quite impactful here because if he does flash it out, Bolton Shot would lose go again and the turn would end. You can still load with Voltaire, which is good, and then set up with the double Arsenal. But now that Snapdragons has been consumed, double arrow Arsenal is not going to be the best choice because you won't be able to get go again. You kind of will be stuck with both of those arrows. So this was a fantastic turn to throw out the Parable.
What a key moment to be able to play this in response. Parable of Humility. A card that doesn't block, but in this case actually ends up blocking for like 4 to 5 more value. You're going to take the damage from this Bolton Shot, but because you've essentially turned off the ability, you save yourself 4 extra damage. Key play.
Yeah, insanely impactful turn here because if, as you mentioned, is correct, that Herald of Erudition is an Arsenal, and that's going to be a really, really good crackback here. With the Shimmers on board and the Parable, we're already looking at 3 damage, but if the Herald hits, we could potentially see far, far more as this next turn continues to process through.
Now, Bloodrot Pox on the board from the first arrow hit. Infecting Shot did connect, and it is a Herald of Erudition. And taking a look at the hand, this is a key moment where you would love to see a popper, but are they in the deck, and did they get found? It does not look like they have been found at this point, so you have to stare down a dominated attack for 5. On hit, draw 2 cards, go to Soul. Now, Blood Rot's on the board, so if you make a Spectral Shield, it will get consumed by that unless you draw into the ability to pitch for that Blood Rot.
Yeah, and I'm sure Summer is sitting here thinking, is it time to give up the New Horizon? And it looks like that's going to be the choice, which is very tough because lose the Arsenal card, which is going to be the Searing Shot, and now moving forward, Lexi's only going to be able to play with 1 Arsenal card. But, I do think she kind of had to. That was a very tough situation, and if you let the Herald hit, I think this game could be over at that point.
I would agree. The spiral out of control. First of all, you'd take at least some amount of damage down to something like a 13 or a 10 life. And being at 10 life versus a deck that is clearly more tuned to play aggressively and, swarm the board with these small little Kodachis for 1 and large Heralds. is not a winning endeavor from the position of a ranger.
Yeah, Summer having kind of a tough time with the draws here because unless she's not playing it, we also have not seen a 3 of a kind, which would have be really impactful in bringing the tempo back and being able to aggress. But even if we draw a 3 of a kind now, it's going to be a little rough not having the double arsenal with the New Horizons, because if you want to set up with the ice card, you can, but you're only going to have that one arsenal to invest into. So going forward as this game progresses, we're going to really have to see how Summer navigates this.
Yeah, if she can manage to find a 3 of a kind, she will be able to have a stronger turn in general. But, I mean, on the board is still the balance of justice you brought up earlier. So if a 3 of a kind makes its way onto this board via Summer, you're still going to have some play into maybe popping that and drawing extra cards.
I mean, Daniel's sitting at 19 life. It could be scary to be threatening all that damage, but notably as well, we have seen the Rain Razors cycle through the deck. So we won't expect to draw a Rain Razors turn with the 3 of a kind moving forward, which is usually the big turns that Lexi wants to see, the really big damage output. So it's going to be a little tough to see if we can string together a massive burst turn, especially with only having 5 card hands rather than the 6 card hands that Lexi usually can play off of.
Yeah, you talk about the power plays of Flesh and Blood throughout the history of the game. You look at stuff like Art of War, being, Blood Rush Art of War, for example, or 3 of a kind Rain Razors in response, things like that, or maybe just playing out Kraken's Aether Vein for massive damage is now perhaps the new power play of the format, but haven't found it yet, and it doesn't look like it's in the hand either.
Yeah, for all of you wondering if there's answers to Kraken's Aether Vein, just play Balance of Justice. You'll be fine. You guarantee you get that extra draw from the balance, and I think that would be a really interesting tech card to try out. Maybe we'll see it moving forward if this Prism ends up playing against the Verdance, which I am curious to see how that matchup would play out, to be honest, as well.
Yeah, Spectre auras on the board that are a little bit more difficult to interact with as wizards. Traditionally, wizards have a terrible time into illusionists and Prism in general, so that would be a fascinating matchup to watch play out, and we could see that depending on how this game goes. Keep in mind, these players both sitting at 3-0. This is round 4 of 5, so picking up a win here gets you that much closer to a berth to the top 8.
7 damage coming in, and notably as well, if Summer happened to have a popper, it would not be the best time to pop, because that Shimmers of Silver would get a copy, and that would spell doom, because we already have the 1 counter on the Shimmers, and like I had mentioned earlier, that card's kind of like the sleeper. You leave it on board, you go, it's not that bad, and then it's swinging for 5 at you, and you go, I'm going to die now. And I think we're kind of moving to a game state where this Shimmer could be problematic as we continue to progress.
It's already up to 3 total damage with those 2 counters. Remember, its own effect can apply to it. And this following suit after this, he does have 1 resource up. I believe I saw a War-Tune Herald in the hand, so you can send War-Tune Herald after this and end with a Passing Mirage. So a textbook turn from Daniel, really capitalizing, pushing Summer down to 5, and this is going to force blocks. You can see the grimace, the pained expression on Summer, trying to figure out how best to navigate this yellow War-Tune Herald for 6.
Just showing the power of Luminaris, just showing what terrorized the game for so long, and why we have the new Luminaris, which is very respectable, but it does not hold a candle to this weapon right here that we are seeing. Just getting off of 1 Herald of Erudition pitched, endless amounts of go again, and an absurd push turn, and I think that this is really showcasing why Prism back then and even today is still one of the most powerful decks in Flesh and Blood's history.
Passing Mirage making its way to the board, ending the turn. No go again available on that, but Haze Bending, not Passing Mirage. Both of them very beautiful cards in their own right, but Haze Bending, a fantastic option as well. Now, again, these are auras that can be pesky and just stick around. They can be auras that, especially against a Ranger, you don't necessarily have the capability or want to remove, but Summer at this point has just a lot of problems to deal with. Are you going to die to Shimmers of Silver or Haze Bending punching in for a little bit? Or are you going to have to, surmount these massive attacks and try to cover them up and send your own points of physical damage to deal with the life total?
Summer is just by Proxy, thinking she has the double arsenal, she did just load an arrow when she could not because she does not have the double arsenal. I don't think it really impacts because, I mean, it kind of does if she wants to hold the Winter's Bite, but I think that this game is going to wrap up here on this next turn. So Daniel did preemptively activate the Tunic in response to the Frostbite so that he could pay at the end of the turn where he's holding a Restless Coalescence in hand. Might want to drop that, but some are opting to just clear the Shimmers because it was getting kind of out of hand.
The Haze Bending, Passing Mirage, Restless Coalescence, and here, Parable of Humility. Also in the hand, so no massive attacks. Going to have to try and get there through the Kadachi for 1 mentality, just sending 1 point of physical damage over and over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, Summer sitting on the Winter's Bite again would have needed to play that out last turn in order to shoot that arrow, but I do think that Daniel's hand here is going to be quite powerful with all of the pokes. It could end up taking a majority of the hand, but it is a little awkward because it's a bunch of auras, doesn't really block super well, and it's not going to present an absurd amount of damage like it would have with a Wartune Herald or any other Herald, really. We're just going to continue to establish board state, and again, Prism's ability might come into play here to create another Spectral Shield to guarantee lethals being threatened.
Important note, that Frostbite actually allows Daniel to pitch a yellow card to give all these Spectra, or all these Spectral Shields, whatever it happens to be, go again. So it actually comes into play rather nicely because the Restless Coalescence itself costs 0, so you wouldn't have anything to pitch for there. You'd almost have to just activate Prism, which we could see happen here in a moment anyway.
Yeah, I think we're going to threaten the lethal here and be in the classic Kadachi lock that we have seen literally since day one of Flesh and Blood. Prism just doing it in a little bit more of style than I would say Katsu has been able to. And I would also say quite more threateningly than Katsu could do with 4 Kadachis on the board right now, threatening 2 cards being taken out of Summer's hand and also a mountain of a board state to try to get over.
Yep, it's going to steal yet another card here to stave off death. On hit, win the game, the best on hit in the game. A 2-card plus Arsenal, Winter's Bite specifically in the Arsenal hand. And staring down the barrel of some very powerful, very scary Heralds in the hand. Winter's Bite's going to ask the question of, do you want to discard or pay 1? Answer is looking like it's going to be paying 1. And now we have the activation, perhaps, of Voltaire. You also, at this point, now have to be aware of the possibility of just dying to Merciful Retribution being played in response, but...
Yeah, and unfortunately, pitching a red to load a 1-cost arrow, which is just going to end up being a pass here. So I do think Daniel will probably be able to clean this game up with 4 Kadachis on the board, and notably, 3, count them, 3 Wartune Heralds in hand. This is going to be very, very painful.
Wartune Herald being pitched to play out the Wartune Herald. 4/5 is going to have go again. Notably, if there were a popper in the hand, which it does appear to be a Battering Bolt, this could be presented. It's going to force the activation of the Phantasmal Footsteps to regain that action point. But because a yellow has already been pitched, you can then, after paying that resource, you could then just move on with attacking all of the
hits this chain link or this turn?
auras.
If it matters.
Turn.
Now, Summer, again, notably not seeing a 3 of a kind this game, and also probably not wanting to see the 3 Wartune Heralds. That's not the 3 of a kind she was looking to find. And we did kind of have a tough go of it with the draws, not being able to find any power turns. Daniel closing it out here with the Spectral Shield and just showing yet again why Prism is at the top of the metagame.
Yep. It just happens, as she said, Summer.
Yep.
Dropping the game, runner-up 3-1 versus Daniel's now 4-0 record. Moving that one step closer to the top 8 of this Living Legend format event. Joined, of course, here
by Spoons.
So that's your round 4. Okay, we are being asked right now what the lore of Spoons is. Would you like to describe how you came about this wonderful creature?
Well, it was not me. If some of you know, MinMaxGames is owned by a fantastic person named Peter Kuhlman, and he makes incredible business choices at times. And I believe it was Nationals of this year. There was the cosplay competition, and someone made this beautiful full-sized, mega-sized embodiment of spoons. And Peter saw it and said, that looks like a decent financial investment into the business.
For those that don't know, this cat is represented on the card Stir the Pot from Part the Mistveil. So if you look up Stir the Pot, Flesh and Blood, you will see this cat and a bunch of, just a cast, a bevy, a cornucopia of fun characters within there. A fun game to play at home. Try to decide which character on that card represents you. And, pick one of those. You can represent that in the chat as well. But, yes, that's where Spoons came from. Go ahead.
And Spoons represents MinMaxGames. So, he sits in our warehouse, and we bring him out to events. And Peter said, we're bringing him to our event because we need to represent and show people our wonderful business investment. So I love Spoons. Everyone at MinMaxGames loves Spoons. And we hope that you at home also enjoy Spoons because he will be here watching over you and watching all of those comments that you're putting in there. So be careful. You don't want to offend Spoons.
Looming large both here behind us, very horror movie-esque, and also in chat as well. So I guess someone at this point needs to make a Spoons alternate account so you can represent Spoons in chat as well. Nevertheless, that is round 4 of this ProQuest Plus here in Milwaukee. We have one more round of Swiss before we bring you the top 8 of the Living Legend format. So don't go too far. We're going to grab one more game for you.
One more round of Living Legend separates our players from the top 8, where someone will end up the Living Legend champion and end up a Living Legend, just like Spoons.
Yep.
The real Living Legend among us, right? I mean, we can all agree on one thing: discourse, schmiscourse. This is the Living Legend among us all. What do you think about that? As like a little transition, bringing us in. Do you like it?
Yeah, it was good.
Awesome.
You could keep trying.
Another one?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, what's another one?
All right. Welcome back, everybody. It is time for the final round of Swiss before the top 8 of our ProQuest Plus event. Sam O'Byrne, Sam Danda. We got one more round to go, and we are featuring a hero that was at one time considered the greatest potential boogeyman this format has ever seen.
Potential.
Yeah. We didn't know if it was a boogeyman or not until we found out it was.
When every single one in top 8 was this hero?
That was way out. That was
the first Living Legend event.
Oh, right. No, Living Legend, but I'm talking about in Classic Constructed.
Oh, you're saying way back.
Yeah.
And what hero are you talking about, Sam?
I'm talking about Reinar. Just kidding. I'm talking about Starvo. Bravo, star of the show. So let's go ahead and dive down to our feature match table. We've got a Bravo star of the show here, Trevor Galligan on Prism, the sculptor of Arclight, versus Dylan Myers, Bravo star of the show. If this is not the matchup of the ages, when I first started playing this game, these were the heroes at the top of the meta. One was supposed to counter the other, but it didn't always work out that way, did it?
No, not really. I was not convinced, to be honest. Starvo at that time was just so absurdly powerful, primarily because he had 3 Oaken Ult, 3 Crippling Crush, 3 Spinal Crush, and now we have Starstruck.
Yeah. Only 1 Starstruck?
Well, because the story of today is he is not quite the man he used to be.
No.
We now have 1 of those cards, and we only have 1 Warmongers. So Starvo, honestly, compared to what he is now, he's quite tame. I think he's quite reasonable. He's a pretty chill dude. Sometimes he goes crazy. Sometimes he's just playing an honest game of flesh and blood, but that was before Rosetta.
Sure.
What do we have now in Rosetta that you think Starvo is going to really try to abuse?
Well, my favorite card that I want to see using Starvo is Concuss. That came out in Heavy Hitters.
I said Rosetta.
I know, but I'm not taking your layup, and I'm just talking about something else because it's what I'm interested in.
Okay,
right?
talk about your Concuss. Get it out of your system.
When the power is greater than its base, it gains when this hits a hero, they destroy a card in their arsenal. Starvo gives it power greater than its base and go again, N+2. Is it not? Is that and dominate? Is that not sick? Is that not really good? Why would that not be really good? Right?
I don't know, man.
You shut up, man. God, you stop yelling at me. Ethan has a story time he wants to talk about.
Okay, thanks, guys. So speaking of when this was a super meta-relevant
Leave me alone.
matchup, back in that time, I was a grinder. I got to play the game. and I was sick of losing with Levia. So I first timed a Starvo at, I think it was an RTN, having never played the hero before. I beat Mirrors all day, up until the finals, where I faced a Prism, and I had an entire sideboard ready for this matchup. Exude Confidence, Snapdragon Scalers. I was ready, but then we split the finals anyway, and so I never got to really find out if it was good or not.
That's the story time?
Yeah. I've never played the, like, what I'm saying is there was all this build-up, all this tension about the matchup. I don't really know what happens.
Yeah.
That was
Whew.
the story,
Yeah,
man.
that was riveting. Yeah. Man, hold on. I need a breath.
How do we follow up after that?
I don't
dude?
know. I don't even know if there's even worth casting. We should just all remember what could have been in that game with Ethan, right?
So it looks like the game's starting. We should transition and
Why
let's
not?
see what's going on in the game.
Why not? Dylan Myers, Trevor Galligan. It's Bravo, star of the show, versus Prism, the sculptor of Arclight.
And what I was trying to allude to before that amazing story and your wonderful concuss explanation is that there are new cards from Rosetta that Starvo can play, and one of which is in hand right now called Electromagnetic Somersault, which is, I think, one of the best cards that Starvo got because it allows him to block, bring cards back. Oh, and there... Sam, is there another card in that hand? What is that other card that's next to the Electromagnetic Somersault there? I can't quite make it out.
I literally am trying to see what it is. Oh, Command Respect.
It's almost like Concuss. I was hoping you get excited about it. It's almost like Concuss.
Yeah, it's almost like Concuss. It's not Concuss, though.
And so many of these layups are just not working today.
Oh, wait. Oh, Concuss is discard a card. I literally got the card wrong.
I know. That's why I was trying to help you out because it's what you were hype about, but not what you said.
But not the right card.
Yeah.
See, as I told the people at home, I haven't gotten to play a lot of Living Legend, if that's not clear by the fact that I don't even know
Crown
the
of
cards I'm
Seeds
saying.
being activated, showing here the power of a banned card in Classic Constructed now to block 1 damage prevention as we move forward to the potential Command and Respect, showing the Double Fuse in hand with the Pulse of Candlehold. But do we see an Ice card? I don't think there's an Ice. It's just a lot of Earth.
Dude, discarding a card from your hand is even better because they don't always have an arsenal. That's even I'm even higher on the card. 7 damage on the combat chain now. Autumn's Touch.
Big damage, big damage. Not only is it just 7 damage, but we also don't have Go Again because, ironically, we did not fuse with Starvo. And if some of you are not aware, Starvo's ability says at the beginning of your turn, you can show a Lightning, an Ice, and an Earth card in your hand. If you do that, your next attack that is 3 cost or greater will get +2 damage, Dominate, and Go Again. Very fair, very balanced.
Oh, yeah.
At the time, was one of the most dominant things in the game. But we have evolved. We have armor now. We have defenses. And another Rosetta card peeking out from this hand here.
Felling of the Crown. Got to find a way to decompose to get the ability all the way online, but it is just another 3-block Earth attack, and those are in short supply. Also want to point out, Electromagnetic Somersault was, I believe, pitched away, right, the first turn. Yep. Then there was an Earth card, so we've now seen a Lightning card, an Earth card, the first 2 cards in Bravo's stack, and a card actually from the Crown of Seeds that we don't know what it was. So potentially there's going to be Earth, Ice, Lightning right there on the bottom of the deck. You're going to want to see if Dylan is able to create a lot of those Starvo activations back-to-back in second cycle, as these Prism Starvo games are often wont to go.
Also, I think Dylan is finally going to be able to fuse this turn. I did see an Ice card, and that Pulse of Candlehold is still in hand. So we are going to get a fuse, but Felling of the Crown, an interesting choice that you and I were actually discussing before this game. If Dylan is leaning further into the Earth, then it could be quite strong. If you are fusing, that is going to be massive. But Trevor dropping Restless Coalescence, showing the power yet again of Luminaris and how much damage you can just get out of dropping these Kodachis.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Also, want to shout out the signature on that Spectral Shield.
Dude, was this the Prism you played against at that event?
Yeah, whoever signed that Spectral Shield must have really good stories. Got Earth, Ice, and Lightning with the fuse there because the pulses, all 3 of them, so strong. Next attack, +2, Dominate, and Go Again.
Starvo's flipped. We got the full art showing that. Oh, and Sam, here you go. Big moment for you.
Let's go! Command Respect, pulsing the Pulse of Candlehold getting pitched away along with the second copy of Command Respect. So here's 8. Go Again. Dominate, on hit, destroy your arsenal. As we were talking about right before the game began, Starvo lost a lot during the restrictions and the banning in the Living Legend format, but gained some impressive tools in heavy hitters, one of which we're seeing right here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, we have the Ward 2 with the Restless Coalescence, the Spectral Shield on board. So on board, we got 3 blocking already, and now the Shimmers is coming down to totally block 5. So 3 damage is still coming through here. We may end up getting the Arsenal destroyed, which, how excited would you be if this happens?
I'm so
man?
excited. Look, a whole
my.
Blue Herald went away. I mean, if that's not one of the best cards in the deck, then I don't know what is. Icy Hammer, 4/4, thanks to the Insidious Chill, headed to the bottom. So look at that. Earth, Ice, Lightning, and another Command Respect right there in the pitch zone. Both players know about it. In the first cycle, early in the second cycle, there will be this exact turn once again.
Did you say Icy Hammer?
Frosty Hammer?
Are you an Icy Hammer guy or a Frosty 4 kind of guy?
I am a please stop swinging that weapon at me kind of guy.
Okay.
Breakpoint.
Icy Hammer, showing why it's icy, creating a frostbite on hit. But to note, that Ode is still on the board, and that is going to be a nuisance for the rest of this game if Dylan does not handle it earlier on. We've already seen the amount of value it has gotten, and we have the Miraging coming down, which is going to make that Ode even more threatening, because if you pop this, you are staring down double Ode, which is going to rack up damage fast.
Ode to Wrath, of course. Leave giving the attacks go again, and whenever the attacks hit, losing a life to the opponent. First damage prevention here, so the breakpoint of Miraging Metamorph now short up with that Crown of Seeds.
Oh, Sam, what is that other card in hand?
Oh,
do you see that card that Starvo has?
Oh, I see it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
How excited are you?
I'm excited, but now I'm confused again because I can't even read the name. No, I'm kidding. I know the art. It's the Concuss. That means a discard can be threatened on the next turn. Do we have the Earth, the Ice, and the Lightning? Looks like we're just going to block for 3 here with the Autumn's Touch.
Essentially covering 4.
There is no Lightning card in hand, so Dylan really showing the power of Concuss here, not doing really much. But if he wants to Arsenal it, he can try to preserve it for the next turn. The only thing is with this hand, it does have Channel Lake Frigid, and more importantly, one of the most broken things that Oldham can do, Oaken Old with Pulse of Candlehold. When was the last time you saw that, Sam?
Last time I saw Oakenold was probably a year ago playing this matchup
And finish it up with the pass.
with my cousin and one of my best friends.
Oh, you didn't have to answer it literally, but I appreciate that.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
No problem.
So we're going to see this Oaken Old come down here, and that is going to be very, very annoying for the Prism to deal with. But again, both of the auras are going to stay on the board here. So although we're going to net some tempo with this Oaken Old hitting, we are still going to have to worry about that Ode that is going to continue to chip away turn after turn.
Pulse of Eisenloft, such a strong defense reaction. Got the Earth and the Ice typing. Oakenold coming in with its natural +2 dominate and threatening the 2 random cards from hand on the bottom of the deck. Just such a gnarly card. Always made a lot of sense to me that it was not an Oldhim specialization, given that Oldhim is staring down into the souls of all the players that play this card.
Yeah, but I mean, you want to make sure that everyone can have the love of this beautiful card.
His name is in the art. It says Oakenold him.
Yeah.
You don't like that?
No, that was a good one. I like
like
that
that?
one. That one was one of the best ones I think you've had today.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah, you got it. So anyway, 9 dominate. This one threatening an on-hit, kind of similar to Crippling Crush, but rather than discarding the cards, it's going to put them to the bottom of the deck. So it's doing kind of its best Crippling Crush impression, but to be much better, you don't have to crush. You just have to hit. 1 damage comes over, 2 cards are getting removed from the hand. And I think Trevor's seeing, I don't really have much of an answer to this. I'm just going to eat the 9 damage and hope that I can preserve a decent enough hand going into the next turn here.
And I will. Oh, we have to resolve.
Let's see what the 2 random cards are. I guess we won't get to see. They're just going to go straight to the bottom. Such a devastating part of this Oakenold ability. No agency in the cards that you lose.
Are you a dice roller, Sam, or are you just a I'm going to pick whatever I feel kind of guy when it comes to these situations?
Depends on the moment. It depends on the moment. Often I just pick and feel, but I'd say in more competitive settings, I'll often roll the dice just so everybody feels good about it.
Yeah, I
Everybody
agree.
Feels fair and nice.
There's a certain feeling when your opponent randomly picks the card that you wanted, and even though you know it's random, it just feels way more personal, like you've been attacked.
Boulder Drop, another card, maybe even in the yellow slot. That's not a card I've seen played yet in Constructed. See how
Make a
powerful it is here.
Cloud of Genesis. Sure.
Oof, Genesis coming down with the trifecta of auras here, but luckily no yellow, so we cannot get go again on all the auras. So we're just going to have a respectable 1 from the Genesis, threatening an additional off the Ode. And Dylan still holding that Concuss in hand that will not be able to use its ability because there's no Lightning card yet, but let's Crown and send the Concuss away. Look at that, and that concuss is also, is that Japanese?
I think so. Have to imagine. Now, wonder when and if Dylan will be activating those time skippers. There are some really powerful auras there on the other side of the table. Yes, you probably give Prism 4 cards, tempo, and the ability to develop some more auras, but Genesis, Passing Mirage, these are cards that can really make the game challenging. Channel Lake Frigid, though, is a good start because all of a sudden, those swings are not free. It kind of reminds me of the Dromai days when you could really slow down a board of dragons by playing the Channel Lake Frigid because no longer swinging for 0, they would cost 1 apiece. Of course, Dylan's going to have to pitch an ice card, most likely into the hammer from here.
Now, I think Dylan, he needs to start enacting the what I call whack-a-mole strategy as Starvo into Prism, where you just start focusing on hammering away at each of those auras every turn. You have the poppers to kind of slow down the heralds that are coming at you, but effectively here we see he's going to have to clear that Genesis because this board is starting to get a little out of control. You just cannot leave Genesis on the board because that is just going to cause problems, especially with the Ode. You're just going to be literally producing a factory of damage. So very smart of him to clear that out and then establish the channel to help not have such a massive crackback with the 4-card hand here.
Channel Lake Frigid taxing every single action, reaction, anything that is played or done by Mr. Galligan. So this is going to be a yellow now pitched into the War Tune Herald. No Phantasm, so 7. Go again.
Dylan kind of struggling here with his draws with the ratios between his elements. We saw a lot of hands here with no lightning. We were just seeing earth and ice cards getting filtered through. And now we are seeing lightning cards with no other elements. We have the third pulse that has already shown its head here. And then we also have another new card from Rosetta, Trip the Light Fantastic, which is a pretty interesting lightning. But fortunately, Crown of Seeds doing what it does and filtering him in. Oh no, we still don't have an Earth, so no Starvo ability. So it looks like that command respect is not going to be commanding any respect
Not
this
anytime
turn.
soon, not anytime soon. Might be a good Arsenal target, but first Dylan has to think about this. Now 6 more damage. If any of it comes across the Ode to Wrath, it's going to make things a little more painful.
He's going to have to just start popping, but this is what Trevor wants because the Passing Mirage is up. So actually, he cannot pop, which is going to be really detrimental here, giving away the command respect because Trevor does have the Herald of Erudition. So if he wants to throw that down, Dylan, I don't believe, has a popper left in his hand here.
Luckily, though, the Channel Lake Frigid makes it impossible to play that Herald thanks to the cards both being yellow in the hand. So the only further actions that can be taken this turn are attacking for 1 and 1. And have to imagine Dylan is going to be taking care of either the Ode to Wrath or the Passing Mirage because these actually now swing for 1 and another point of damage apiece thanks to the Ode to Wrath. Dylan might be taking 4 here, down to 24.
Trevor's going to opt to Arsenal the Merciful, which is a pretty good pick here, considering his board is already getting a little large with the auras, and the Merciful is going to allow even more protection from popping and from any more additional auras being cleared. So I'm sure he's very happy to just kind of swing and put that thing in Arsenal, and Dylan is not going to have the most amazing crackback here with this 2-card hand that he has.
Take a breath if you need. We got a decent amount of time here.
As Trevor said, I'm just going to take a breath. Arsenal, I got a decent amount of time. We're just going to play it a little slow.
Hammer for 4 at passing.
Hammer for 4 at
All right.
passing. We're going to put that lightning card on the bottom.
The whack-a-mole strategy is coming into effect here, just kind of clearing board, making sure that it doesn't get out of hand so that you can kind of they're both looking to stabilize this game state. You have Trevor trying to set up more auras, and we have Dylan trying to make sure that he can pop the heralds while simultaneously not getting overrun by a bunch of auras on board.
That's fine. Go to end. Okay. Arsenal.
Trevor accepts the destruction of the Passing Mirage. I think for Dylan here, though, there's not an overwhelming board yet. Life totals are relatively even, 23 for the Prism, 24 for our Starvo player.
Cloud of Merciful.
Dylan searching through his graveyard here because he did draw the Felling, and I do believe he has full fusion with the Felling. So that could be actually very strong here if he does have the decomposition in grave.
Filter with the Crown of Seeds, utilizing the Tunic, just draw another card. I believe that's an ice card off the top. Here comes 2 more damage with the Ode to Wrath. Dylan's going to take the 2 here, down to 22. lower than the Prism player here. Watch the follow-up from Prism. Just another passing Mirage, so very little damage, very little pressure on this turn. Otarath and Merciful Retribution. Merciful Retribution can make things very tricky moving forward. But first, we have got our second Starvo activation. There's Earth, there's Ice, and there is Lightning. And Felling of the Crown might be not coming in for 8, but will still be coming in with Dominate and Go again. Thanks to the decomposition, we are about to see Earth card, Action card from the grave. What's going to be the pick? It's going to be that Command Respect. So now all of a sudden, only 2 Earth cards in the Banished Zone. So here's 6, Dominate, Go again. Now both players must put a card from their hand on the bottom of their deck.
And the good thing, he does have the Go again here, so we will be able to end this turn by clearing out another aura if we need to. But remember, just a few turns ago, there was 3 auras on the board. He took 2 turns to clear 2 more, and we already have 3 out yet again. So just as fast as he's taking them down, they keep rebuilding. And I think that Ode, that's still the same Ode, right? That's been out this entire game.
Yeah. That's not going anywhere anytime soon.
The amount of value that Ode has accrued throughout this game has been insane. Felling of the Crown, though, coming in for 6 with Go Again and Dominate is pretty good. Being able to draw out the Herald of Erudition here that otherwise much rather have that being blocked with than thrown at you.
Yeah, not a lot of actual equipment over there on the Starvo side. Needs to bring the time skippers in order to be able to have a true clear turn, gain 2 action points, clear 2 auras. But the Null Rune Gloves are the choice for the arm slot for the Bravo player to make sure that card like Merciful Retribution can't just end the game with too many copies of those in place.
I guess we kill passing?
Sure.
Opting to kill the passing yet again so that he can still have open to popping the Phantasm if need be. But again, Ode, now with the Merciful combo, is going to start inflicting even more damage. So as we've seen, this Ode is really carrying the game in regards to the Prism being able to consistently deal damage on their own turn, but also on Dylan's turn.
Merciful Retribution causing a ping of arcane damage upon the Aura Destruction, and then the Otarath says whenever an Illusionist card deals damage, they lose an additional life. So those Merciful Retributions are going to start being 2 things. Now, of course, even if this War Tune Herald gets popped, it will also head to the Soul and ping for an additional 2, 1 from the Merciful and then a second from the Otarath. So like you said, these 2 cards are working together in concert quite nicely. And it looks as if the Phantasmal Footsteps is also going to join the party, getting activated, keeping the action point. And Dylan saying, I'm going to give you a Frostbite, man. I cannot handle you attacking again. Is there going to be a Tunic activation in response? No. Frostbite is okay. Dylan doesn't want to push, or Trevor doesn't want to push an additional 1 or 2 points of damage if it hits, preserving the Tunic for most likely something a little more impactful.
Now seeing another one of those really powerful 1-ofs in Dylan's hand here as we see, well, Spinal, but also Starstruck, which is a card that Dylan, or Starvo and Dylan, didn't have access to when Starvo was terrorizing the game for a long time. Starstruck, really powerful card in the Living Legend format. Might not be as important into Prism, considering most of her attacks are quite large, but it would prevent a lot of those auras from swinging in. Unfortunately, oh no.
You can see the look on Dylan's face as the Pulverize comes off the top. We don't even have much of the cards in the pitch to even heave this thing. This is looking like potentially an abject disaster. Those might need to be 3 cards pitched into the hammer. No, Starstruck is a yellow, so we can heave 3 Seismic Surges, but a face-up Pulverize and full cards, full tempo for Trevor with both of those pretty gnarly auras sticking around.
Now, it's been a bit since I played against Crown, but if I remember correctly, that says you can only send cards that are face down, right? From the bottom, or from your arsenal to the bottom of the deck, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So, if he does not clear this Pulverize from arsenal on his next turn, he's going to be looking a little rough if he's not able to clear that out, because he will then be blocking his Crown of Seeds from being able to be used.
Did we find Earth, Ice, and Lightning? We did not, so we can't do a Starvoed Pulverize on the turn, which could have been pretty backbreaking. 16 Dominate, Go again. That might have been pretty good. However, this Herald of Triumph is going to be popped by the Spinal Crush.
Sorry, this has a -1 counter on it. Before we get too far.
Oh, yeah.
That means might be time for the Phantasmal Footsteps to join the fray.
Herald of Triumph being a great card to stop poppers, but not so great when that popper is a 9 damage attack. Being able to successfully pop the Herald, that would be reducing it by 1. But here we see yet again this Ode swinging in for damage. It is just never ending with the amount of value that this card is going to be getting. Followed by the Merciful, which is also going to be comboing in with that Ode. But we still have 3 cards in Trevor's possession right now to continue to push damage with the Miraging Metamorph to end, which is just so powerful because he's punishing him for putting that Pulverize, saying, give me more cards, block this. Please pop this so I can get another Ode or another Merciful on board. So kind of Dylan forced into heaving that Pulverize into Arsenal, but now Trevor's capitalizing on that as best as he possibly can.
Just going to be a block for 1. Give the second Frostbite thanks to the Stalagmite here.
Or no, Bucks.
Bucks 1.
Because Ode to Wrath.
Oh, yeah, take 8.
Yeah, clarifying that even the Miraging is going to deal an additional damage from the Ode on hit, even though it's blocking 1 with the Stalagmite.
So yeah, should have been taking 6 up to 7 there, unless I'm missing something. They represented taking 8, but he blocked for 1, took 6, should have gone up to 7, have to imagine.
That dies.
Maybe I'm missing something there, but
Looks like he just pitched to AB, if I'm not mistaken.
That's fine. Oh, not that. All right.
all right, yeah, 14 to 7, so took 7. Great.
All right.
Okay.
Before my action phase.
So Dylan taking quite a bit of damage throughout the course of that last turn, but he still has the 2 blues in hand, so he will be able to cast this Pulverize for 14, which is nothing to scoff at, as we are showing the amount of 14 coming in here. 14 damage.
Blue Electromagnetic Somersault. It's a non-block, but it is one of those lightning cards. As you were saying, not a lot of lightning cards that we're seeing showing up. Clearly values those at a premium, wants to find only the best ones. But Blue Electromagnetic Somersault, something he is happy to see regardless of the color pitch. 14 damage, though. That threatens to take Prism down to 6.
Notably Soul Shield in hand, which will help cover up a large amount of this damage here. Can't fully cover it, but can definitely do some massive amounts of blocking. Not only Prism has got nothing in Soul, but that has changed. She is now got some Soul, which could be very impactful to convert that into a Spectral Shield. Again, with this Ode on the board that is just terrorizing. Piece by piece, damage by damage.
This Ode has been here since it feels like the beginning of time itself, just never leaving the arena, getting so much damage and value attacking with those little pings. But with the Ode to Wrath on the board, the little 1 damage attacks that Prism is able to send in with Luminaris are really anything but doubling their power. It is always, I gotta say, from this day watching these games, it does feel like I'm traveling back in time to like an era of Fab gone past, right? This is such a battle of ancient titans from an earlier format, and we're seeing cards like Stonewall Gauntlet, right? Cards like the Command Respect and the Felling of the Crown, new cards from new formats that are making their way into our more, you know, some might call it a legacy format, as the legacy of Flesh and Blood lives on here in the Living Legend format. This one is going to get popped. You can see the attack for 3, thanks to the on-hit effect of the Pulverize, of course, giving the first attack -4. But 2 damage from the ping of Arcane.
1 Arcane and then 1 from Ode to Wrath.
Yep, and then again showing just the power of, even when I'm trying to block this damage, I'm still taking 2 damage because of the Ode and the Merciful being represented to me. Just kind of in a tough spot here, because we're still going to be able to swing with the Ode follow-up here, and then going to be another Merciful swing on the other end. Dylan not having anything in Arsenal to be able to activate Crown of Seeds also does hurt to be able to prevent one of those damage. So if he wants to block, he's going to either have to give up his Tunic or 2 more cards in hand, which is not going to be optimal considering he's got a Spinal Crush and a Blink. So the Blink does not even block in this scenario.
By a block with the Autumn's Touch. Here comes in 1 go again with the Merciful Retribution, but threatens to take 2. So I believe Dylan has taken 4 on the turn, down to 3. Haze Bending is the follow-up from Arsenal. Prism starting to get pretty set up and looking to be a little difficult for Dylan to really get over the hump, especially because of the arcane damage that the Merciful Retribution threatens alongside that Ode to Wrath. Damage dealing power blink. Can you go to the hammer? But what's the clear at this point? Bravo down to 3. Not a lot of life gain.
1 Arcane at you? Sure.
1 arcane has to be taken. Finally, the Ode to Wrath. It's been so long, but with it off of the board, Dylan can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief. But with his life total down to 2 here. Not quite represented, but down to 2 here. Is it too little too late?
Yeah, I mean, we really saw that Ode just put in work from like the first turn that I had mentioned it, and it's just now finally leaving the board. But I think that the amount of damage and small amounts of ping that it has now invested into this game has been massive. And Celestial Cataclysm coming down 7 go again. That is just crazy amounts of pressure when we have these other auras following up also after this.
Back-breaking go-again attack. We saw it used to great effect yesterday during our battle-hardened stream by our top-seeded Bolton player. But here in Prism, still pretty damn good. 7 damage with go-again. Not Phantasm, just an attack action card.
And as we saw between last game and now this game, Prism just showing how crazily powerful she still is with all of this utility, all of these different tools, all of these different game plans that you can enact as you continue to evolve and maneuver around your opponent, where they try to take out one side of your plan and you just kind of exploit the weaknesses of the other side of their plan. It just always astounds me every time I watch Prism play, and as the game progresses and we get new cards, new strategies, new power levels of cards, to just go, man, I can't believe this existed 3 years ago.
Yeah. No, it was pretty good back then. Remains good in this format. Dylan seeing what can he draw off the top. Popper might not even do it here. So we have got 2 more attacks coming with both of those auras thanks to Luminaris. This is a block 4-5. Here is an attack 4-1. 1 go again is the offer, and that is going to eat the prevention from the Crown of Seeds. But the haze bending that was played at the end of that last turn is going to be taken by the Tunic. So Dylan staying alive at 1. Haze bending now with the final action point. Dylan is alive at 1. Cost him the Tunic. He's going to draw 4 cards here. But it feels as though the writing may be on the proverbial angelic wall.
Well said, Sam. That was very good. As we continue to draw up here, Trevor's going to search his hand, see if he wants to drop any auras in his end step, or I should say Dylan's end step. You know, Genesis would be pretty decent there, but his hand is full of, again, the card that has caused so much havoc this game, Ode to Wrath. The final 2 have shown up to assist their last fallen brethren that came down to say, we will help you close this game, my friend. And we also have the Arclight, which wasn't even needed this game, did not even show up to really show its power because all these other auras just worked so hard throughout the course of the game.
Has to find a pitch outlet and does in the Herald of Triumph, giving attack actions that defend -1. Luckily, Starvo full of attacks like this Crush the Weak with 7 power. This is going to be 1 arcane damage from the Merciful Retribution. That has to buy a pitch. So 2 floating after the flash is pitched. 2 cards left in hand here. That's going to now send a card to the soul. We're going to gain our action point back with the Phantasmal Footsteps, utilizing the Tunic resource, which would technically have to be done, you know, in response to the triggers here.
Judge, quick question for you. Does this use all at once, or does it spread out over each attack?
Currently asking Judge about a question regarding in a card in hand about damage prevention. So they're going to just see about that. But with the board state, we have Haze Bending, Haze Bending, Merciful, and we know there's another Ode in hand. And we also have notably 1 in Soul for Prism, which is going to convert into another Spectral Shield. So just seeing how crazy you can go just being wide and tall with the Heralds, much like the last game that we had saw versus the Lexi. But Starvo really trying to make sure that he can stay alive here with Trip the Light Fantastic, which actually I do believe does spread out the damage prevention. So great card in this circumstance to try to stay alive.
Just like well-grounded and similar style effects. Just going to prevent whatever 2 damage it is. So here's 1. There's the second that the Trip the Light Fantastic will eat. Here's another attack for 1 that buys the final card out of the hand. And Prism's ability, something we haven't seen yet this game, banish a card from Soul to make a Spectral Shield with a certain signature upon it. And that is going to be the game. Trevor Galligan, Prism, Sculptor of Arclight, taking down Bravo Star of the show, which is perhaps what many expected given Prism's status as a Guardian Slayer. It's what these illusionists do, right? It's hard for Guardians to get that action point, get that go again, clear that Spectra, and boy, old Luminaris, that's a hell of a drug.
Yeah, I mean, we started with Ethan's wonderful story about Prism, where we ended with Ethan finishing it off as the final Spectral Shield that ended.
Yeah, much in the same way, just kind of coming in and it was just kind of like a sigh at the end, rather. You know what I
just
mean? Yeah,
A very gentle conclusion to the
Mhm.
game,
absolutely.
much like Ethan in person.
A gentle conclusion to
This
this round
round
of
of
Swiss.
Swiss.
And we're going to be moving into the top 8 in just a little bit. We're going to be there. So I don't really know exactly which heroes are locked, but I know we'll be hanging out. Spoons
Yeah.
will be hanging out.
Yeah.
I do hope you guys will continue to hang out and see the conclusion of this Living Legend tournament. We know that the Verdance is going to be in there, right?
Yeah, you think so? You think the Verdance made it?
Yeah, no, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I think so. You want to know why?
Why is that?
Because I bet you she's playing a really cool new card.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What's that card?
Concuss. We'll see you
Oh,
in just a
there it
second
is.
for a segment after a short break. What's up, everybody? We are waiting for the top 8 to finally be crystallized. And until that time, we have some questions for you, the chat. We have some problems that we need answering. I hope you will join us in this segment we are calling...
I don't know. I got nothing.
I
But
don't know.
will
I
say-
don't know, because the questions are, what is this card?
Oh, okay, cool. Let's go with that.
Yeah,
Let's go with
yeah.
that. That's way
You
better.
don't know either. We don't know. We're going to figure out a card based on the flavor.
Guess
text
the card.
This is I don't know. I got nothing, everybody.
Guess the card
Here's how
based
this
on
is
the
gonna work.
flavor text. It's just not a good title.
This is how it's going to work. We have some flavor text here. It is said by Lord Sutcliffe, and Ethan wants me to do some voices.
yeah.
So
Oh, yeah.
what does Lord Sutcliffe sound like? Probably he's pretty old, right?
He's headless.
Barely. Yes, he
Or
is.
bodiless.
They call me rabid overreacher. I merely grasp what begs to be possessed.
Lord Sutcliffe. So what is that card?
Oh, that's a great question. Do you have any opinions? I have some.
Do I have opinions?
Yeah, like about what it could be.
I'm not sure I have
Any
opinions.
Thoughts? You have any thoughts?
I have thoughts. I'm trying to think of all the Runeblade cards I know. Is it? There's a card that's popping into my head, and I'm trying to remember.
Concuss.
It's Concuss.
It's concuss.
Concuss.
Or was it Commander Spec?
No, or Commander Spec. There is a card that's popping up into my head, and I'm grasping at it at straws, and I feel like it's a Arcane or a Crucible card. That's
So-
my first thought.
My first thought when I read that is like, that feels like a fantastic flavor text win for Revel and Runeblood. But I feel like I don't
I think there's
recall
too much
Revel
text
and
on that
I don't think
card.
it has.
Runeblood.
I
I
don't
don't
know if it has
recall
flavor
Revel and
text, no.
Runeblood having text, but that feels like it fits rather well.
I can give you a hint.
Yeah,
I
I'd
can
love
give
a
you
hint.
the borders.
Ooh, let's get some borders.
Well, I mean,
Spoons, do you want some borders? Oh, it's
Okay.
Shadow.
Shadow Runeblade. Oh no, it's gonna be like some random trash common from Draft or
No,
something.
this card's played.
Oh,
No,
okay.
yeah, I've read this friggin' flavor text before. The card I was thinking, I think, is wrong, so that's good to know.
What were you thinking?
I don't remember. I don't know. There was a card that was popping into my head. It was like I was grasping at the art. If I had known, I would have said it. Okay, so Shadow card, does it? I can't tell what the little bobble down there on the bottom left. Is that where it
There's
would
a-
attack?
There's a block value on the right.
But it doesn't look like. Does it? Is that? I feel like we'd be able to see a number.
Yeah, there would be an
Right?
attack symbol. Yeah,
We'd see. Yeah, it'd be
There'd
yellow.
be an attack
There's
symbol.
no attack.
There is
You guys
no
are
attack.
blind. That's clearly not yellow.
No, we're saying that.
Oh,
saying
yeah,
that.
I agree.
Agreeing
Yeah, we're
with
saying that
you.
there
We all
would.
agree.
Yeah, yeah.
My
yeah.
God,
We're
he's
all on the
putting
same
words-
page.
He's the one. He's the one over here telling
Please
these
don't
ridiculous
gaslight us.
stories
Okay.
that never
Obsessed. They
resolve.
call me Rabbit Overreach. I merely grasp what begs to be possessed. So I think. Oh God, it's not Seeds, because that's Shadow Runeblade or just so this is just a Shadow card.
That's what I'm showing you.
Tides of Torment.
It looks like just a shadow card.
Tides of Torment. I don't even know if that's a
It's
real card.
not a card.
You
Okay,
guys
cool.
are definitely reading what's on screen.
Yep.
That's
I'm
about as
trying-
far as you're
I'm
getting.
trying to think of like
Yes, we are very good at this game, as you can clearly see.
beseech the Demigon.
Oh, Sam, that deserves an instant reveal. Oh shoot! Wait,
Tear through the portal.
You thought I was.
wait! I thought it was facetious.
Cool.
Oh my god!
No, it's
Good.
tear
Good.
through the portal. But it is Dusk Till
Yeah.
Dawn. It is Dusk
Yeah,
Till
yeah,
Dawn.
yes, it is Dusk Till Dawn.
Oh dang it! This card is not played. I lied to you.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
You
that
super
threw
lied.
me for a loop because I was
Super
like,
lied.
I don't know.
Tear
on
through the
this
portal. I mean, it's
one.
actually. I'm not. This is the first time I'm looking at it, and the art. I mean, the first time I'm looking at it. First time I'm really giving it the attention I
Yeah, of
suppose
course.
it deserves. Look at that art, dude. Look at the way that the hand itself is almost open with like a little rift to another
Yeah.
place. That the portal is even itself going to another.
Mateus did that. That's a great art. I love that art. It's
How many? Anyone get it in chat?
Oh yeah, a lot
Oh.
of people, and I
Okay.
thought they were all
Oh.
wrong. I
Because
was
you
like,
thought it was beseech the
I'm
Demigon.
like, you guys are fools.
So you actually can play along with us because if
Yeah.
you just
I don't remember.
Oh,
clearly.
your own
my
game.
goodness. Okay, well, then we're all in this together,
All right, next-
everyone. It's
next
High School Musical number 2. Here we go.
oh, that's another really old man.
Yes.
The oldest man alive, be it sword of sorcery, we defend, we defeat, oh, we die.
Please, God, don't let that be Oldham's voice.
The oldest man alive.
Oh my God, that's not.
Tell me that's not just the oldest man you've ever heard?
That is the most frail man. That's literally the voice of the frailty token character. Frailty token, clip it. That's the voice
Be
that
it
the frailty
sword
person
or
uses.
sorcery, we defend, we defeat, or we die. That's very cool, and I have any idea what that's on.
My God.
That's
I
very.
mean, is there flavor text on Oakenold? Is that the Oakenold flavor text? I feel like that feels right.
Yeah, that was the first card that came into my head
Feels
too.
right.
But that'd be so hard if they put Oldhim on the card, they put Oldhim on the flavor text, and it's not an Oldhim specialization.
Yeah.
That would be misleading.
I'm pretty sure. That would be my guess, is that it would be Oakenold.
You want your hint?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, I'll lay it on us. Okay,
Just
so
a
it's,
Guardian.
All right.
Just a Guardian card that. Steadfast. It's gotta be Steadfast.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
there it
'cause
is.
it's an
Yeah,
instant. Yeah, 'cause
that's
it's an
right.
instant. It's
God, I
gotta
blocked
be.
that card out of my memory. Oh my good
Yeah, you don't
Lord.
like that one, huh?
Ugh.
We
Open
defend, we
my
defeat.
mouth
That
a
card is
little bit.
sick looking, dude. Come on.
Isn't it funny? Oldham's on that card. I had no idea.
What?
No, like his quote. Like,
Oh,
what's that got to do with Oldham?
We both leaned
What?
in concert. Slow down.
No. Yeah. Well,
Maybe a young him.
I'm just saying, look, do you think
Boo.
Oldham
boo this
do
man.
you think Oldham has an accent of any sort?
Dude, we're in like a fantasy world. I feel
Why
like
are all fantasy worlds British?
it sounds better.
It's because of Tolkien.
Yeah, 100%.
It's because of
It
Tolkien.
sounds better.
Yep, 100%. Yep. Okay. Well, we got that taken care of. Number 3.
Ooh.
Another day, another job, another rat to kill.
Jackdaw.
The rat to go.
What do you think?
Oh, man. Okay, so we're in the pits. We can clearly guess that. We're in the pits. Outsiders card. I would think it'd be an Outsiders card.
Yeah,
Obviously,
I
you can
would
go to Arcane
too,
Rising.
but I'm wondering if it's Arcane Rising.
Wait, did you voice this one, Sam? I tuned out for a second.
Steven, take it away, Steven.
Another day, another job, another rat to kill.
Oh, he's better than you.
Yeah, he's better
My
than me.
God.
That's what I'm saying.
I can't pin it though. These are very challenging. I like this. This is great. We are terrible at this, and I'm a fan.
My instinct is Arcane Rising. But
Really?
Yeah.
There's a good number of flavored text in that. I think.
I mean, it would make sense for it to be Outsiders, but I feel like they're throwing us for a loop.
I don't
Yeah.
recall Jackdaw. That's the problem.
You were around back
That's-
then.
I was indeed around.
Another old man. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. Give us the border on this one. Ranger card, maybe.
Oh, it's
okay. So
Ascent.
yeah, we're definitely in the world of Outsiders.
Could be.
Wait
Could
a
be,
minute.
could be
Okay.
an Arachne card.
This is from Dynasty.
Okay.
This is probably an Arachne card.
Cut to the chase.
Oh no, it's gotta be. Now it doesn't attack. As you can see at the bottom there, that's really interesting.
That's why I thought maybe cut to the chase. Oh, no. I thought it was
Is
like
Razor's Edge.
Could
Is
be
it Razor's Edge? Chat. We're not looking at chat whatsoever. We're just
Payday?
playing this.
Is it Payday?
It's gotta be Payday. It has to be Payday. Yeah, Payday. A card that has seen no play.
No, not at all. Payday, no play.
You want another great story?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Do we?
No, let's pass. Let's
No.
go ahead and go to the next with flavor. Okay, go ahead. Fine. Lay us on the story. Oh no, now he's upset. Okay. Chat wants the story, I'm sure. Go ahead. You want this one?
No, please.
Oh no, this is great.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's got to be Dromai, right?
Yeah, well, it feels like it, right? Whenever you swallow, you will taste ash. Wherever you tread, you will feel thorns.
No, voice it. Come on, bring it to life.
Thorns. All right. What?
You're skipping a step. Bring it to life.
Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead,
Yeah.
do the
Sorry.
voice, do the
I'm
voice.
super into this game. This is really fun. Whenever you swallow, you will taste ash. Wherever you tread, you will feel thorns. With a little bit of a
Tingles.
whisper at the end.
Yep.
The thorns, I think, throws me a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But it feels like a Dromai thing.
Because Bittering Thorns is where I think of
It's-
thorns.
It's the it's not called Burn Away, is it? The one where she's standing there, the one where
Oh,
like,
because
she's like
that
Is that Burn Away?
I think the name Uprising is in that flavor text. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure she says
Oh,
something
really?
about an uprising in that flavor
Hmm.
text.
That's the first thing that popped into my head,
Yeah.
but I have no clue. if
Wherever you
that's-
swallow, you taste ash. Wherever you tread, you will feel thorns
Right.
rise from the ashes.
Sam, give us your version. I really like this one.
I do think Dromai, so like an impetus.
Mhm.
Whenever you swallow, you will taste ash. Whatever you tread, you will feel thorns.
That's a solid one. I
Like
like
that.
that one. Yeah,
Wow.
that was
10
quite
out of 10
good.
Emmy
That was a
right
good.
there.
Nice, nice.
Or Oscar,
Mhm.
whatever it is.
I do. I mean, Burn Away makes sense, but I do feel like I recently read the Burn Away text.
That's the name of the card, right? Burn Away,
Yeah.
where she's turned like
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
and
yeah.
then like the village is
Burn
on
Away.
fire.
What
behind
about what about? Isn't there one that's no, because that's Dromai and Phi specialization, which is a different card.
You're getting colder.
Getting colder?
Show us the
Want the
border.
border?
Show us
You want
the
the border?
border.
What?
Okay. All
What?
right. Well, I
So it's a
feel like the
Viserai
person who
card?
picked these is a real big Shadow
Yo,
fan.
wait.
But this is a Runeblade card.
What?
Okay.
Whenever you swallow, you will taste ash. Wherever you tread, you will. I am thrown for a loop.
All right.
Consider me thrown.
Maybe this is a new card? I don't remember a lot of flavor text in Rosetta. Quick, grab the
Whoa.
Rosetta cards over there. Go, 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 go. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm
That's
looking.
yeah.
Concuss.
Mm-mm.
Findall Spring Tunic.
I don't think so.
Of course not.
I don't think so.
Ethan looked at me like,
You know what?
What?
I'm just saying, scribble
What a
it
bad
onto
guess.
your tunic. Scribble it onto your tunic, and you win.
oh, yeah, I'm
There
not
it
seeing
is.
much flavor text here.
I don't know. This is hard. This is a difficult one.
This one is. Is there a second hint or is it just no? It's just
No, there's no second
He
hint.
picked no attack
All right.
actions.
Okay, it's like a red pitch, so maybe it's a cycle. You can see because one of the little bubbles is not
Mhm.
colored at the
Mhm.
top. It doesn't attack. Succumb to temptation. Does
no,
that
no,
have,
no.
Does that
It's
have?
right here? No, it's right
That
here.
doesn't have. Hey, so we're cheating. Hey, chat, we're cheating, but don't tell. Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
Yeah, no flavor text. Too much text on Succumb to Temptation.
That is true. That is true. Man, this is a tough one.
I have
It has to be something old.
actively.
then.
I have actively no idea.
I
Wherever you
feel-
tread, you will feel thorns. That's a hint.
Were there non-talented? So back in Dusk Till Dawn,
Yeah.
Were there non-talented Runeblade cards?
Were there non
Talented.
No.
It was just Shadow cards and then Shadow Runeblade.
Oh
cards,
wait,
yeah.
no. There, Runic Reckoning is Dusk Till Dawn, right? Yeah, that majestic. That's Dusk Till Dawn. Pretty.
All right, you want the answer?
Yes,
Yeah.
please. We have
Want the
no
answer?
clue.
Oh,
Dude,
Can you believe
Sizzle
it?
of Suffering. What a great little flavor text read there.
And played now more than ever
Yeah.
in Aurora.
I think you have to say it the way Sam did when you play this card.
I mean, it would talk
have
about
to
psychic
resolve.
damage.
Yeah,
That's
you have to
definitely not how Aurora speaks, though. So
No.
how would Aurora say it, Sam?
That's a good question.
I don't know if I can do that one. That's not really. I wouldn't say that one's for me to do. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I kind of agree with
We
that.
got one more, and then top eight's ready.
Okay.
Okay,
One more.
let's roll it.
This one's easy.
He's bearded, dude. I don't have much. Bam, bam. Oh. He's bearded. I've
Oh.
seen this.
Oh,
Do you know what you should? Oh, I have actually
It's
a good
the
flavor
Brute
text story.
card. It's the Brute card, yeah?
Oh, is it Numbskull?
It's the Brute, yeah. It's
Numbskull.
gotta be, right?
Is it
It's
Numbskull?
the one that hinted, it's the one that hinted to, because we were Dusk Till Dawn, and it hinted right towards our next step.
I want to point out something here, though.
It's a good one.
The way that the quote is,
Deathmatch.
well, like look at the capitalization.
yeah,
on
there's no
tooth,
capital
right?
on
There's
tooth.
no capital on tooth, and I
Yeah.
don't know whether to call that a typo or some kind
Oh,
of
interesting.
intentional
Colloquialism.
Or you saying
Colloquialism.
Tooth is
Yeah.
Tooth is.
in the text itself. I have no idea,
Is that
but
the name of
for
someone,
me, it
you know?
triggers insane OCD. I'm like,
Mm.
you gotta,
Guys,
you
we
gotta
need to-
capitalize that T, guys.
Well, I think Deathmatch is capitalized like that because that was the original name for Fab, right? It was going to be Deathmatch before it was Flesh and Blood.
Oh,
Was
I
it?
did not know that.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that was said in an interview.
Pretty sure is close to the truth.
I'm like 75% sure that is true. I think I remember James saying that in maybe a little Flukenbox interview or something. Deathmatch.
I'm about 53% on that one.
You're 53%.
Yeah, the percentages. We're really likely to draw blue off the top here, but pretty close 53%, I think, on that being the truth.
There's a.
Well-
I'm going to share one little. I don't know if I'm
gonna
at
tell
liberty
a
to
story?
say the whole story, but I know that there is a reference in Heavy Hitters in the flavor text to one of the lead developers of Flesh and Blood. If you look through the flavor text of Heavy Hitters, one of the lead developers of Flesh and Blood is in the flavor text for a meme that the whole community kind of would know. So if you can go searching through,
I feel like I've heard this story.
you
as
can
well.
go searching through, you can find it's hidden, it's subtle. It's not like really right on the nose with it, but It is in there. It is in there. I've heard,
Well, there you
I've
go.
heard tell. I've heard tell. Go searching through your heavy hitters bulk.
That was fun.
Alright.
That was a great one.
That was
I
fun.
enjoyed that.
Thank you. I got
Good
the
challenge.
idea from Lorcana, so shout out Lorcana.
It's a good challenge.
Shout out.
All right, I also have the top 8 if you want it.
Yes,
Yeah.
I would love. Can you read it to us?
Spoons wants it.
Yep. Yeah, here we go.
Survey says Spoons.
All
What
right,
you
this
got
is
for
coming
us?
from Spoon's mouth, everyone. First seed is Daniel Johnson, 5 wins, so 5-0 on Prism.
Okay.
Wow.
Daniel was the undefeated,
That's
not the
Prism you just
Verdances.
Wow.
watched? Is that the Prism you just watched?
No, that was the one that beat Summer.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Then Logan King, the Verdance we saw on stream at 4-1, second seed.
Okay.
Then Summer herself on Lexi, 4-1, third seed.
Let's
Okay.
go.
Then one of the Prisms that we did see on stream, I think round 1 or something, Sean, or no, round 1 was Iyslander, whatever.
Cool.
4-1. Jacob Hernandez, also Prism, 3-2.
Cool.
Trevor, Prism, 3-2.
Cool.
Aaron on Berserk Kayo, 3-2.
Cool.
And then Jeremy Crewman on Verdance, squeaking in on 8th seed. So 2 Verdance, 1 Kayo,
Now this is interesting
1
because
Lexi, 4 Prism.
what you described is no Icelanders, and Iyslander was most represented, and we watched several Iyslander games in this 5-round tournament.
Yeah, I don't think Iyslander has a great. I think it's a winnable matchup, but it's not very good in a Prism.
Right, and that is the tail of the tape for this Swiss round.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
seeing all of these Prisms come to the fore in this tournament. That's really interesting.
The question is,
So-
who can stop the amped Kraken's Aether Vein for 30?
Yes.
Well, we're going to watch the KO versus Verdance. So
All right.
we'll see if
Oh.
it can be Berserk KO. Can they just deal 40 on turn 2?
Oh, are they already sit down and everything's ready to go? Or are we-
Almost.
okay, so we're maybe gonna vamp a little bit and talk a little bit about it.
Nope, we'll take a break while I make
Oh,
the
never mind.
bracket.
Never mind at all. I had some things to say. That's fine.
No,
though.
okay,
That's
you can
cool.
vamp while I
That's-
make the
that's
bracket, but
All right,
once
so-
I'm in, I'm locked in.
Okay, so once he's in, he's locked in. So that means we have to
I gotta
vamp ad
finish it.
nauseum, ad
we go.
infinitum. Well, I will tell you this: when Living Legend format was really starting to gain momentum at the beginning of this year, one of the first decks that I looked at and played around with was Berserk Kayo, and I really enjoyed the deck. It was a lot of fun to play. The deck has its problems. Oftentimes, if you're not playing that Berserk combo turn, then you're really just doing things that are sort of under rate for the hero compared to what you could just do in Classic Constructed. But the moment that you get to one of those Berserk turns, everything just turns up to 11. So in a way, it's very similar to how that Verdance plays that we saw, except that Verdance deals like 1 million arcane damage. So it's a little different in that respect, I guess. But yes, definitely a deck that has some burst potential in a format like this, which is full of decks that have burst potential.
Because you just keep drawing.
Yes, exactly. And off of the back of Savage Sash to reduce the cost as well,
Yep.
you can draw, pitch, and you can really go pretty wide.
Well, I wonder if it will be wide enough and fast enough to take down the Verdance that we're going to see in round 1. What else you got to say? You said you had things to say.
That was it.
That was it?
So you can go ahead and hit the. No, that's right. He's locked in. That's
he
right.
said,
He's
he
locked
said once
in.
he's in, he's locked.
No, I really.
Locked in. I ain't pressing any more buttons.
He's pressing no buttons. No buttons whatsoever. No,
He's
I
left
think
us here to die.
there's been a lot of talk about Living Legend with the introduction of Rosetta, another hero that we did not see at all represented. And actually, a couple of players mentioned this exact same thing. They expected to see this, and it didn't show up at all. Kano. Kano won the last Living Legend tournament.
Shout out Alex Vore.
Exactly. Won it as a CC deck. Still had all the tomes, of course. Still had that available to him in Living Legend. Won the tournament.
Pretty cool.
No players today.
Yep.
on Kano. So I think this is a little bit indicative of the choice that players make going into Living Legend, because Living Legend allows you to play your favorite hero again.
Yep. I think that's a very good point. There's I think that everybody's here hoping to win. Everybody's here hoping to throw up a very competitive game. But I think you do have a variety of types of players in the room, especially, it's day 2 of a Battle Hardened weekend. This is mostly people who are quite local to the venue, right? So people are, some of them, just stoked to play their favorite Living Legend deck. And then you have some players who are putting in true, real-time thought and energy into deck selection, hero selection, and thus, maybe not thinking as much about what is the absolute top of the meta pick. I mean, I think, so it's, I wonder how impressive Kano truly is in a wide field, especially at the Chicago Calling.
I mean,
Hosted by MinMaxGames. We'll have
There
to
you
wait
go.
and see precisely how much Kano is represented, but
It's true.
It's a strong deck.
It is a very strong deck, and I myself was surprised not to see anyone pick it up, but I do think that it just really speaks to people wanting to play their favorite heroes. I think the same can be said for Prism. Now, speaking locally, this very much is a community of Prism enjoyers. We talked about this even last week. We were on a call talking about like the meta and talking about the scene
call without
here.
me, by the way.
That is true. It was a call without Ethan Van Sant, and he felt very left out. And, thanks for bringing that up. I apologized already, but no, he's not letting it go. Never let things go. Anyway, we talked about how this was a community with a lot of Prism enjoyers when she was first on the scene. And then, of course, they moved from Prism when she LL'd to perhaps Dromai and some other decks, and a couple of them picked up Enigma from what I was told. So Prism showing up a little bit more heavily here, but making it to the top 8 and multiple copies of the deck. So the deck, and you've seen it on stream, has legs.
Deck has so many legs, and deck even has some more tools. We've seen Dissolve Reality sometimes be used to devastating effect, making the ponders, clearing out the arsenals of heroes that need to do some major setup, or like even Lexi utilizing their arsenals in the way that they do. It's possible. I know Summer told me, I think her one loss was to Prism, but she also, in the round before she was on stream, took down a Prism. She said she was like, yeah, I high rolled the heck out of that game. But like sometimes, that's part of what makes Living Legend exciting, is that there is that high roll potential with some of those cards that are no longer with us in Classic Constructed, or especially heroes that are no longer with us in Classic Constructed, as is most of the field out there, save for, I believe, the Levia and, of course, the couple Verdances, though the tools they have access to are very different in this format as to why they're doing so well. I mean, Flourish into Fire Breathing for 37. I can't say it was on the proverbial bingo card.
Well, if you're looking to draw cards, this is now the format to do so.
Yep.
We talked about it earlier. It's kind of exciting how these two formats now have their own identity. One of them being Classic Constructed is more of that original Fab experience now that the tomes and the draw cards and all these things have moved out. And then the other one being the powered up version, draw a lot of cards, play a lot of cards, do a lot of very powerful, impactful things, and perhaps none more so now than Verdance, Thorn of the Rose, using Kraken's Aether Vein to deal massive arcane damage. And there are 2 copies of that list in this top 8, and we're going to see if either of them can make it, or maybe both of them, depending on if they're on the other side of the brackets from each other, if they can make it to the finals, because there's a lot of people right now that are wondering if that deck is the deck to beat, or the just only deck, the tier 0 deck, if you will. So let's go ahead and look at the bracket, seeing how this will all shake out, shake down. Got Daniel Johnson sitting on Prism, Sculptor of Arclight in the first seed, going to be facing down the first of the 2 Verdances.
Boyo. That's a lot of Prism. Sorry, I'm just... Yeah. Oh, my God.
I mean, we talked about it. There's a bunch of Prism, right? So Prism just all over the place. Sean Stell, a player that we saw on stream yesterday as well, this time playing Prism against Jacob Hernandez, another Prism enjoyer. Logan on the other side of the bracket playing that Verdance Thorn of the Rose sort of OTK deck versus a Kayo armed and dangerous that just wants to go absolutely berserk. And then finally Summer missing the U, so just Summer playing on Lexi against Trevor Gilligan on Prism, which is a tough matchup, but you said she's already played against 2, picked up a win against one of them. Maybe can take the notes from that and run it back.
Yeah, Summer, I believe, 1-1 into Prism so far on the day, so looking to win the best of 3 and move on into the semis against either the KO or the Verdance. That will be our feature match, of course, because it is, in my opinion, the most interesting to watch here on this board, though I am curious if the pressure of Prism up there at the top side part of your screen will be enough to take out the other Verdance life gain, Kraken's Aether Vein deck in Jeremy Crewman.
To tell you the truth, though, I would love to watch that, massive spike turn from Kayo try to push the life total to 0.
We're watching that
and see if that can go the distance. I would imagine that game would not be in for a long time, but someone would be in for a good time at the very least on that one. I'm not sure which one of these we're going to get first, or if we're going to get to see
They're ready right now.
of them. But
let's dive on in.
Yeah, let's go ahead and jump down into there, take a look at what we have in store for you in the quarterfinals.
We can take a 3-minute break. They're reading deck lists, actually.
And as I say that, we are going to take a 3-minute break to allow players to read deck lists. So don't go too far, and we'll see you back here in just a minute. It's time to dive into the quarterfinals here at the ProQuest in Milwaukee. Let's jump right into it as they are jumping into it themselves. It is Logan. It is Aaron. Verdance versus Kayo. It's time. Who's going to combo first and who's going to go the distance? I don't think we're going to be in for a very long game. What do you think?
I would have to agree. The question is, I think if the KO finds the aggression early, that might lead to a shorter game, but the Verdance might be looking to take things out a little bit longer to store up enough amp to really make that combo go as insane as possible. But you said you were messing around with the KO deck, so what can we expect? Walk me through the game plan from both of these players.
So, in fact, I was actually talking to Aaron earlier as the 7th seed. He was feeling fairly comfortable in how he had been playing. He felt fairly comfortable in making his way into the top 8. Got in there at 7th. He said it as well as I could have said it. He said, yeah, the Berserk, once you just find Berserk, it just goes for crazy amounts of damage. And so the real tool here is going to be able to find Berserk, set up one of those 5-card hands off of Berserk, and just start the ball rolling by discarding cards, gaining just extra card advantage as we go. Players here sideboarding, but both of these players, I think, realize that this is going to be a quick one. So I'm going to pass it to our producer for another story.
All right, this one's good. Buckle in.
All right, strap in, everyone.
So Aaron started the game with Iyslander and was a very notorious Iyslander player in the Rochester area and like kind of Buffalo scene, upstate New York, right? So I'm surprised he's not on Iyslander.
You've got to be joking me. You did that on purpose.
Oh, yeah.
You did that on
This,
purpose.
I was
getting ready for like some crazy tournament run.
That was better than the previous story. So honestly, I'm not even that upset about it. You
That was
did a
good,
better
Doc.
job
That was funny.
with that one.
That was well done.
Well set up. He got us. Thanks, Grandpa.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, Grandpa, let's get you to bed.
Yeah, let's go ahead and lead you over to the bed there. You can tell us more about the war next time. Oh, yeah, the Blitz.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, anyway. Both these players shuffling up, preparing. Got the Phi sleeves over on the side of KO, armed and dangerous. And Verdance being represented both on the board and in the shirt. Probably I would imagine the Heartbeat of Candle holds sleeves. You have to. Nope, is the Heart of Fandel, which is just as appropriate, I think. Yeah. Gaining Life is the name of the game for this Kraken's Aether Vein OTK list. Now, who can OTK first? Welcome to the Living Legend format. Let's get things rolling.
Didn't guess any of those.
Aaron here, first player, so gets to try to find his combo first, maybe filter a couple hands. None of those cards say the word Berserk on them. Bare Fangs would allow, of course, to draw on the discard, but then you're wondering if the Bare Fangs is on top. Perhaps it's the Assault and Battery as the play to set up a good arsenal, create an agility token, and see more cards out of the hand, get even closer to that Berserk. However, let's see what we're looking at for Logan King. Never mind.
Hiding the information.
No, never mind. I didn't even want to see.
Yes.
I didn't even want to see.
Very suspicious. Again, if this is the first time you are seeing this Kraken's Aether Vein list, this is the equipment suite presented in the previous game. It is very effective in exactly what this deck wants to do. Mage Master Boots might be a surprise to some, but if you're playing the the more attacking version that we might see with this one, thanks to the beautiful play that we saw at the end of the last one with fire breathing, then it makes sense to gain the action point rather than use Storm Striders. But starting things off with the Assault and Battery, of course, creating an Agility and a Might token.
Agility and a Might created, more cards cycled, so that means Aaron gets to draw 4 full cards on this turn. Set up an arsenal with the Swing Big. We're going to see nice 2 cards blocked with, interestingly, yeah, the Sigil of Solace there, kept in the hand for Logan. Wants to do some amping on his turn, or do some life gain on his turn, rather.
Looking over to the hand of Logan, we see the first of the absolute bombs. That is that Rampant Growth Life. For those that don't know, Rampant Growth Life plus some life gain will amp your Kraken's Aether Vein, a card that can draw you cards based on how much damage it deals.
And thus in lies the power of this deck, truly allowing it to draw just an inordinate amount of cards, and from there find really anything else. As Kraken Aether Vein is an instant. It doesn't even use your action point when you activate that card.
And my thought was whether or not he's going to send it right here, and I think he is going to do it because if you put it into the graveyard, you have access to it later thanks to Plume of Evergrowth. We'll see if he actually does commit it here. He is going to gain 3 life on this, so we have currently, if he chooses to play Rampant Growth Life, it would be 4 amp. He's going to track this with a die. We can all appreciate that. And there is the play of the Rampant Growth Life. First triggering the life side, gaining a life, going up to 4, and then the Rampant Growth, which is going to amp 4. So that means Kraken's Aether Vein will come across for 5, threatening the 5 cards drawn.
5 cards drawn with your weapon. Look at this. He's just going to immediately plume it again.
Okay.
On this very first turn, the Sigil of Solace was enough for Logan to say, I want to gain even more life. I want to amp even more. Amping for a total of, it looks to be 9 on the turn. So we're going to be coming in now with potentially that final blue. Amp, hold, focus, amping an additional, coming in for 10.
Yeah, he's
utilize
full
the
committing.
Blossom of Spring, get that resource immediately. Let's go ahead and draw as many cards as possible, utilizing the Flourish in hand, the Thrive in hand.
He's going to Spellfray here, and he's going to Skullhorn, and of course he's got to pitch the Berserk, so this is going to stop 3 points, but he's going to draw so many cards.
Let's just go ahead and see exactly how many cards are drawn here, how much damage was done.
Drawing up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, setting it out like a draft pile, except he's going to take the cards into his hand and continue his turn. That, of course, like you mentioned, at instant speed.
We can see a number of interesting cards there. The Will of Arcana, the Channel, the Millennium Tree, Photon Splicing, Tome of Harvest, need a card in the arsenal, another copy of Rampant Growth, and Life. How much damage can we do? Logan, interestingly, pitching the Berserk away there. Needs to find now a second copy in the rest of his cards.
Now, looking at the hand as he's sort of pivoting things out, he does have the ability to play, and that's what I thought. He's going to sift here. He has the chance to sift away some of these cards. This blue sift allows you to take up to 2 cards from your hand, put them on the bottom, draw that many cards, see if he can draw into some more life gain, because then he could play the second Rampant Growth, try to amp a little bit if he chooses to, or he could try to dump all of this, digging around for a Fire Breathing. Nevertheless, he does have the ability to set a couple of things down if he chooses to, or just gain more life and send one of these blue spells that are lurking in the hand.
Play a Heartbeat of Candlehold.
Heartbeat of Candlehold will take Logan from 45 to 48. 8 life total gained on this turn.
Now, Aaron automatically reaching for the pen, but remember, he's not going to take any damage because Verdance's hero ability is not online. There's not arcane damage being presented here. He's just building up more life gain.
Goodness me. Will of Arcana amps as well. Channel, the Millennium Tree, is going to go ahead and be pitched to with the Will of Arcana. So now amp 1 again. So amping 4 on the next spell as well.
He has the ability to discard Arcane Twining. I think that's a, is that a Photon as well in the hand that
Yeah,
you can discard?
Photon.
So one of those could make their way to the discard to play the other one. Looks like it's going to be the play of the Rampant Growth Life.
Gaining 1, so now amping 9 after amping 4. So this will be a spell for, if it's the Photon Splicing, it'll be coming in for 2, plus, looks like 13, so then 15 more Arcane after this. Let's see if that is the play.
Photon Splicing for 14 Arcane.
14 Arcane damage.
Key point, he is keeping the card in hand, which will make its way to the arsenal. This is a card, I believe it was Arcane Twining, which could be discarded, of course, to amp this by an extra 1, but giving yourself a 5-card hand to try and close the game out on the next turn, perhaps.
Tome of Harvests, of course, needing a card in the arsenal to get its effect. We saw that in the first part of this hand. It looks as though he sifted it away naturally. No arsenal on this turn.
Yeah, could be playing towards that as well, giving yourself more outs to what you might draw next. You've already taken the Berserk out of the hand, so you don't need to kill on this turn.
Yeah, that's the thing for Aaron. You saved yourself a fair bit of cards being seen from Logan, but that Berserk is how you do your damage. And this Millennium Tree, it's sticking around thanks just to that final Thrive that was in the pitch zone, the only Earth card in there. But that means Amp 3 on Logan's next turn as well, and Aaron's all the way down to 18 off of, let's be very clear, like the first 6 cards technically because 2 were blocked with, but this was Logan's first turn. This is turn 1. This is turn 1. Those were just 4 cards, no arsenal, no setup, just that's it.
Yes, that is correct. Skullhorn is the remaining arcane barrier on the board, which is upsetting because you oftentimes, as if you're playing as Berserk Kayo, would love to pop Skullhorn at some point and do the effect on it.
For 9, so Logan going to take a huge hit here, go all the way down to 40.
Dropping down to 40, like you said, playing Wild Ride out, drawing and discarding, hitting. This deck is designed to hit on just about everything except those Berserks.
Here comes 6 with go again into 3, so 9 more damage, threatening Logan to go all the way down to 31 when all is said and done. If nothing is blocked, Aaron will be, however, on a 4-card hand, and that's when that Berserk will have to come, where this game is looking like it might be over just as soon as it started.
Looking at his 5-card hand, just going to take the damage here. 6 go again, Claw comes across as well.
No blocks. 31.
31 at the end of the turn. All that damage taken. Logan from 49 to 31. Aaron's going to draw up 4 cards here.
This is the power as well of this specific combo, because it's not just that they're dealing all this damage, but they're also gaining life to do so. So the difference between the life totals is just staggeringly separating whenever they are able to perform that combo. Now, the Amp is going to trigger on the start of turn from the Channel of the Millennium Tree. Going to discard here to amp an additional 1, so amping 4. That means Krakens will come for 5 here.
Yeah, that seems good to me, Steven.
I would agree. You know,
yeah.
Out of all the things that you could be doing, threatening to draw 5 cards, but instead only drawing 3.
Drawing 3 cards here for Logan, so not all is lost. These cards, depending on how impactful they might be. Aaron's now sitting at 15. See, Tome of Findall in the hand. See what happens from here.
Key point, no matter how that draw ended up and no matter how he plays the rest of the turn, if he doesn't win on this turn, he keeps Channel the Millennium Tree around because he pitched 2 Earth cards to do so.
That is true, which means that Kraken's Aether Vein is cracking back in next turn, threatening to draw quite a bit of cards as well. Sifting 2 cards away again. This combo deck looking to find all of the pieces necessary. There's some life gain. There's another Sift. Only 2 cards in hand, and we know it's an Arcane Twining in the arsenal here.
Digging around to try and find another Rampant Growth life to try and send even more arcane damage, but as it stands right now, a 3-card hand over on the side of Aaron with a Blood Rush Bellow, but not exactly the type of hand you'd like to use Blood Rush on, but you just don't have any space in this matchup.
Logan certainly isn't giving any space. This is his 2nd turn, and things are already looking pretty gnarly. Gain 2 more life, up to 33.
Plays 15. Still 2 cards in the hand. Still an action point available.
I will sift.
Playing Sift.
Sure.
Choosing to Sift 0.
And 1 arcane.
And send a singular point of Arcane. Putting a Tome of Fiendal in the arsenal. Keep in mind Mage Master Boots available so that you can gain the action point after you play Tome of Fiendal. That gains you life as well, don't forget.
Oh, yeah.
As a card that will gain you life. So if you find Rampant Growth on this hand, then you have the capacity to just send it again.
Blood Rush Bellow off of a 3-card hand. These are the things you must do when staring down such a powerful combo deck, especially one that has channeled the Millennium Tree. Still rocked and rolling with that Kraken's Aether Vein. Let's see what the 2 cards drawn. Send Packing and Wild Ride.
It's not a terrible get. I mean, you could certainly play either of those 2 cards depending on how you want this to go. Blood Rush giving the +2, drawing you the cards, perhaps not drawing as many cards as you see. He's going to break Sash.
Send Packing for 8.
Sending that across.
Big sigh here from Logan as this threatens to banish that Tome of Findall and then needs to be blocked out entirely or else that Tome of Findall will remain banished, but also not going back to the arsenal here, just going back to the hand, even if it's blocked out.
Yep, it is going to be sent over to the banished zone, so deciding whether or not there was any instant that he wanted to try and use, but Seer send packing for 8. You know, this is not the first play that you might choose based on the heads-up just information, but this does give him a wild ride in the arsenal, which is a go against source. If you draw up and your opponent just kind of flounders, which, keep in mind, it's a very volatile deck. Oh, no, he's going to just send it. He's trying to get that life lead down and down and down, but the deck is the deck's holding him back. The very power of the Verdance combo deck is holding him back as well. Let's see what the side of Logan can do with these 4 cards.
Super relevant hitting a tome.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Keep it from my
A lot of sympathy from Aaron there.
Yeah,
As Logan said, super brutal hitting a super, impactful hitting a tome. You heard Aaron say, yeah, I can imagine. Again, when one deck is drawing all these cards, it's hard to feel any sympathy watching that Tome of Findall get banished away. This is now amping for a total of 6. So coming in for 7. 5 cards will be drawn off of a 4-card hand.
Taking the points, drawing those cards. Let's take a look at what he finds on his side. And he finds another Rampant Growth life. He's got a sigil. He's got 2 sigils, at least 1. Now
Any
one
arcane
sigil.
to follow the Rampant Growth with?
No. He does have the ability to play out this round's on me if he wanted to try and dig for the spell that he can play
Yeah,
alongside.
he needs an actual spell to go alongside with that Rampant Growth. Going to be a this round's on me. Pitching away a Thrive. Both cards being drawn here. Tome of Harvest, that's not going to do anything.
Giving a card over to Aaron actually does not feel great. You may think, oh, this is just, this deck is just going to explode right now.
No, draw, hitting the arcane. So, 2 this rounds on me being used. All of a sudden, Aaron's got a lot of cards in hand. Logan's going to be able to gain a fair amount of life here, but that Rampant Growth really wants to see another arcane spell.
This is the volatility of this combo deck. You look at it and you're thinking to yourself, I mean, like, this is just so much damage. And it is so much damage. But if you don't manage to find these cards, and he's sifted multiple times on the previous turn, he's dug on multiple occasions. Now he's just going to send a measly, a paltry 7 physical damage to the 9 health of Aaron Blum. Just not nothing.
No, unfortunately, you look at Aaron's life total of 9 and realize that, oh man, even if he just wants to take this, throw all the damage back, if you can't present enough damage to take cards out of Logan King's hand here, then all of a sudden, being at 2, almost any arcane spell just closes the game from there. So Aaron probably feeling priced and doing some amount of blocking.
But keep in mind, Kraken's Aether Vein is an instant effect. So if you Rampant Growth life and gain life with something like a Sigil on the opponent's turn, you can amp your Kraken's Aether Vein and kill them on their turn.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that's actually crazy.
So yeah, the block here is actually impactful, actually important. Whether or not Aaron sees this, I mean, he's definitely queuing up a 2-card block, trying to figure out what his 3-card hand might look like. But the pieces are in the hand for an instant speed kill, if allowed to fire off, depending on how much damage is taken here.
Has to block 6 here. Take 2. Down to 7. Oh, excuse me, sorry, take 1. An attack just for 7. So down to 8. The arsenal gonna be for Logan here.
Moving to end, we'll go to, let's get this cleaned up first.
Oh my god, look at all those earth cards in the pitch. We're keeping both of the channels around?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, there are 4 earth cards in the pitch.
You know, when you have the capacity
to draw a bunch of
draw many
cards.
yeah, finding and building the deck correctly, finding the earth cards, there it is. That is the play. Puts the Sigil into the arsenal, and now a 3-card hand.
And another Sigil of Solace.
Okay. Gaining 3, 6, 7. 7 life amps to amps by 7, of course, meaning that Krakens does come for 8.
So Aaron cannot go down to any cards, to no cards left in hand, and he also only has Arcane Barrier 2, so he has to be able to pitch 2 to do anything here. Savage Feast.
Oh.
This is nice, however.
No, because this forces the discard here.
Oh, is it an additional
It's
cost?
an additional cost. But now, before the card draw is in effect, there's a window to respond. And if that, and he's going to pop the beaten trackers.
Now,
he's gonna let him
are
have it,
they
okay.
actually cards with 6 or more power thanks to the, or is it just while attacking that they get -1 thanks to the, this round's on me?
Oh, no.
So it's when they're attacking?
Correct.
Cool. So the card still having 6 or more power being discarded from the hand.
Go to 16.
And the other obviously line here is that Logan can just as easily
Just wait.
take this damage
Yeah.
and try to play it out on his own turn.
Wait.
That passed through the phase where I can create that right here. I missed the trigger probably, right? Okay. Yep, I just realized I've been missing those the whole game.
Oh, the might tokens not being created whatsoever throughout this game. Aaron's been thinking too much about what Logan can do. We've been thinking too much about what this Verdance deck can do. It's hard to remember part of that hero ability as well. Should have been making might tokens. But with Logan at 16, I'm not sure the extra +1s over just 3 turns here would have been the difference maker so far. Mandible Claw now comes in for 1.
Yeah, you don't see
that this
that
round's
very
on me.
often, right?
No, you certainly don't.
Mandible Claw for 1. It's making
Just
our
wait till he plays a
producer-
wait till he plays a lightning card and
Make-
it gets +1 and go again.
There it is.
Yep.
Making our producer chuckle to himself at the absurdity of it all.
No effects.
Choosing not to present any relevant damage.
Because now at this point, we can do this all just on our own turn, even if Arcane Barrier 2 is presented. Let's amp 3. Let's amp 3 again.
It's pretty much a wrap because he has 2 sources on these Channel Millennium trees to amp by 6. This would be 3 life gain, so a total of amp 9, amp 12 if we're counting along. So this is currently looking at 13 arcane. He's going to play the Rampant Growth Life. So this is going to amp an additional, so 13. So this is currently looking at 14 arcane damage to walk across. And the question is there anything that Aaron can do about this? Is there any interaction? Is there any counterplay? 14 arcane, the fist bump. That is the counterplay.
The counterplay at this point, extend the fist bump forward. Logan King moves on to the semifinals in a deck that is looking pretty outrageous and certain of these abilities that it is able to do. That's a lot of cards you're able to draw. I know you're supposed to draw cards in the Living Legend format.
It's true, you are.
That's a lot of cards.
It is a card draw format, but
that's a lot of cards.
Yeah, that is true. Hey, let's go ahead and jump down into the backup match. That one wrapped up in a relatively short amount of time. So let's take a look at the backup match. Prism Mirror.
Uh-oh.
This is live. This is currently going on, so we're watching it as it plays out, and that's a lot of board presence.
Yeah, that's a lot of board already for Sean. On the left side of your screen, that's your, I believe, top seed? No, that was a different player. This is just going to be coming in Parable of Humility.
This
fourth
is the
and
fourth
fifth,
to
yep.
fifth seed, yeah.
Restless Coalescence coming in now. 1 with Go Again. How about another 1 with Go Again? Into, you guessed it, 1 with Go Again. Going to take Jacob Hernandez most likely if he's just not blocking at all. Down 2-8.
Illusionist matchups can look like this from time to time, but oftentimes by the time they look like this, one player is just spiraled so far out of control, and that's part of the reason why both of these decks are looking to establish a board and then use their board to position themselves better and try to remove threats persistently. So oftentimes you'll come into one of these matches and you'll see like both players sitting at parity on board, but when one player looks like this, it is a doomed scenario in a lot of respects. So Jacob trying to find his way back into the matchup by sending the Blue Herald of Protection over to the Merciful Retribution. No, it looks like maybe it's just going face.
Yeah. Wouldn't have Go Again if it's targeting the Merciful here. So it looks like he's deciding exactly. Just wants to get the 2 parables next to each other, make sure that they can hang out.
Yeah, it's 3. It's 3 Go Again. Yeah, it's definitely 3 Go Again thanks to 2 Parables of Humility.
Oh, yeah. Very true. That does change things. We go from 5 down to 3 into a Herald of Erudition here. This might buy a couple of the Spectral Shields. Oh, never mind. It's only 3 again because of the Parable of Humility. Of course. Never mind. What am I thinking?
2 Spectral Shields on the board. Take a look up at the top. We didn't talk about Equipment Suite, but that is indeed Vestige of Soul at the top there, playing maybe more of a combo game. If we could look through the graveyard, we might find out whether or not those Tome of Divinities were played and used to gain this board state advantage. But nevertheless, in a tough spot is Jacob Hernandez.
Merciful Retribution pings when those ores are destroyed? Yes?
Should.
Cool. Sean here, all the tempo in the world. A lot of cards left in hand. Just going to start things off coming in for 1 with that Merciful Retribution. Got a Spectral Shield left over.
Currently doesn't have go again until you make a Spectral Shield, unless I'm missing something. Arclight Sentinel is going to come down. Offensive Arclight Sentinel.
Yep.
You know the type of position you're in if you play an offensive on your own turn Arclight Sentinel and still get to attack.
Yep, because now here comes the Arclight for 1, into the Parable for 1, into the Parable for 1, into the Spectral Shield for, you guessed it, 1.
Yes. Yeah, lethal, most likely at some point or another. Yeah, this is going to be a very, very... You don't like calling these things early. You mentioned it very early in the game. You feel very diametrically opposed to calling them early. I think you said that once. But
Well, yeah, sure.
Yeah. But we might need to at this point because this is like that meme of, like, stop it, he's already dead type scenario.
It's just for the ability for the Prism player here to be able to keep enough cards to make a true difference. It's just hard for me to see what the combination of cards are with this board, especially with the Arclight Sentinel threatening to take whatever offense Jacob hopes to create on this turn. Arclight Sentinel is going to have something to say about it.
Yeah, 1 card in hand. Can it even remove the Arclight off of the board? Going to make a Spectral Shield. And that'll give you the Spectral Shield on the board that you can now swing for free, and that will remove the Arclight. It's going to take a ping from the Merciful Retribution, go to the Soul, which is, I think, the craziest part of it all, is like, because Merciful's on the board, removing the Arclight is also just dealing you damage.
Looks as though Sean might be asking for a think. The end of Jacob's turn. Pass is good. So 4 cards will be drawn from here. Once again, Merciful Retribution coming across. 1. Yeah, waiting on the go again here.
There you go. This is good counterplay because you can do it this way. You can also activate Prism to pitch your yellow, but this allows you to play around the possibility of popping a popping a Phantasm attack so that you lose your action point and then you have to pay extra that way. So this, by just sending the persistent Kodachi for 1, essentially, you're playing around the volatility of maybe losing a big attack, and instead you're just putting deterministic lethal over the next few turns on the stack.
Could have, of course, put the Tunic in front, utilize the Tunic resource, make a Spectral Shield with the Calming Gesture to block some damage, but looks like we're going to come in with another Spectral Shield here. Now might be the time to utilize that Tunic resource, make a Spectral Shield while the Tunic is still on the chain.
Yep, he's in fact going to use his own Calming Gesture, going to take the last card out of the hand. I wonder if Jacob even tries it. I think at this point he's just in the blockout simulator before you get just ground down in the buzzsaw of the Kodachi lock, as we like to call it.
There are too many auras on the field. There is a pitch outlet because there is a card in Soul. There is no worries here for Sean. In just a matter of time, this one's coming in for 2, looks like. Ode to Wrath makes any of these attacks lethal on hit. Let's put out another Ode to Wrath just for good measure. Now everything's got double go again, and if anything hits, deals 2 extra damage, or they lose that much life, I should say. These are all now must blocks, and unfortunately, there are only so many cards one is able to present on defense. Even 2 Sync Blows is not enough to take it down when Sean has the board that he does. Congratulations on Stell moving on to the semifinals here of our ProQuest Plus Living Legend event.
Now we've seen
MinMaxGames.
Oh, there it is. Yep, right.
Covered by that. Yep, sorry.
Actually, it kind of fits rather nicely. Nevertheless, we've seen 2 results from either side of the bracket because the Kayo and Verdance game, it was on the first side, and then this 4-5 seed was on the other side. So the Verdance Prism matchup was on the top side of the bracket. In fact, is it possible for us to pull it up? No, it is not.
No.
It's not possible for us to pull it up right now.
We're getting updates on the other side of the bracket right now.
Yes, indeed.
That's why
so he's gonna run and grab the updates there. And then I forget, it's a Prism mirror we just watched. And then the very bottom was
we have a Lexi Prism.
Lexi Prism.
And then we also have the Verdance Prism.
Correct. So lots of Prism. If you are just tuning in with us right now for this top 8, lots of Prism. I think 5 different Prisms.
4 Prism.
Yep, came through to
Verdance,
play
Lexi,
here in the top 8.
And the KO.
Yep. So we got a lot.
What I will say.
Go ahead.
Is it wasn't like necessarily a foregone conclusion. We saw what happened. You know, it was a really fantastic early draw from the combo deck, the rampant growth into the rampant growth with the sigil right away, drew whatever it was, 8 cards and continued from there. Did have to try to find the arcane spell and couldn't, but what they could do, of course, was keep those 2 Millennium trees around for so long. I mean, once one Millennium tree hit the arena, there was 1 or 2 for the rest of the game. So even though it did feel like we were watching the combo deck maybe begin to stumble just a little bit, with the amount of draw they're able to present, especially even thanks to those Millennium trees, maybe it's different with more AB, but I do also feel like more AB means more of a defensive deck, and then with more of a defensive deck isn't able to put the pressure on, that combo can just be, I mean, we've seen it already in multiple forms, just be devastating.
Well, we saw that play out with AB4 in Iyslander. And Iyslander had the reverse Uno of being able to rip that last card out of the hand of the Verdance, but they were able to then find on the next turn the combo to fire breathing for a bunch of damage. So that there was a moment in that Kayo game where Kayo could have started to try and capitalize on the clunker that was the top of the deck for Verdance, but Verdance, keep in mind, you have the ability to play that combo at instant speed, too.
Yeah, it's tough. No, it's tough. So let's check out the bracket.
Let's do it.
One game still ongoing. It is Summer and Trevor down there Summer's looking to win the best of 3 against Prism so far in this tournament. She's 1-1, battling against Trevor. Logan King, as we saw, defeating Aaron on KO. And the Prism beat the life gain Verdance up there. So your first seed remains, I believe, undefeated on the day. But another Prism mirror is in store for Sean Stell.
Yeah, this is. I would have loved to have seen that top game as well. All of these games I've been really enjoying. The Living Legend format. It's fun to revisit these old heroes.
It really is.
Watch them kind of play their game plans into these new heroes or into a card pool with just new options for them to build in. So I look at that top list and I was like, I'd love to watch that game play out. Maybe we'll see a very similar game play out from Trevor and Logan if Trevor's able to pick up the win versus Summer over there down at the bottom. But if Summer picks it up, it'll be Lexi versus Verdance instead.
A lot of damage that Lexi deck can present. Also, Spell Void capability beyond just the gloves in the Shock Charmers, which can do some work against the quite powerful combo that the Kraken's Aether Vein gives to this Verdance deck. So we're going to let that final game resolve from our end, folks. Take a quick break, and once that game is ready, we will be bringing you whoever wins out of those bottom seeds, because we're either going to see, not bottom seeds, but bottom of your screen, because we're either going to see a Lexi or a Prism take on we know how good Prism is, but this Verdance deck, I'd call it a dark horse. I think it's more of a pure thoroughbred looking to take down the tournament.
Spirited stallion, perhaps.
Well done.
Spirited stallion.
What a callback.
Callbacks. Come on,
Yeah,
deep
it's good. It's good. It's
Deep
good.
cut.
It's really good. Let's go ahead and take a break. We'll be back shortly. It's the semi-finals, and it is time to see if any deck can take down. I mean, we did see that a Prism in Swiss took down this Verdance deck. The question, can Summer and Lexi take it on? She won her Prism best of 3 throughout the day. She was 1-1 in Swiss and then took it down in the quarterfinals. But now the question is, can she take down the Thorn of the Rose? Sam Dando, how you think this matchup's going to go?
I have no idea. I mean, we saw this Verdance earlier today, and it was mind-blowing what it was capable of between the fire breathing and the wombo combo from the double rampant growth. I mean, it is just so crazy. We could see a turn 1, turn 2 kill just right out the gate. I think the Lexi's going to need some insane aggro. We're going to need to see an early 3-of-a-kind Rain Razor, something like that, but we are definitely expecting fireworks from this game.
Absolutely. The question is, on the first turn of the game that we just last saw in the quarterfinals from Logan, it was disgusting, honestly. It was so much amp. It was Plume of Evergrowth. It was draw a million on the very first turn of the game. So we'll have to see who can find the aggression and who will get to hang out with Spoons in the winners column, because Spoon clearly is the real winner, right?
Of course.
Spoons is the real champion.
We all have a little bit of Spoons in our heart.
Looking ahead at the matchup, we can see Logan King, left side of your screen over there, on this breakout Verdance Thorn of the Rose deck. The epitome of a new hero playing with old tricks, right? This is a brand new hero in Rosetta, but some of those old cards, Kraken's Aether Vein, let me tell you, we never really got to see that thing do clearly what it's capable of in Classic Constructed, because there wasn't nearly the amp support that we have gotten in Rosetta, and now as a result, turns out in a format where cards are so important, drawing 8 in a turn is pretty good.
So I hear. I mean, even in Classic Constructed, they said 2 was too much, and we had to get rid of that. So now look at this. We can draw upwards of 5, 8, 12, 20 cards potentially. I mean, what do you even do with 20 cards? I mean, talk about a man of riches.
Fire breathing.
Fire breathing for 100.
That's what we saw. Yeah, that's
if
what
you
we
happen to survive whatever's left. But I'm very interested to see what the approach here is for Summer, and if she has a plan into this deck, or if it's just going to be let's run it and see what happens. So let's see what happens. We have AB1 on Summer's side. I don't know if that will be able to stop a amp spell for 40, but if it is for 40, she will survive by pitching 1.
We will see here what the first turn of the game. Logan on the play, it looks like, or at least Logan had the opportunity to choose, and it looks as though making moves as though to start this game. So Logan kicking things off here. It's the semifinals of the Living Legend Pro Quest Plus.
Fruits of the Forest, healing 2. What a shocker. Haven't seen that one before. We got the Tome of Harvest in hand, though, which is doing functionally nothing. You know, it would be pretty unique if Logan went ahead and arsenaled that this turn to try to pull another Tome of Harvest to filter it out. Wouldn't be the first time I've been there, you know? You ever had to go through that before, Sam?
Yep.
Oh my god, yes. We're just here for a good time.
Okay. Well said. Well said. All right. This round's on me. So we're drawing a card. Summer is drawing a card as well. Already kind of stunting Summer's next turn, going to be minusing the attack on every arrow that's going to come out beyond that. Sam is kind of having a break right here, so I'm just going to let him get that out of his system.
Oh, man.
We already are going to be loading Voltaire at instant speed, it looks like, on the end of Logan's turn, so that Summer can go into her next turn with a 5 or 6 card hand.
Yeah, does she have any way to get go again, or is it just going to be the one arrow loaded? Most likely just the one, because you still need that second arsenal zone to make full use out of the powerful second arsenal that New Horizons gives you. Ooh, Rain Razors. That might be a nice way to force over some damage. So first true turn of the game, Arctic Incarceration, Sleep Dart, Codex of Frailty, and Rain Razors are the options for Summer here. She can do a lot with those cards, but does need to close the chain after playing that Sleep Dart to be able to do everything here.
Well, step 1 has passed. She did not die turn 0, so we are looking good.
Hey, we are looking good. We're looking up, folks.
We are going to probably load an arrow, give it go again here. I'm curious to see if she's going to fire off the Rain Razors now, or if she's going to try to arsenal it and save it for a bigger turn. But, you know, we are on the clock. With every turn that passes, Logan is gaining health and getting closer and closer to the rampant growth. We see that Logan kept the Tome of Harvest in hand, ideally probably waiting to play it on his next turn, so that we can cycle through even faster to find those combo pieces.
But I have to imagine the Rain Razors gets played here. Otherwise, it's really hard to use that Codex of Frailty, and you want to use all the cards here. Otherwise, you want to pair those 2 cards together, perhaps. Yeah, Rain Razor is going to come out, bump this up to 6. Here's the thing. Sleep Dart couldn't be less relevant. I don't think there is a decomposed card in this Verdance deck. That is not what it's here for. And if that doesn't tell you a little bit about the strength of Kraken's Aether Vein, this is one of the first times I've ever seen a deck where the hero ability is just completely not a part of the equation. So it looks as though we're going to be moving on and just keeping that Codex of Frailty in the hand, because it would be hard to get the go again on that second arrow without utilizing the Snapdragon Scaler, something that even when I was just talking about this turn, I forgot you need to get that go again to really utilize the strength of it. So going to keep it in the hand here, establish another 5-card hand with that arsenal, threaten a Bloodrot Pox.
A Quiver of Rustling Leaves, I have not seen that card in actually quite some time, but it is very relevant in a matchup like this where you are wanting to go as fast as possible and really filter out those arrows so that you can overextend and really lay on the damage when you have those big turns. I'm curious to see if we get to the point where that is going to come up, ideally on a 3-of-a-kind turn, but some are drawing another Rain Razors, so we can really hope to see that push through damage.
Tome of Harvests going to be tough for Summer to look at here. Staring down a huge amount of cards in Logan's hand. That has go again, a Bloodrot Pox, but this deck can gain so much life. Whisper of the Oracle, Tome of Findall, this round's on me. Arcane Twining. Not an incredibly impactful hand here, though, out of this Verdance deck.
Logan probably going to be very kind and bring another one on the house with this round's on me, giving a drink to Summer and taking one back for himself so that they can each get one card deeper, but more importantly, preserve some life. But opting to play, oh no, we're going to be amping here and try to dig further for some more draws. Pitching this round's on me instead.
Here comes 2 damage, amping 1. Summer's going to AB 1, so 1 damage across to 39, 1 card drawn.
See, look, that's super
Kraken's
fair.
Aether Vein.
Only drawing 1 card.
That's totally fair. And that 1 card's not even that impactful. It's only a card called Rampant Growth Life.
Oh, we found it.
Yeah. Turns out it was only 1 card away.
Step 1, complete.
Yep.
Now, moving on, we're going to Whisper probably, or just dig a little bit further into the deck to find other combo pieces. But as we have seen earlier, finding that first Rampant Growth is just the start of some very heinous things. Once that Rampant Growth gets into the graveyard, being able to recur it back with Plume of Evergrowth, Plume of Evergrowth allows you to have a double turn, which is really what this OTK is wanting to accomplish. Truce, brand new card.
Brand new card.
Wonderful new card, really showing how peaceful Logan is trying to be in this game and trying to be very honest with this gameplay. We're gonna
to the wizard.
We're gonna
Wizard lies. There is no peace being offered here.
Oh my gosh, and there's the second Rampant Growth, and we also have a Tome of Fjendal in Arsenal, which is going to heal an absurd amount next turn if we get to that point. Logan maniacally laughing, knowing what's about to happen. Summer shaking her head in dismay, going, oh no, this is not going to go well.
And the Truce also threatens as soon as Verdance is targeted with an attack, that Truce is going to pop, and Logan will draw yet another card on the turn. So the first action for Lexi, flipping with her hero ability. We're going to see that Codex of Frailty.
Codex of Frailty. You remember this card used to be really good, but now we have cards that draw 20. So in the face of this Codex is actually looking a little underwhelming, which I never thought I would say in my lifetime. But Codex of Frailty, always a very powerful card, and probably going to be able to push some additional damage. But it does look like Summer is opting to just start with this Remorseless for go again, probably.
I appreciate you saying it.
I should have looked.
6 damage. Looks as though this is just going to be +1, so Summer is attempting to set up a 5-card hand here. Excuse me, a 6-card hand. The question is, will she even be around to see that 6-card hand, depending on just how crazy this turn is going to go? That's going to trigger the Truce, so we're going to draw a card here for the Verdance deck. Oh, another way to gain even more life. Oh my goodness.
Oh, no. Fruits of the forest.
Just a little smile on Logan's face. I think they know just precisely how gnarly this could get. No Spell Void for the option over there on the Lexi side.
What are we thinking? How many cards were we going to see draw next turn? Just give me a rough guess. What do you think is about to happen here?
Well, we've already drawn an extra card for the Tome of Findall. That's going to gain 5, 6, 7.
No, a lot. Because if you do it after you hit with the Krakens, you're going to be having like 15 cards in your hand. So you're going to heal like 17 cards.
Whoa.
So Mage Master's coming down.
Oh, looks like we're doing it first. Pitching a single card, so that's only going to be 4.
Good?
In order to play the Tome of Findall. Wants to threaten more on the draw. Going to go ahead, let's say,
Yes, I will lose.
So this will actually, draw 2. Excuse me. I forgot this card actually draws 2 cards. I thought it was just gaining life. No. We're going to draw 2 cards here. Still keep our action point thanks to the Mage Master Boots.
A modest 6 life gain here.
6 life gained. I believe that's a photon splicing. So another amp capability. We're going to be amping so much. We've already gained 6 life. We can see represented there with that dice. We have 2 rampant growth lives. We have the fruits of the forest. That's going to go ahead and discard for 2 more life.
Rampant growth is going to be played 3 times this turn, to be noted, because of the plume. So I'm going to expect the amp on this to be insanely huge.
Yeah, we're going to be able to amp 3 different times with these rampant growths.
Yep.
Oh, goodness me. Here we go, folks. It's going to be the next 2 life gained. Yeah, you can see both players having a bit of a smile as it feels as though the tsunami is impending. We can see it past our shores. Our defenses may not stand against this. Let's see precisely what comes next. First,
fasten your seatbelt, people. This is about to be a wild ride we're about to experience. I don't think I'm going to see anything like this ever in my lifetime.
Again, after this?
Yes, I think we are witnessing history right now.
And I will hold priority on rampant growth. So I will go to 30.
This is going to be our first copy of Rampant Growth Life. We're now at 9 life gain. It's going to be our second copy of Rampant Growth Life. So we're now going to be at 10 life gain. So we're already going to amp for...
I don't know what this card does.
Yeah, let's see. Summer says, I don't know what this card does.
Amp 10, amp 10.
Amp 10 and amp 10. So we're amping 20 just so far. And that's before the Plume of Evergrowth comes into the mix. Yeah, 20 so far on the Kraken's Aether Vein. That seems good.
We can still amp one more time
with the hold focus.
With the plume.
Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, exactly. We haven't even seen the Plume of Evergrowth.
You're right. The hold focus. We'll do one more amp. That is, you are right.
I already said the Plume of Evergrowth, so that's why I was confused. This is now coming back. So why don't we amp? This one will be for 11. Let's amp for an additional 11 here. I mean, if we wanted to see just what was possible at about the apex of power in Flesh and Blood, we're getting to see it. We're getting to see. I don't think I've ever seen anything as strong as this. There is nothing that has been done in Flesh and Blood that will be as strong as drawing what looks to be, right now, 30 cards.
Summer shaking her head just knowing, wow, this is going to be quite insane. You know what? I will say, though, I do hope this first one doesn't kill, because I can't wait to see how Logan manages 30 cards in his hand.
Oh, we're gonna see.
Look at the smile. Look at the smirk on Logan's face, just knowing
We're going to see right now. Actually, it looks like 31 because let's remember the Kraken's Aether Vein also just comes in for 1.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about that one.
Yeah. So that's just going to come in for 1 here. So, yeah.
Noting,
of course, he's got to gain the life there. Logan going to 32. Oh, no, sorry. Taking 1 life from the Remorseless triggers.
No. It shouldn't be because Remorseless is on action cards, and there has not been 1 action card played yet on this.
Well, the Tome of Findall, so maybe that's what.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right.
Maybe that's
got to make sure the game state is clear. You're right.
Make sure the game state is free and clear. Gonna draw the whole deck here, 31. So Summer is unfortunately down to 8.
I'm being bullied right now.
It's a close game.
Summer's saying she's being bullied. I can't argue with her. This does feel like, I think, bullying in Flesh and Blood form. Drawing 30 cards, not very good.
You can't watch this game and just get a little spark of joy in your heart and just seeing the majesty, the glory, the fantastic, just plays that I have just never experienced in my life. I mean,
oh my gosh, look at that hand. We are gonna see a fire breathing for how much? How big is this fire breathing gonna be?
We need to just I don't even know what to say.
Let's go Thrive. Let's just listen in.
Double
Thrive.
Yeah.
Gotta lose 2 life.
Yeah, Summer's saying, hey, take your damage, bro.
Gotta make sure it's clean. Clean
You got
gameplay.
2 life that has to be ticked down thanks to the Remorseless. And that might be the difference here, folks. We have to remember the Remorseless triggers.
Fire breathing coming in for just a casual, unassuming 3 at this point.
Let's bring fire breathing up. Let's see, what does fire breathing do? Let's just remember real quick. Yeah, we're going to put the whole hand down to block here. That's going to get +1 with 1 pitch, but the 2 thrives are going to make that +3
Look
every
at Logan,
single
just
time.
Can't even contain the smile, just waiting. Just so excited for this. This is going to be one of the best memories I have watching Flesh and Blood, for sure. I will never forget this moment.
11, 14, 17, 19, 22, 25, 26, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 36, 38, 41, 44, 47, 48, 50, 53, 56.
Okay, well, don't forget, you're going to amp again.
Yes, there will be an amp trigger.
We need to track that.
Yes.
I lost count.
Wait, oh, I'm so
50.
sorry.
I believe it was 53, 54.
That's how Summer's going to win this game.
55, 58, 61.
Yeah, for sure.
So this is 61 times 3 is 180. This is 186.
Yeah, I don't think this is gonna cover that up.
No,
Is
it's
this
not
sufficient for
going to
stream?
cover that up.
Is
Yeah,
it?
186 on the combat chain.
I played Thrive twice.
And there you have it, folks. One of the most insane games of Flesh and Blood I have ever seen in my life. This is a magical moment. I have never seen so much joy in one person's face before. This is incredible.
You know, can you hear that sound? Can you hear that sound?
Candace, please.
I think it's the sound of everybody at LSS looking up and sensing a disturbance in the force.
Tears of laughter.
I think there's going to be some work need to be done this weekend.
Yeah, the players making some pleas to the heavens.
Please
There has
ban this
been
card.
a disturbance in the force, and somewhere across the pond, I think some important people in our leadership are perhaps going,
Like 9 less damage.
Please save us. Please save us.
We got a calling in Chicago. Let's see what that metagame will look like as Lexi unfortunately falls to a fire breathing for only about 186. I mean, that's not that crazy. What are some things we could do to stop that? Wait, you guys. This is a deck building. Honestly, this could have been fixed in deck building. You want to know why?
Should just
hold
play
on.
Poison
Snag,
the Well.
snag doesn't work, right? Snag doesn't work?
No.
Because snag has to be
No,
reactions.
You could play Aetherize to negate the rampant growth. You could have just played Channel the Bleak Expanse to deny all the draws. You could play Verdance.
You could, yeah, play the mirror.
Yeah, and win before they win.
Yeah. Whew. I mean, I mean, I've never seen anything like this. Never seen anything like this. Who knows if we'll ever see anything like this again? It does feel like Flesh and Blood at its absolute apex.
Yeah.
Perhaps a bit too strong.
I would say just a tad.
Maybe just a tad.
Just a tad.
Maybe just a tad. We're gonna go ahead and take a quick 3-minute break. Make sure everyone feels okay out there. Make sure everybody in the booth feels okay. Everybody feels safe, and then we'll get back to you with the finals of the ProQuest Plus and see just how much damage this Verdance deck can do. But before that, we're gonna actually see the Prism mirror because that's going on right now. In 3 minutes, we'll see you in just a second.
Stay safe out there.
Welcome back, everybody. I am DM Armada. This is Sam Dando. I'm back. What did I miss?
Nothing too crazy. Just some silly games. Some new tech that people are trying out. just pretty moderate
I heard
stuff.
whispers of fire breathing of some sort, something to that effect. But
Casual fire breathing.
I guess we'll see more of that later. As we are standing right now, we're going to go ahead and jump into the game in progress, which is the Prism Mirror. And looking at the life totals from this screen, we've got the first seed, undefeated on the day, I do believe, at 33 life is Daniel Johnson versus 4th seed Sean Stell, both playing Prism Sculptor of Arclight, sending 6 damage. And the board state is always what I look at whenever I look at these mirrors to try and figure out who's sort of out on top. And anyone that has 2 Genesis on the board immediately strikes me as a contender to win the game, but sitting at a precarious 9.
Yeah, that's a board. That is a board if I've seen one. I mean, the double Genesis is just going to be producing Spectral Shields like crazy here. I mean, we're about to see double Spectral Shield, double draw. I mean, that's alone just with 1 yellow, you're threatening 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage on board. But Daniel's board is nothing to scoff at. You know, as I had mentioned earlier, the Shimmering is still on the board there, slowly chipping away, slowly getting larger. And Sean still is going to have to take quite some time to make sure that board is cleared.
Yeah, Haze Bending also has a counter, most likely from that Shimmers of Silver. Merciful Retribution on the board as well. But, I mean, when you're staring down double Genesis Merciful, double Haze Bending, and now some Spectrals every single turn, it may appear at face value that Daniel is in control based on these life totals, but I don't know whose seat I'd rather be sitting in. It might actually be Sean at 9 life.
Yeah, and Sean, again, as we saw yesterday, my opponent I played on stream as the Azalea player, he has been a long-time Prism player. I remember playing against him 3 years ago, 2 years ago. He was just a monster at this deck, and we can see him today right now piloting it to great success as well. So he is definitely no stranger to the Prism Mirror, and he is no stranger to being able to pilot this deck at a high level.
Now, I talked about this with Sam. This local area actually had a lot of Prism enjoyers, a lot of Prism players.
Yeah.
So this format seems tailor-made for all of those players to come, pick this deck back up and try their hand at avoiding Kraken's Aether Vein for 30.
Yep, there is nothing that the Midwest loves more than some Prism and Dromai gameplay. They are illusionist players to the core, and we have seen that in the representation today with 5 Prisms or something, and 4 of them in the top 8, just continuing to show how strong it is.
Sending the Phantasmal Symbiosis for 6. Yellow is pitched indeed, and so that is going to send for 6 with Go again. The Spectral Shield and all of these auras really can follow this up. The one worry that you have, of course, is this being met by a popper, but as a Prism Mirror, there's not a lot of those to come by, maybe Celestial Cataclysm or the occasional sideboard, but really, the biggest thing that could stymie a turn like this is exactly what we saw come down onto the board.
Yep, and 3 shields popping, which is going to trigger the Merciful, dealing 3 damage as well. Something to note, too, is that Sean has opted to go Vestige into this matchup as Daniel is playing Tunic, which I think, as we saw earlier, Daniel is really leaning into the aggro and the damage coming out from Heralds, as opposed to Sean, who, when I've actually played against him in a local Living Legend event, he is definitely more on the aura plan, the Tome of Divinity, the pop-off, flood the board, which makes a lot of sense coming into this game late looking at the board. I'm sure that this is how the game has kind of paced, which is why we're seeing Sean at a lower life with a more established board and Daniel sitting at a higher life with not as much of an impressive board compared to Sean's.
Yeah, we were in this exact same scenario for the quarterfinals where we tuned in the middle of the game and the board state looked relatively similar, believe it or not. I believe that was also a Prism Mirror, and Sean was just feasting. And I thought to myself, I wonder if there are maybe 1 or more Tome of Divinities in the graveyard that managed him to, managed to get him to this point. But sitting at 6 is quite low. 2 effective life on the board with those Spectral Shields.
Yep.
And that is keeping him in it.
Yeah, and here we go. The Genesis is going to continue producing these Spectral Shields. And something to note, you might look at this board and go, yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 instances of single poke. But all it needs is 1 ode, and that turns into 20 damage between all of them, which can even that life total very fast.
Indeed, it can. Shimmers of Silver there, representing some decent counterplay, but it's all Sean right now, sending the blue Herald of Protection 4/5 with Go again. Yellow is pitched. Of course, many cards in Soul that you could take advantage of. But the way that this, sort of plays out from here, these Genesis are just going to feast on the hand. Double Genesis going to give you the ability to, make constant Spectral Shields. All you need to do is keep a yellow, and then you can pitch to create a Spectral Shield, and everything gains go again from that point forward. So we may see on this very next turn just a simple cover up and block. At this point, I don't even know from Daniel's perspective if you could ever hope to try and gain control of this board again.
Yeah, I mean, this is very fastly just getting out of hand. I mean, the double Genesis is going to be creating not only 2 Spectral Shields, which is 2 damage on just attack, it is also 2 damage prevention and 2 more arcane damage when they pop it. And it's been a while, but Haze Pending reads as well of when they're destroyed, it creates 2 more, correct?
I don't believe it
Or
pops
is it
on
just
the
normal auras,
shields,
correct?
But that would be the other ones. As it says, once per turn effect, whenever Haze Bending or another illusionist non-token aura is destroyed, you create a Spectral Shield. But
so
it means that effectively, from Daniel's perspective, you might as well not clear some of these out. I mean, maybe you take out Merciful Retribution because it's going to be pinging you as you're dealing your own damage. But outside of that, you're almost not incentivized because there's going to be so many Spectral Shields that are just going to be flying at your face right after this.
Yeah, and noting as well with the Genesis is when he is allowed to put those into Soul, it turns on his Vestige, and he's getting that increased pitch value, as we can see the Celestial, but still having 1 floating because he was able to load his Soul with the Genesis at the beginning. But we see Daniel cracking back with an Arclight of his own, which is very well timed considering this board that he's staring at.
Definitely. This Arclight Sentinel is going to soak up a ton of life, but it's going to leave him with only 2 cards in hand. Does look like he has a yellow, so he can play out his own board state, try to send that. He is going to send the Arclight. That's going to trigger Haze Bending, which is going to create a Spectral Shield token. And unfortunately, that is the turn because Spectra consumes the action point. You do not get to resolve go again, and instead the turn will simply pass on over. So look at all the life he just gained by playing down that Arclight Sentinel out of fortuitous timing.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a gargantuan board that we're staring at that is not going to stop anytime soon either, because if you want to start piecing this engine apart, you got to get rid of the Genesis, you got to take out the Merciful, but when you're staring down double Haze Bending as well, it's going to be like cutting off the head of the Hydra. You cut off 1, 2 more take its place, and that game is just going to start to steamroll even further and further out of control. So Sean is sitting in a very dominant position right now, sitting pretty behind all of his beautiful auras in front of him.
Yeah, keep in mind, when an aura goes, like this Spectral Shield, when it soaks up, it's going to ping for a point of Arcane, and that is going to take that final Spectral Shield off. If you don't, Arcane Barrier it, and that is indeed what he's going to do. But yellow, of course, was pitched, and this turn is not over by any stretch. Spectral Shield could make its way across. Now, the Spectral Shield being sent here is a bit dangerous because if there are no blocks declared, then the Spectral Shield on the side of Sean would die. That would no AB up, no Arcane Barrier, no resource to pay into Arcane Barrier means that would, I believe, in the resolution step, not gain go again by killing the Spectral Shield that's attacking.
Correct.
If memory serves correct, it would layer that way. If not, correct me in chat. I'm sure that would be an easy fix, but I think the play here is to send Shimmers of Silver. I think that's exactly what they're asking the judges about.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, as we look, Sean just needs to keep 1 card in hand, ideally 2, but if he wants to keep filtering through with the Genesis, he needs to make sure he has at least 1 yellow in hand that he can pitch to turn on, but he is definitely not lacking cards in his soul. He will be able to keep producing Spectral Shields till probably the end of this game without any concern for running out.
Judge is currently ruling on whether or not that Spectral Shield coming in first will resolve. Do keep in mind, though, that if the Spectral Shield goes first, it's going to basically eat that Shimmers of Silver counter. So you might honestly just rather send one of the other persistent auras on the board rather than this Spectral Shield anyway, so that it can basically soak up and use that +1 counter on the turn over turn.
So if I'm Daniel staring at this board, I got to start thinking to myself, how do I even try to stop this from progressing further? And you're staring at the double Genesis and the 1 Merciful. What do you even prioritize in this situation? I mean, again, you kill one of them, you're creating 2 more Spectral Shields. So I think you'd want to kill the Merciful so you're not continuing to take damage. But then the Genesis stay on board and you're just staring down even more Spectral Shields. And, you know, we came to this late. I don't know how many more Mercifuls Sean has left, but, you know, we can always end the game in that classic Prism fashion of just
instant Merciful and play it out there and let you die to your own damage, which is such a Prism play. And welcome back to Living Legend format. We get to enjoy it all over again. Judge is still trying to rule on whether or not that interaction we described a moment ago actually goes through the way it was described. But to answer your question, I would take the Merciful. I would. I mean,
think so.
Taking a Genesis doesn't feel as impactful as removing what is essentially the clock of the game right now. This is the clock. You're going to always have these Spectrals from this point forward because of 2 haze bindings. I think you take the thing that's pinging you first.
Yeah. I think it's a very fitting conclusion to this event where it's going to be Prism stacking up against the Verdance, you know. One of the most iconic, most powerful heroes of all Flesh and Blood that still to this day shows its dominance, shows its flexibility. I couldn't think of a better adversary to go up against the monster that we just witnessed as Kraken's Aethervein Verdance. And Daniel, he has taken out the other Verdance. I've heard he's playing Poison the Well, and he has a good amount of ward to try to help stop the initial AB. Now, granted, I don't think that's going to stop AMP 30 like we saw in the last game.
Well, you bring up a good point because, like you said, Daniel did, as the first seed, play against the first Verdance, who is on that same game plan, Kraken's Aethervein, buffing like crazy. He was able to make his way through that matchup and to find himself here in these semifinals, perhaps trying to get to that final spot by picking up a win here. Perhaps he gets there. Maybe he has the sauce. Maybe he has the answer to everyone's question of what do you do against this deck?
From what I was seeing, it relies around ward, AB3, and having Poison the Well. So he can time Poison the Well to stop a 5 damage heal. I'm sorry, deal 5 damage by stopping a 5 heal, reducing that amp, and then being able to block through whatever is left, which seems to be rather effective. And again, Prism has the tools to pressure, as we're seeing here, while simultaneously creating a board state. Now, Sean has only 2 cards in hand. He is at 6 life. He is not going to live forever here. He does need to survive to make sure that the value he has on his board can pay out here. And I do think that Daniel might just opt to say, forget this, I'm going face, and I'm just going to try to kill you.
I think that's what we saw just now. I mean, he literally did not remove a single aura off the board by choice. He's just sending those buffed up auras, trying to close the game out. He's got Passing Mirage with a counter. He's got Haze Bending with a counter. He's got Shimmers of Silver with a counter, but he's sitting at a precarious 23, which is a weird way to say that you have the life lead in this game, but it feels precarious now that the second Genesis is triggering, creating another Spectral Shield.
Now, notably, this is kind of a scary proposition for Sean, because even though when you're doing the double Genesis load, that is great, but if you do end up on a blue, you are caught up again with not being able to extract all that value. But fortunately, Sean is really good at this game and drew the yellow, and we are sitting pretty right now.
One thing that you can do from this position, especially if you know your ratios when you build the deck, if you just sit there and count casually even, just keep a running count in your head of how many yellows you've seen, how many yellows you've pitched, how many blues. Really, the easier way is oftentimes to track the reds and the blues. You can fairly effectively look at how you're going to be drawing going forward. And at this point, I mean, he's been cycling and burning a lot through his cards, so it's a very yellow-heavy deck, and it's pretty likely he draws into it. But, man, what happens the moment that he doesn't? That turn is done.
Well, we won't have to worry about that this turn, because we are looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 damage in total going towards face. And I'm curious to see if Sean will opt to remove the Shimmers or one of the other auras that are sitting on board in his last action, just to say, let me stave off some of the additional damage that could be thrown at me next turn so I can keep making sure this board stays strong.
Daniel, with the, I believe, 4-card hand, he has not committed anything to blocking to this point. He might just favor that hand for trying to be aggressive. Let's take a look. A couple of ward auras, a couple of auras in the hand. Wasn't able to make sure or make out if they had a herald in the hand to send extra damage.
Yeah, I was not able to view that before he put his hand down, but I'm sure. Oh, and there we go. Ends up taking out the Shimmers, which I do think is the correct play here. But the heralds might be the last real big push that he can to get through these Spectral Shields. Again, do note there are 5 Spectral Shields there, so if he even breaks through those, That's 5 more damage going to face that he has to worry about.
Definitely. He has an Ode to Wrath, his own Genesis, a Passing Mirage, and a Restless Coalescence, if we can make out those cards just barely on there on the side of the screen. So no large Herald, a couple of options as far as auras are concerned to play down. He has the resources to play either the Genesis or to play out that Ode to Wrath, which is a fantastic attacking piece.
Yeah, I mean, Ode to Wrath, as we saw earlier, is just a beast when it comes to just dishing out damage and just being a constant source of value as the game continues to progress. But Daniel, the interesting difficulty he has right now is actually presenting damage. I mean, he does have powerful auras in hand, but he needs to hit. He needs damage to go through, and that is a problem that he's going to have with this hand right now because he can drop another aura, but he's not going to be able to maximize a lot of damage here. He is going to struggle to break through this board.
Yeah, that Haze Bending can swing for 2. Passing Mirage as well can swing for 2, and the Spectral Shield not looming very large against the 5 opponents on the other side. 5 Spectral Shields there. Can't really do much as far as punching through, and you know, when Sean draws up and has a 4-card hand at his disposal where he can maybe do some protection.
Yeah, and Daniel pondering there for a very long time, wanting to know if he thinks it's worth to drop his Genesis. But after a long deliberation, he decides, no, I just don't think that that's going to get me there. Kind of a Hail Mary play at the end there, but I think he's just going to opt to say, I'll establish what I can on my board, do what I can, and just try to hope that somehow I can stop this train from rolling.
14 life may feel like a lot when you have your opponent at 5, but this is an illusionist mirror. Nothing feels secure until you watch that final point tick off of the scoreboard there. So, deciding on how to begin the turn, it's going to be the Spectral Shield, and that tends to mean that we're going to see an Ode to Wrath be kind of flashed down here.
Yeah, this is interesting, though, because I wonder what he's planning on instant speeding in after the Spectral Shield. I wonder if it's the Restless Coalescence, or...
It could also be that he's just going to make another Spectral Shield using a yellow and keep as many cards in hand for the Arcane Barrier on the the hopeful destruction of those Spectral Shields on the other side. That will be coming from the Merciful Retribution.
Yep. And I think we're really seeing the difference of power here with the Vestige, because that really allowed Sean to ramp at an exceptional rate here. That allowed him to procure this massive board that we're staring at, which has always been kind of one of the reoccurring powers of Prism, even to this day. Oh my gosh, and there it is.
Ode to Wrath of his own is Sean playing it down. Ode to Wrath can be quite terrifying. Going to Ahsoka Spectral Shield.
So after you play interactions,
See how he chooses to flash down his own card.
Looks like he's looking at his own Ode, but choosing Genesis instead.
Both of them cost the same. They both cost 4, which means you're going to have to be pitching significantly. You will have resources available. No, he's going to pitch the 2 yellows in the hand, keeping the blue.
One pops. Yep. So we're dealing 1 Arcane with a threat of 2. Fair.
Now, this is important. He has to remove that 1 Arcane. He's got to pitch to stop it.
Yeah,
that's what I'm doing. I pitched it.
So they're just trying to clarify right now about the Arcane trigger so that the Spectral Shield does not get popped.
Yeah, because I believe the judge determined that if it is popped, the go again does not resolve. But that was my assumption. I believe that is how it functions. And then this allows him, by paying that 1 resource, to keep 2 floating, and then try to send 2 damage, and then 2 damage, and be able to pay through some of that Arcane as well.
Yeah, and again, Daniel doing what he can with the hand that he was given, which, again, staring down at Sean's board here, is not a lot when he's trying to simultaneously clear shields and not die to the Arcane that's being threatened from the shields independently. Sean still holding back 1 card in hand to make sure he can keep attacking on his next turn, and I don't imagine that he's going to want to give up anything else beyond this.
Now he has to take 2 here because the Ode to Wrath is going to buff up that damage dealt, so he can no longer pitch. One of those pieces of Arcane, one of those Arcane points of damage is going to be soaked up by the Spectral Shield from earlier. He's going to take the 2, and then he's going to send the Genesis down.
How efficient, too, with Sean leaving that one resource up to block the Genesis with his footsteps right there at the end to preserve every last bit of life that he has here. Just, again, showing his just mastery with this deck and just how comfortable he is, knowing how to get every bit of value he can from each of his resources.
Now, deciding on his turn on these Genesis triggers, I'm not sure if he's declined them yet. He has a singular card in hand. He, believe, knows it's a yellow. He is going to trigger it.
Here we go.
Now, if he draws a blue, he can do the same thing again.
Little hesitant there. Didn't get to make out what he drew, but I wonder if he's wondering how much more he wants to gamble.
Oh, no. If he draws a blue, like a Passing Mirage or a Haze Bending,
yeah,
that's a problem.
It's going to be rough.
Wonder if he did that just too flippantly, not considering the possibility like we had talked about earlier.
Yep, and that's where it gets a little scary. So we're going to have to see what it's going to end up being.
Now, Odorath, I believe, gives go again. Is that not?
It does on your first illusionist attack, I believe, is what it says.
Beautiful cold foil Haze Bending. Odorath indeed does give illusionist attack action cards.
Action, so not auras.
Not auras.
Oh, and it was the Haze Bending.
So
that is a speed bump here.
In such a commanding position, maybe playing too flippantly and just throwing the yellow down into the soul to build 2 more Spectral Shields. But that means that the turn is granted, basically passed on over, gifted even, over to Daniel.
Ooh, man. So we got, it looks like from Sean's position, his hand is relatively good at blocking. I see a number of heralds in there. So he does have the ability to block on his next turn, but he is in a very scary position. Still being at 5 life, he is not offered the ability to block a lot because Daniel still has those 3 auras on board that he can press with.
Well, this would be the time where Daniel would almost like lick his chops and send a bunch of damage, but he's got a Soul Shield in hand. He's got a Pierce Reality in hand. So it's not, I can't make out those other 2 cards, but it's not, look, oh, he does have a War Tune Herald. Okay, so he can perhaps send something there. He does have a yellow. We know it's a Soul Shield, so he can pitch that. And a Celestial Cataclysm. So there is some gas in this hand.
Yeah, I mean, we're coming around to the 40-minute mark in this match. And I mean, the Illusionist matchup can just be grueling. So many decision points, so many tough choices to make throughout the course of the game. And, you know, the fatigue can really start to set in as you're trying to maximize every single decision that you can make. And here we are coming to the precipice of this match, coming down to this could be the final turn here. Let's just see how much damage Daniel can push through.
7 go again. The presentation, you know that there's going to be more after this, but there's no creation of the soul. You're going to assume that we're going to see the pitch of the yellow for the play of the War Tune Herald. Does float your resource, gives you go again. It allows you to maybe Phantasmal Footsteps if there's something crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the one nice thing about the arms that Sean has is that he can pitch to block with the boots and use it to convert the arms into a Spectral Shield, and he has the Vestige to block for 1. So it's not like he's got a lot of alternate options for blocking, but if he does have a non-block, he can at least convert it.
Oh, I like this a lot. Instead of sending out the attack, he actually pitches to stop the Arcane, which puts a yellow into the pitch zone.
Very smooth, and it keeps the go again now for all of his Spectral Shields, and he's holding back that War Tune in hand to just let him probably have it at the very end to see if Sean is going to go into blocking any further beyond this.
Continually sending that Spectral Shield next instead of something like a Passing Mirage Haze Bending. Spectral Shield is it is possible that it could die at any given moment, but understanding the ruling, maybe just saying, you know, I can afford to pay for any Arcane Barrier.
Yeah, and, you know, Sean has got a lot of soul, so he can also Prism. But the thing is, the difficult position he's in right now is if he gives up every card in his hand, he has lost the tempo. He is not going to be able to recover back to swing with this board. He needs to make sure he can hold at least 1 yellow so he can maximize the damage that he has on board right now.
Wow, he's activating Crown of Reflection. I can't recall the last time I saw someone actually activate this card. Is it possible for us to blow this one up? Because at instant speed, he destroys his Spectral Shield so that he can flash in a Pierce Reality.
I need to double check because we destroyed a Spectral Shield that doesn't have a cost.
They're just double checking the ruling here to make sure that you can do it. Again, as you said, when was the last time you saw somebody actually use the effect on this card?
It's purely been AB1 for the longest time. I mean, it has these corner use cases, but I mean, here it is coming in to allow you to play this Pierce Reality out of the hand.
Yeah, I think they're checking the ruling right now to know how it would interact with the Spectral Shield that was being targeted to be destroyed and how the timing works for that right now. I mean, what Daniel is trying to do right now is he's trying to flash that in so he can avoid the damage being broken and end with that War Tune for massive damage because the Pierce is going to buff it up at the very end. So we're looking, he probably would be able to push over between the auras that he has on board and that finishing War Tune, which is just going to be huge depending on the color.
Now, I wonder, does Pierce Reality actually give the buff? Because it was not the first illusionist attack played this turn. What is the wording on the Pierce Reality? The first illusionist attack action card you play each turn. And so I believe it would, because the Celestial Cataclysm was played. I thought it was a War Tune Herald of some sort, but that's still in the hand. So instead, yes, Pierce Reality would actually provide the buff here. A very heads-up play. Let's see how it is ruled. If the resolution of the go again is something that's going to go through here.
So many complex rulings showing up here again with Prism, and especially when you're looking in the mirror and seeing all these crazy interactions happening. You know, we haven't seen these cards in a very long time other than when, you know, New Prism has been playing them. But you're offering these interactions with all these auras again and Crown of Reflection, which, again, I have not seen this card used in a very long time other than just sitting as an Arcane Barrier card.
Exactly.
It's coming from Everfest, you know, you don't really see it. It's kind of like someone using Skullhorn
right?
from Rhinar or something, right? Like, it's so fringe. But we're going to see how the ruling concludes here. But again, Sean was in a very dominant position, and then by one missed Genesis trigger that we had mentioned earlier was a little dangerous, the game is completely flipped, and he is now looking to be in a very dangerous position.
He is indeed sitting at 5, but far less comfortable than he was a few turns ago, and all because of that blue that came off the top after the draw, not being able to grant things go again and be able to send what was effectively like 10 more damage on the turn. And look at these life totals. If he would have sent 10 more damage, his opponent would be very, very low indeed.
Yeah. When Prism was dominant, what decks were you playing?
That's a great question. I was just starting to sort of fall in love with Kayo at that point, and that was a tough experience.
I would say that was a miserable time, right?
It was a tough experience, but I will say that I still really enjoyed that matchup. I liked the puzzle of trying to beat Prism. Because of what Prism can do in Wizard matchups. It was a fun puzzle. Unfortunately, it was not one you could really crack as Kayo. So it was exciting until it wasn't, and that's a little sad. But at the same time, I did play my fair share of Prism. I did it more so in the, I guess, casual setting, if you will, playing like fun side decks, trying to do some really crazy things, because the hero provides a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell why people love the deck and have such a close attachment to it because of all the cool things you can do. And then also just because there are some matchups you just dominate. Like, there is no options, especially my poor friends who used to play Bravo back in the day, or Oldham or something. Playing into Prism was a nightmare. I was very fortunate because I played Rhinar and Briar, and those matchups weren't too bad. Rhinar was a little rough, but Briar
and who?
Briar and Rhinar.
Is that the hero?
The other brew.
Like heavy hitters or something?
Yeah. Oh no. He's ancient. He came before Rhinar. You know, Reckless Rampage.
I don't understand. Reckless Rampage?
Yeah, that guy.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, he's just like this really weird hero back in the day that, you know, haven't seen represented in, I don't really know ever. To be honest, his little brother just LL'd in Blitz, I think.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that one. I see, yes. In fact, funnily enough, I think that was the first deck that I actually thoroughly enjoyed playing in Flesh and Blood was Rhinar.
Yeah.
I built that up in CC in like the end of 2019 and was like, this is going to be great.
Yes.
Spoiler alert. It wasn't.
Yep.
It wasn't great, but that's okay. Nevertheless, Waxing Poetic is done for now because 2 damage coming across.
Looking like it was ruled that this is fine and the Pierce Reality is going to come down as expected. Sean going down to 2 with this Haze Bending coming in and threatening lethal, which we know is going to be followed by a huge War Tune. So I'm going to very interested to see if Sean is able to survive this.
It's going to give a block of 2, but then there is the yellow Wartune Herald. That is going to come in for 8, not 6, but for 8. And that is the game. The key moment and the key mistake comes back to haunt him at the end of this one.
The volatility that we just seen. I mean, the illusionist mirrors have always been these extremely snowbally, extremely difficult matchups to play, and you could just see that in this absolute slog of a game between all the decisions that were made, and ultimately came down to that one choice to opt to play into the Genesis rather than just pitch.
Yep, exactly. But kudos to Daniel for not just playing from a behind scenario and also finding that really cute play to bring in the extra damage to come over the top of whatever might have been lurking in wait in the hand. So that is going to set our finals. Daniel, the 1 seed, the undefeated Prism, is going to be thrown into the fire against Verdance. Can he survive, or will we see an explosion of Aether? Now, we have heard news that as part of his run up to this point, undefeated, that he did take down that exact Verdance player. So
you're saying Verdance is fine then?
I'm saying there's a chance.
So there's an answer, and it's Prism. Of course it's Prism.
I feel like it's always Prism.
It's always going to be Prism.
Prism is always the answer. The spectral shields were the friends we made along the way, essentially.
Of course.
So
Mansant represented on that one spectral shield. Of course, shout out.
Yep. Daniel Johnson, the number 1 seed, versus Logan King, the number 2 seed. Verdance versus Prism is what we will be bringing to you after what I believe will be a short break. So if you're ready to see how this all pans out, don't go too far. We'll be bringing it right to you in just a second.
What's up? Welcome back. We are here for the Living Legend Finals, which is going to be coming up very soon. But first, Ethan has a segment that he wanted to do with me. If you were a part of the Battle Hardened Atlanta that we did last year, he introduced this first segment with me called Drip or Drop, and he informed me today that he has a part 2 for me. So I'm very excited to see what he has in store.
Oh, absolutely. Sam Dando is famous for many reasons, be it the curls, the cast, the gameplay, but also the drip. And back in the day, the screenshots of you at Calling Indie were just going wild. You've got that tag, drip drop Dando anyway.
Yep.
So hence drip or drop came into being.
Yep.
And last time it was pretty fun. So we actually, I think I put these together for last year's Battle Hardened Milwaukee, and we just didn't get to it.
Oh,
So
perfect.
these are actually like mostly old. Because I had all of it prepared, but hey, eat free content.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
So Drip or Drop, this is basically the talk show where we get Sam's opinion on which is drip and which would you drop.
Okay.
Make sense?
I'm ready. Yeah.
So first question, bucket or beanie?
This is actually quite interesting because I've never really wore bucket hats personally. I like beanies, but I would have to say I think the bucket hat is more drip.
Real.
And the beanie is a little bit more drop, not because of style preference, just because of aesthetics, in my opinion.
I feel like personally attacked because you gave me a beanie when the weekend started with a MinMax logo on it. Like I've been wearing that most of the weekend, and you didn't think it was drippy?
No, dude, trust me. I wear beanies too. I don't have any bucket hats.
Okay.
But I got to tell you, if I had the choice between one or the other, I would say, I mean, look at that. That bucket hat's fire, man. Look at that. That guy, that AI model or whatever, he looks great.
We don't use AI on this stream. I'm offended again. My goodness. Okay, I do concur. As someone who grew up wearing fedoras every once in a while, they are similar to bucket hats.
Everyone
more
just
similar.
started laughing after he said
Sam
that.
too. Yeah, let's go. I remember distinctly. I was in Florida at like a very just touristy souvenir shop, and they had a gold sequined fedora, and I begged my dad to let me buy it. And he put his foot down. He's like, "No, son, you can get a fishing pole. You can get a surfboard. You cannot get a gold sequined fedora."
And did you end up buying that now in your older years?
No,
Oh,
that's
okay.
a good idea. I'll go back to Florida for that.
You can find it.
You're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
it's your
All right.
money.
So that was Drip or Drop number 1. See, I'm good at stories, actually.
Oh, yeah, dude, you're
yeah,
killing
let
it.
me
You're killing
reel
it,
that
bro.
back in.
Killing
I have decent stories. Here we go. Drip or Drop number 2. Oh, no. Did I not map these right?
Here we
I
go.
totally didn't. Steven, hit the
thing.
Click on, it says drip, and then click the next arrow that pops up under the screen. If everything crashes, it's Diamormata's fault.
Oh, we had a flicker.
Yeah. Keep going. Yep. Drip or Drop number 2.
Oh,
He did it.
nice.
1 to 2.
All right.
Steven, we can count on you. All right, Drip or Drop number 2. This one has plagued my soul for ages because I own both brands.
Okay.
I never wear them. Instead, I wear my clown shoes, which you also make fun of.
That was the other Sam. That wasn't me. I was just a witness.
It's both you. It's both you.
I was just witness.
So Drip or Drop, Converse or Vans?
I gotta say I favor high top shoes. So I gotta say I like the high top Converse more than the Vans. But if the Vans were high top, I would also like the high top Vans. But for those pictures independently, my choice is definitely the high tops, personally speaking.
Okay, that's unhelpful. You gotta stand by a brand, itself. Overall,
Vans are drip.
All right, I
Yeah.
agree. Oh, we can
Yeah.
trick on that. I do
Yeah.
agree on Vans.
Yeah.
All right. Not much to say there. You know my shoe taste ain't strong.
Nah,
so-
dude, you got your own style. Just rock it.
Thank you. Well, now that you've told me Vans, though, it's all I'm ever gonna wear. It's Drip or Drop number 3. And this one I remember back when I made these like a year ago for Milwaukee.
Yeah.
I really wanted to know what you were gonna say because it mattered so much more. Now I think there's like an obvious answer.
Okay,
But back
sure.
then, like Teklo is still a bit mysterious. But here we go. Not to spoil the answer. Drip or Drop, Teklo or Levia's Demi Hero?
Levia, for sure.
Yeah.
Levia Redeemed is one of the sickest marvels that exists in this game. And it will always be, in my opinion. The dual-sided is one of the best, and I honestly think the Levia Redeemed side is like one of my favorite marvels of all time. It's a shame that you can't go into it as much as you have to go into the Plasma Fed variant at this point.
Sure. Well, a skilled Levi can pull off either. Sam, I'll have
I
you
mean,
know.
I'm sure.
I'll have you know.
I'm sure. Of course.
There is one fault I have with this art in that it reminds me way too closely to Swarming Gloomvale. Every time I look at this
Yeah.
art, like I instantly think it's Swarming. Oh, no. it's Leviathan. Thank God.
You're right. You're right. It's
I don't want to be thinking of Runeblade cards right now, and it gets me sometimes.
No shade to Teklo. Teklo is great. The Marvel is awesome. It's very hard to come by. But Leviathan Redeemed is iconic. And a first of its kind, First demi hero, just great memories.
Do you remember my spoiler video for?
Oh, dude, I remember you were freaking out. You were like the most excited person I've ever seen. And rightfully so, you earned that.
I actually go back, guilty pleasure of mine. I go back and watch that video just to look at the chat replay. Because the chat replay is just, it was a one-of moment in Flesh and Blood history of people's mind being blown.
Yeah.
Like the concept of this had never even arisen in the Flesh and Blood, like just, lexicon at all. Like demi-hero, what does that even mean?
Yeah.
A hero is a hero. What is this? All right, so last one. Anyway, I'm lost in the sauce
again. You got the best stories, bro.
Drip or drop number 4. This one.
Why do you have to do
all
this
the marbles,
to me, bro?
All the marbles.
Dude.
All the marbles.
Why do I have to pick?
I feel targeted right now.
They can't hear you. Oh, there you go. Now they can
It's ridiculous. I feel completely targeted that you used a work photo.
Oh, is that a work? Is that like your school
like
ID?
a legit work photo over here. But sure, yeah, that's doxing me is cool, man.
These are the first search results when I type in Sam O'Byrne, Samuel J. O'Byrne. Hey, trust me, this one people like this one. It comes up. Stephen Cookus, you got to work on your.
There's a clear answer here. I mean, if you don't take that guy on the top, I mean, it was a bad taste.
Well, it's not up to me. It ain't up to any of the viewers, no matter what chat's spamming. It's up to Sam Dando. Do you pick O'Byrne or Cookus?
I mean, I love both of these guys. They mean a lot to me personally.
Yeah, but one is drippy and one you got to drop.
No,
that's the line you're drawing.
I think they're both. I think they're both drops.
Well said. That's a Sophie's choice right there.
Wow.
He took the Sophie's Choice challenge and he said, "Nah, let's push them both."
All right.
And we're ready actually for the game.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
this would be a great time to transition over.
Let's save you from this one. 1 minute bumper. We'll get the real casters back in here. And I've got to go run to the bathroom to fix my hair. I didn't look at this all day. This is headset hair, folks. We'll be back with the finals in just a second.
This is it. We've reached the end of our weekend. It's the finals of the ProQuest Plus here in Milwaukee. It's the Living Legend format, and it's Prism, and it's Verdance. Are you ready to jump in?
Yeah, let's get into it. I mean, I wouldn't think of a better opponent to this. As we said at the beginning, the boogeyman of the format, Verdance, and we have the boogeyman of Flesh and Blood, Prism.
And keep in mind that Daniel Johnson did win in Swiss versus this exact deck that we've seen on multiple occasions do obscene things in the game of Flesh and Blood.
Things never seen before in this game. And Daniel, as I was watching his game, his plan, he does play Poison the Well. And it does revolve around Poison the Well and establishing ward so that he can prevent, even with his AB3, to kind of stave off the Kraken's Aether Vein. Now, the good thing about Poison the Well is it is going to deny heals, which is also going to deny the amp. So we most likely will not be able to, hopefully, see like what we saw before where we amped 30 on a Kraken's. But we'll have to find out. The game is just getting started.
Never say never as we see a passing Mirage resolved onto the board with the 3-card hand waiting for responses, asking the question of whether or not you're going to do any filtering. Sigil of Solace is played on turn 0. This is not for a massive combo. Instead, it is just to allow for more filter. And 2 Toma Fiendals in the hand. A little clunky. And that's the thing about this deck. Oh, and look at this. He's got a Sink Below in hand and another Sigil drawn up. So like I said, very clunky first hand.
Sink Below is a very interesting choice. I wonder if Logan opted to play that to try to prevent the on-hits from Herald so that it does not get out of hand. But it is very clunky for the rest of the game plan, especially when you're sitting with 2 tomes that you want to park in Arsenal, and the last thing you want to do is also have to compete with a Sink Below.
Yeah, there could have been a consideration there at the end of the turn to maybe send Kraken's Aether Vein pitching both of them to try and filter even more, but maybe not expecting this type of draw, wanting to at least have a tome for the Arsenal at the end of this turn.
Yeah.
But, yep, drawing awkwardly into a non-functional hand. He's going to pitch away, probably park that in Arsenal. It'll be interesting to see which one he chose.
So he did choose the tome, and we do have the Sink in hand. Aetherize, another interesting choice. Well, I mean, I think it was a part of the main deck, as we saw it earlier as well. But Shimmers is coming down and just going to pass back and just keep establishing that board state, which is what Prism is known for.
Aetherize, one of those cards that can prevent the counterplay of a Poison the Well because it does negate an instant that costs, I believe, 1 or less. But Shimmers of Silver going to make its way onto the board, playing a very slow, methodical game, trying to maybe just perhaps keep everything in front of him. But both players are chuckling nervously, wondering what in the world is this going to devolve into in just mere moments.
And we see the Sink Below still in hand, which did not do anything. But luckily, Sift is a very great card to be able to throw it away and filter it out for 2 new cards. And, you know, if you're Logan, what are you trying to find right now? Are you, oh, wow, into 2 more Sifts.
Well, that's not a bad find. Finding more Sifts to try and sculpt this in. Obviously, we know that he's trying to find one of those rampant growth lives. Like, that is the key piece. That, coupled with some arcane bear or some life gain, allows you to play out these massive Kraken's Aether Vein hands. Looking over, and we haven't even talked about this, what is the suite of damage prevention on the side of the Prism? AB2 is presented. You do have the ability to ward off of that Empyrean Rapture. I believe that is correct, right?
Yep, it does have ward if you pay for 1.
So you have some play, but only AB2. We saw a game earlier where Logan played against only AB2, and that game ended with him dealing lots of damage.
Yeah, and Logan opting at the end of that turn to just throw a Fruits in the Forest into the Shimmers because he did not want that to start getting out of hand. And I do think that was a very wise choice to try to stave off damage as he continues to filter through the deck, trying to find those rampant growths and finish the game in 1 turn.
A truce in hand, it looks like, on the side of Logan. A new card from Rosetta. Lots of new cards and lots of cards given new life in this new deck for Verdance, specifically Kraken's Aether Vein. Obviously, the piece that is so key in this game. Going to send the 1 point of physical damage from the passing Mirage, and then going to perhaps try to establish some more onto this board. It looks like maybe play a Miraging Metamorph with that floating resource, which will send for 7.
Yeah, Daniel does have quite a bit of damage still in that hand, and a Pierce Reality, which establishing that would be pretty good because then moving forward, that's going to be a lot of extra damage he's going to be able to lay out against Logan as the game continues to progress. So we might have to just see the Pierce being played and then that other Herald put into Arsenal. But Logan is kind of fun here, just blocking out, waiting to find his pieces, healing up a bit, continuing to filter with Krakens, or just establish that truce. He's in no rush, really.
Pierce Reality going to be the play. Going to clean the board up, leaving 2 cards down. That is a very key, is if this board can get out of hand, you can put your opponent on a clock. You got to find the combo. You got to put these pieces together, and you know what? If you can't find those 3 cards, Rampant Growth, in the deck, somewhere in there, and you're on a clock.
Logan extending a hand, saying, truce, don't attack me, please. We can make some health together. You don't have to do this. Daniel saying, nah, man, I'm coming to destroy you. About to play this Herald from Arsenal, getting the buff from Pierce, saying, you can have your draw, but I'm going to reduce your life total.
Going to be the Herald of Protection, specifically going to be the blue Herald of Protection, of course, pitching a yellow. Now, looking over at the hand, taking a look here, there is the Channel the Millennium Tree in the hand, but as of right now, there's no Earth card to keep it on the board. He draws into a Will of Arcana, which means he can't actually effectively amp over the course of 2 turns. We've seen Logan stick a Channel the Millennium Tree for 3 turns in a row with this deck, but right now, he can't do that at all.
Yeah, and the Will of Arcana would normally be good with the Krakens, but we're looking at AB2, and that is just going to buff it to 2, which would not get a draw. So, again, Logan might just kind of sit back, keep blocking, kind of wait out, preserve some life, and just let the game continue to pace out slowly. And we have another truce in hand. Probably nothing wrong with just establishing that if he does end up with an extra card, which kind of does look how the hand is lining up here.
Now, this is the start of the turn, meaning that this is not the end unless something crazy happens. The Herald of Protection threatening 7 damage thanks to the Pierce Reality. It's threatening go again. 3 cards left in the hand, no resources up. But in response, he's going to pitch the Will of Arcana. Maybe he's going to use the discard at the instant speed, but this does at the very least ask for 2 resources to be stopping the on-damage drawing cards effect.
Very cool move here to pressure out and say, hey, if you don't want to attack me with those cards, feel free to pitch it away and block this so I don't draw another card. Kind of also trying to extend the hand to say, please don't do more damage to me. Because based on Logan's hand, he does have a lot of cards, but blocking these Heralds is going to be a task along with all these auras that are coming onto the board. I mean, the damage will begin to leak as this game continues to progress.
As a War-Tune Herald, blue in hand, has a yellow Herald of Judgment. He is going to go to damage resolution to pay and stop the draw from the Kraken's Aether Vein. Only a measly 2.
Yep.
I mean, we've seen that thing deal so much damage. Why just 2?
I know. I mean, it actually looks like this is the first time we've seen Logan on stream kind of struggling a little bit. And not in like a... There's still a lot of game left to play. But in these early turns, these Heralds are presenting quite an issue at Logan being able to kind of pace the game and play the way that he wants to play. And keep in mind, he does have that Tome of Fjendal still in Arsenal and opted to put that in there instead of the Sync. The Sync would have been pretty good in this moment right now.
Really would have, yeah. Feeling like it's a game of inches, maybe feet, maybe miles.
Yeah, and again, speaking of feet, there is no equipment on Logan's side that can block here.
Yeah.
We have no Battle Worn, we have no Blade Break. We are just all gas, no brakes. And the gas is not being pushed right now.
He gives the Channel of the Millennium Tree. Makes sense because he obviously can't stick it to the board. No Earth card in hand, no way to cycle. He might have maybe made the play for the Kraken's Aether Vein to also hope if damage leaks to maybe draw an Earth card. But after the fact, now knowing that you're not drawing any more cards on this turn, you can't keep that tree around. Gonna see the Spectral Shield get made, created off of the hit from the Herald of Protection, sending all of those, there's another creation, sending all of those auras one by one, picking away at the life total of the Verdance. Thorn of the Rose, but really feeling the thorns right now.
Yeah, notably, we already have Ward 2 on the board, and that is going to prevent the massive amp of Arcane that will be coming through. So as every damage comes through and every Spectral Shield is developed, we get further and further away from Logan's ability to really lay out a huge crack in the Aether Vein. And I think that Daniel is playing this game exactly how he wants it to be going right now.
Yeah. It's interesting. Logan is perfectly happy to just throw the last 2 cards down. Those are not cards that are functioning in any way, shape, or form to get him closer to his combo. So instead, just keeping the life total high, kind of like what we saw with Verdance yesterday in Classic Constructed.
Yep.
Trying to play more defensively.
Yep, and we have all those filtering cards finally getting the Tome of Harvest, which is a really good card. But again, you're going to have to send that Tome of Fjendal away, which has kind of been a detriment to him these past couple turns without really being able to capitalize on the card. Daniel going to be throwing out War-Tune Herald, which, very good card, especially when you're looking at 3 2-blocks and a 3-block in hand. I mean, damage is definitely going to come through for 8 with the Pierce Reality.
Yeah, he's looking to queue up a 3-card block here. I think he has a couple of 2 blocks in the form of those Tome of Harvest. Drew 2 of them. That would actually be not a bad type of hold, maybe play to cycle the card out and maybe draw some new cards. I think his main goal here is to try and dig for those pieces, take a bunch of damage on a turn, hold the cards in hand, and then really try to send it and grab tempo. You've seen it happen on previous games, but right now, he's fighting for his life.
Yeah, and I don't know if I caught it correctly, but I feel like in Daniel's hand, I might have seen an Oasis. I could be seeing things, but I wonder if he's sliding that in for this matchup, and that could be huge, too, when it comes down to kind of chipping down the Kraken's Aether Vein and really reducing the amount of amp that could come through while simultaneously building the Spectral Shields and threatening a bunch of damage every turn. I mean, it's kind of reminiscent, like you had mentioned, of the finals yesterday in CC with the Viserai versus Verdance, where Verdance was trying to stabilize and find a sort of turn to flip and combo off, but the Viserai just never let up and never gave them a breathing room in order to do so. And we see Daniel kind of doing the same thing while simultaneously making it more difficult to combo off with Ward.
But look at this. He's just keeping all of the cards in his hand, waiting to see what comes. It is indeed an Oasis Respite.
Wow. Yeah, he is prepared. Daniel definitely did his homework before coming into this event and said, I am not going to get got by this Verdance deck.
He has the ability to maybe stop with the Oasis, stop the Kraken's Aether Vein. He's got 3 Spectral Shields on the board, so that Oasis and those Spectral Shields effectively stopping 7 damage. He has 2 Arcane Barrier. He's putting everything in front of him, and he's sitting at 40, hasn't taken a point.
Yeah, he is chilling right now. There is nothing really that he is too concerned about, and he has all the tools at his disposal right now to prevent at least one big combo or a mini combo. But if he's going to have to combo, Logan's going to have to just take all the damage that's going to be sent at him. And when you're at 19, that life total is definitely getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Granted, Logan does have a lot of healing in his deck, which is good, but that is not going to stop the on-hits from the Heralds.
It is going to be the Tome of Harvest, pitching the Tome of Harvest, cycling the Tome of Fiendal, and drawing 3 new cards. Finds Fire-Breathing, Fire-Breathing, Heartbeat of Candlehold. That's just more worst-case scenario. And you know what? This is the volatility of this deck because it looks like unbeatable when you see it pop off. And then if it just can't find the pieces, it does nothing. It does nothing.
I mean, we're not really looking at a very impressive turn here from Logan. And even moving into the next turn, you got to look at those cards and think, what is my best arsenal target here? I mean, how do I want to progress to the next turn? And you're staring down triple Spectral Shields. I mean, if anything, you're going to try to get him with the fire breathing, right?
Exactly. Like, that seems like the logical play to try and maybe Kraken's Aether Vein first, or fire breathing, threatening as much as you can, holding back information. No, it looks like he's going to try to just poke in with 1 Kraken's Aether Vein, maybe take a card from hand.
Yeah, that's interesting because, I mean, the Spectral Shields are up, so it's just going to eat 1 Spectral Shield when you could have just converted that blue into 3 more damage on the fire breathing.
I guess the question mark being maybe Logan is favoring getting the card first, then playing the fire breathing now. He's not trying necessarily to draw here. Of course, he knows he's not going to, but instead, maybe he's just trying to get him with the fire breathing and try to get those Spectral Shields off the board. No.
Oh.
Look at that. He's just favoring taking the passing Mirage.
Interesting. I wonder, do you think Logan is playing poppers? Oh, but fire breathing can become a popper, correct? Or am I mistaken?
It is possible. If you no, it's only while you're attacking can you pitch into fire breathing.
Oh, but we do have the Fruits of the Forest red.
Yes, and I believe the yellow also is a popper in most scenarios. That is, there's 6 copies, I would imagine, of those 2 poppers at the very least.
Yeah. So we have just not seen those show up then on these past couple turns, but it's because the passing has been preventing that from being a viable option.
Daniel plays down an Ode to Wrath, and then I believe the turn passes over to him. The Spectra, of course, eats that action point. None created with no-go again available anyway, but now on to Daniel's turn. He's got a card, maybe 2, and a sizable life lead here. The boogeyman of the format, this Verdance deck that just OTK'd multiple people. In one case, sent what, 168 damage? 186. I flipped a couple of digits, but it's basically the same thing. By the way, players in this game start at 40 health, so it's a bit over the top, but not right now.
Yeah, Ode to Wrath showing its worth. I mean, now the clock has been sped up immensely. Seeing 1 damage threatened, on hit another damage, and you're staring at 10 damage on the board right now, and at 19 life, that is not a sizable amount. Got to create, or pitching 1. What is he pitching for?
He is pitching into something. Nevertheless, I do know he is indeed swinging the Ode to Wrath for the 1. He's going to take the 1 plus the extra point of damage there.
Okay.
Into the Pierce Reality, doing the same thing. See how he chooses to play here. Go again, available to him, the yellow card in pitch zone. I'm not sure what he pitched into.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I missed something, but
It's quite possible.
Oh,
that
oh.
he just
Yeah, he's pitching into Imperium to give it ward, so just a way to initiate go
Sure.
again. Yeah.
Other option, obviously, he could just make another spectral shield, but instead choosing to keep that resource up, that energy floating. One floating, not 2 or 3 floating, but just the one.
I wonder if he's doing this to try to bluff that he has a war tune of some kind, but
I think I understand. If for some reason the combo has been drawn into and he wants to play it on his opponent's turn, he has 1 resource up for Oasis Respite.
I see. Yes.
Which would stop a sizable amount because, of course, even if you are amping up for like 7, you are still playing Oasis plus those 3 spectral shields, which stops a lot of the damage.
Playing very safe. See, this is just such an interesting matchup to how much back and forth and small decision points are being made to dance around one another. I mean, Daniel is really being cautious here and playing conservatively and really starting to lay on the pressure. And Logan, I think, is feeling it.
Here's the second fire breathing. Looks like that one is directed at the face. Nope, it is not as directed at Otereth, which honestly is a better target because that will represent lethal on the following turn.
And now going to heal up a little bit, give a little bit more flexibility, and be able to park that sink below an arsenal, which has got to feel good to have a little bit more leeway to continue the game and search to find your combo pieces.
It certainly would, but I think in the hand of Daniel, as we go back over to his turn, let's take a look. He does have at least 1 attack. He knows the Oasis is in the arsenal. He knows he has double Oasis in play here.
Yeah, looking at both of the hands here, I mean, Logan's hand, again, doesn't really have what he's looking for. It also... It blocks all right, but not that great. I mean, hopefully the sink could maybe unlock this hand, but it really doesn't do anything.
He can't even afford to really stick one of these Channel the Millennium Trees because the hand is essentially red with a yellow splashed in, maybe 2 yellows splashed in. But these Millennium Trees represent so much on the board, and he can't really stick them without taking a massive amount of damage. These are the cards he needed to find. Look, you can see the look of just the pained expression on Logan's face, understanding that this is what the deck looks like when you can't find the combo pieces.
Yeah, and I mean, we just have seen the deck on camera fire on all cylinders, looking almost unstoppable. But as is most decks in this game, they are facing a Prism, and their life becomes quite difficult. It is a crazy thing to see, but this deck will forever, it seems, be very relevant in the game of Flesh and Blood.
Prism, the hero known for polarizing matchups and creating a sort of damage check scenario, doing the same thing here, regardless of what format we are in.
8 damage coming across, only being able to block for 2, still dealing some more damage. It seems as if Daniel, being stuck with that other Oasis in hand, he has 2. I wonder if he's going to choose to just hold it and wait. I mean, pitching it away is giving away further information, but also it's going to kind of slow you down a little bit if you're trying to hold it back.
Looking at the 1 go again, knowing there's more cards in hand.
3 more times?
Sending the 3 more damage down to 10 is Logan. Like you mentioned earlier, he can't rely on blocking equipment. All of this equipment is predicated and built and tailor-made, if you will, to set up that combo. The feat, allowing you to draw cards and gain action points. The arms, allowing you to amp up that Kraken's Aetherfane. The resource, the extra resource on the Blossom of Sprain, of course, the ever-important Plume of Evergrowth. None of these cards really providing defensive value, but trying to just stick. He is going to do it. He's going to pitch. Both players say, okay, stop. This card exists in the game of Flesh and Blood, and the answer is yes. Find a First Strike deck near you at a local game store near you. You, too, can thrive.
Okay.
Now realizing as Logan explains to him the interaction with fire breathing of how crazy it is. But Logan giving away everything just to stick a tree here, hoping that it will be enough and get 1 more turn.
This does give him the ability, drawing into a blue at instant speed, to try and punch through some of these spectral shields on the board, because you can activate Kraken's Aetherfane on your opponent's turn.
But looking at that hand, it's still not really what you want to be seeing as Logan. Not finding 1 rampant growth yet, still struggling to find an opening to be able to do some damage here.
Pitching here.
The only digging that he's been able to do through this deck is off of the back of those 2 Sifts. No cards drawn off of Kraken's Aether Vein. He would have loved to be able to play the Whisper of the Oracle. Maybe he whispered earlier this match.
Yeah, there was the one Toma Harvest turn as well.
That is true.
I mean, still compared to what we've seen earlier, not having the ability to draw off the Kraken's Aether Vein really denies the ability to find those pieces that you need right away.
It's going to sink here, maybe crossing his fingers a little bit that he draws into it, but it's not. It's another Heartbeat of Candlehold. Good card in its own right, and one that functions on an even better axis if you've activated Verdance's hero ability. But this deck is not about that at all.
Yeah, this deck is definitely not going to get to the point where it activates Verdance's ability. It's just another sigil that blocks for 3 and is a blue, which is really, really good still. But Logan taking all of these shields and auras, really struggling to be able to find a way to deny this damage. At this point, it's either going to need to be health gain or just going to need to find that combo. But this tree is not really going to stick around either. I don't know if Logan's going to be able to hold this hand.
That's a very good point because he's sitting at 2. He's being threatened. Daniel has essentially just started the game off with damage, never stopped, never looked back, sat pretty comfortable, played very meticulously.
Yeah.
Currently sitting on an Oasis in the arsenal, waiting for the moment, biding his time for that gotcha moment where you can stop some points of Arcane coming across with Kraken's Aether Vein, and yet it has not come. The deck has not drawn. The lines have not materialized for Logan. Will he be able to do anything?
And I did take a peek. Daniel did keep the second Oasis in hand, and how meticulous, again, keeping 2 floating just in case, saying if in any way you're able to find this combo, I'm going to stuff that combo. So he is feeling very comfortable, and he said, I'm just going to let my shields and auras take me to victory here.
He has 12 prevention through 2 Oasis and a bevy, a cornucopia of spectral shields. A gaggle?
Yep.
I don't know the pluralization of spectral shields. A dumpster of spectral shields.
I call it
Shout
an
out
army.
Brian
Army of shield. Yeah, dumpster.
Oh, there it is.
Army, yeah. So as you guys can all see here, Verdance is totally fair. It's totally fine. There's a clear counter.
Okay.
1, right?
I have been told by the producer that it is either a choir, a host, or a flight of angels. These spectral shields doing their best angel impersonation. Going to gain 3 life here.
Respond with Poison the Well?
Going to not gain 3 life, and instead the silver bullet that so many are talking about in Classic Constructed.
Oh,
Poison the Well.
The card of the format, guys. Living Legend and CC. Poison the Well, taking him to victory.
And now he's flipping through the deck saying, I did add Rampant Growth into the deck this time. And indeed, he did. So, our winner is Prism, Sculptor of Arclight. Daniel Johnson picks up the win. He walks through this entire tournament undefeated. He beat this Verdance deck twice.
Hold on. Looks like there's a flag in the play. They're just wanting to confirm that Heartbeat doesn't need to fully resolve before he dies, and that if it would heal beyond that. I don't think it works that way.
No, I do not believe, because you are going to resolve the triggers one at a time. There should be 3 triggers on the stack, 3 points of life gain, if you will, and what should most likely happen, unless he can respond with further life gain, is that the 1 life gain will actually reduce his health to 0, and I believe he would die after that. But let's let the judges confer, because there could be, some side ruling, some new information that could change the outcome, what we believe to be the outcome of this game. But look at this. We saw double Oasis. We see 4 Spectral Shields. We see Poison the Well drawn. I mean, if you're not prepared, if you're not ready, this deck runs you over. But what happens when you are?
Yeah, I mean, again, this is a tale as old as time, and I couldn't think of a better way to finalize this tournament than with Prism taking yet another win against a deck that people were terrified of, considered it to be an absolutely unstoppable force, and yet we have met the unmovable wall, which is Prism. And it's just always showing, no matter what format, no matter what time, Prism has a plan, and she will be able to execute that plan.
We said it was a game of inches, maybe feet, but this is looking like not a game of feet. It's a game of miles.
Yeah, and that distance
life totals
is quite large. Usually it's Logan who's quite ahead, but now it's looking a little bit dire. But very well done by Daniel. Clearly did his homework before going to this event and had a very clear plan, knowing this is going to be the deck I have to beat, and I am very capable of beating this deck.
Yeah,
There's
and
the
there it
fist
is.
bump. Yep, confirming it is game. Poison the well, securing victory, securing everyone's wallets, securing TCG player market, and I guarantee it will be securing this meta, at least for the next couple weeks.
Daniel
So-
Johnson standing firmly, feet firmly planted on the shoulders of Prism, riding to victory.
Congratulations.
The ProQuest Plus here in Milwaukee. Can you believe it?
Barely, to be honest. I was not expecting that. That was not what I was thinking how this event was going to conclude after seeing what that deck was capable of a few rounds ago.
Masterful play from
Yes.
a Prism master is
Very
what
well
we
done.
saw. So I think we should get him on and we can talk to him, congratulate him for the win. So let's take a quick break. Let's step away for just a moment. We can maybe grab him and say congratulations for winning this ProQuest Plus. So don't go too far. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. I am joined by Daniel Johnson, the winner of the ProQuest Plus, who in just a moment said, I think you're going to open the...
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I don't get these too often, so I'll open it.
And opening the prize itself. But first of all, like I said, congratulations on the win. You walked through the entire thing undefeated. Is that right?
Yeah.
How does that feel?
Pretty great. Prism is very polarizing with her matches. Thankfully, other than Verdance, which I was terrified of, a lot of the matchups I was scared of, Brutes, Kano, just not because Prism's bad against Wizard, but just because he got crazy to support this set.
Yes.
A few other matchups like I didn't see any Zens today, but
correct.
Yeah, I got good matchups, and she's very flexible with what she can do.
Yeah. So, I mean, you put on a display there at the end. So talk us through what you were expecting in that finals scenario, what you thought going into it, because y'all played in the Swiss rounds. You were telling me just right off the camera that it was a much more back-and-forth game.
Absolutely, yeah. Poison the Well,
it's a good card.
Oasis Respite, Restless Coalescence. Those are my answers to the deck. Otherwise, I have AB2. That's the max interaction I have other than just generating Spectral Shields casually.
Sure.
I like the chess piece over Tunic because if I'm throwing Heralds, he only has 6 poppers. If I can get through those between the Symbiosis turning off Fruits of the Forest, which is the only popper he had, and a few other tricks like Passing Mirage, hitting with Herald and the free activation for a shield, attacking with it is really nice. And then on his big scary turn, it's just one more resource sink to ward one more to try to keep him from blowing me up.
Right. Now, it's very clear that this deck was on your mind through this tournament. You had double Oasis ready at the end there. You had 4 Spectral Shields on board. And, of course, you find a Poison the Well to win the game. So is this... How much time did you spend thinking about that deck versus just playing out the 60 and then the sideboard that you were going to run anyway?
So the time I spent was yesterday at the Battle Harden. I heard rumors of the deck. It's like, okay, looked it up. Yeah, that seems terrifying. And I had my sideboard already in the deck I was playing then, which was OTK Viscerai, and just transferred over. Took out some of the, a few sideboard slots that from the changing meta, I don't need this anymore.
Right.
Just ran with it. It just happened to be that Prism with Ward was a good answer for Kraken.
Yeah, I mean, you have the Spectral Shields on the board that you can consistently generate, and with OG Prism, you can pitch into creating more Spectral Shields in response in a lot of cases, depending on how the game is gone. So really maybe very well suited to go toe-to-toe with that type of combo deck.
I think one of the best... they were saying the consistency of that deck is very high. He did not see the good side variance of that match.
No, he did not.
But yeah, Prism and Wizards, I think, are the best for interaction.
So how do you feel about the Living Legend format in general? I mean, you played Prism. Obviously, you won today. Just went down a murderer's row of heroes and still picked it up. What are your thoughts on the format?
I've been pleasantly surprised, honestly. The balance, when first getting into it, I thought was just going to be turn 3 format. I mean, in some cases it is with certain combos going off, but it's much more balanced and longer games, very comparable to CC than I was expecting. Like Zen has crazy damage potential.
Sure.
Because he's forced to play Belittles against, say, Iyslander to keep that matchup from being an auto loss, his deck slows down. And so when I face Zen, it's not just an auto loss. It's a lot more give and take from just the natural deck changes that have to accompany.
Well, the format served you well today. Congratulations again on picking up the win with Prism, the original illusionist, light illusionist in this case. You have a PTI.
I do.
You've got an envelope in there, I believe.
I am excited to open it.
Oh, I'm excited to see you open it. I don't get to watch very many of these opened live. I would love to see it.
Got some money on there too.
Yeah, and let's take a look and see what you pull. Now, best way to do this, perhaps just crack that thing open, holding it up, and let's take a look together.
Sure.
All right. So, the PTI gold foil goes to the winner, Daniel Johnson. And let's see what it is.
All right. It is.
Hey, all right.
All right.
Got yourself
Gallantry Gold. I am a Warrior fan.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, Dory first love. I've been playing Axe, Fatigue Dory, and CC
Okay.
up until Enigma came out.
Okay.
And then maybe a little after where I shouldn't have, but
Oh, trust me, I understand that. But congratulations on picking up a Gallantry Gold. And thank you all so much for joining us this weekend. It was an absolute blast. Put on by MinMaxGames, as you can see behind us. Ignore the cat. And, of course, by the fine folks, Ethan Van Sant over in the booth with Savage Feats. We had a blast of a time. So if you enjoyed it, leave a comment down below. Don't go too far for the next one. There's going to be another one of these in December for a calling lined up for you. So thank you so much, and we will see you on the next one.